Allez, bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. J'espère que vous avez passé une excellente journée. J'espère que vous passez une excellente journée. J'espère que vous allez bien. On va partir pour regarder le tournoi PUBG, la PGC 2025. Pour savoir qui c'est qui va remporter ce tournoi. J'ai plus. Salut Boutu!
สวัสดีค่ะ โอ้โห วันนี้ขอเสียงแฟนๆชาวไทยกันหน่อยได้ไหมคะคุณต้องส่งพลังกันนะคะ เอาล่ะต้อนรับแฟนๆ PUBG จากทั่วทุกมุมโลกนะคะ แล้วก็วันนี้ยังคงอยู่กับแพนนั่นเองค่ะ แน่นอนเป็นอีก1 ปีสุดยิ่งใหญ่ที่เราจะมาร่วมค้นหากันว่าใครจะได้คว้าแชมป์นะกับ PGC ในปีนี้กับ PUBG Global Championship ในปี 2025 นั่นเองค่ะ และแน่นอนสำหรับในปีนี้นะคะกับการแข่งขันสุดยิ่งใหญ่มาพร้อมกับเงินรางวัลรวมมูลค่ากว่า $1,500,000 สหรัฐกันเลยทีเดียวนั่นเองค่ะและแน่นอนนะคะกับฤดูกาลที่ผ่านมาเราก็ได้เห็นกับแชมป์สุดแกร่งกันไปมากมายแล้วไม่ว่าจะเป็น17 Gaming หรือว่าจะเป็น BB Team หรือว่าจะเป็น Virtus Pro นะคะหรือว่าจะเป็น Twisted Mind นะคะแล้วก็ที่สำคัญกับแชมป์เก่าของเราอย่าง The Expendable ก็เชื่อว่าหลายคนนะคะก็ตอนนี้รอลุ้นกันอยู่แล้วก็ส่งกำลังใจกันอยู่ว่าจะสามารถครองแชมป์ป้องกันแชมป์ของตัวเองหรือว่าจะสามารถเป็นแชมป์2 สมัยติดกันได้หรือเปล่านั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็ที่สำคัญสำหรับการเดินทางของเรานี้ค่ะจะเริ่มต้นตั้งแต่วันนี้เป็นต้นไปตั้งแต่วันที่ 28 พฤศจิกายนไปจนถึงวันที่ 7 ธันวาคมนี้และจะออกเดินทางสู่รอบ Grand Finals นะคะตั้งแต่วันที่ 12 ไปจนถึงวันที่ 14 ธันวาคมนี้นั่นเองค่ะ33 ทีมกับว่าใครจะได้เป็นแชมป์ใน PGC 2025 และขอเชิญทุกคนไปร่วมเปิดฉากและนี่คือ PUBG Global Championship 2025 ค่ะ
Twitch, j'ai le bon titre, mais pas sur... Pourquoi? C'était moi qui avait une coupe. Je sais pas. Pas le titre.
He does manage to get the knock on the one, but it's not going to be enough. 17 Gaming take the victory and take PGS 7.
Désolé, faire un truc.
And it's going to be BB Team that are going to be your PGSA champion. Four-time PUBG Global Series champion, Twisted Mind. PGS 10 champions, Virtus Pro.
Je peux pas te dire ça. Il pas plus d'infos que toi. Hein. Normalement, c'était midi.
Let's welcome our 2025 Wildcard team, Full Sense! Coming up next, give it up for Shopper Esports! Please welcome Nemiga Gaming! Stepping onto the stage, it's Rock Esports! Make some noise for Change the Game! Up next, here comes El Catacia!
Hop là. Je me suis entendu ma réponse. Je crois que j'avais le micro coupé.
Everyman!
Pareil.
Now entering Asla Pentagram!
Pas boutu.
Puts your hands together for anyone's legend! Welcome to the stage, Navi! Next up, say hello to E Arena! Let's hear it for Team Orchid! Please welcome FN Potion! Coming in strong, Copenhagen Wolves! Stepping forward now, game start win! Here they come, Furia! Up
Vas-y, dire.
next, let's welcome JDG Esports! FaZe Clan make way for Teraton 5 Next, let's welcome Bagel Paw. Next on the stage, T1. Let's cheer for Patrick Road. Now arriving, DK Esports. Please welcome Team Liquid.
Liquid qui sont revenus.
Here comes Genji. Up next, stepping in, BB Team. Let's bring out Made in Thailand. Entering now, 17 Gaming. Make some noise for DN Freaks. Welcome, Team Falcons. Here comes Waters Pro. Let's welcome your four-time PGS champion, Twisted Minds. And finally, give it up for our PGC 2024 champion, the Expendable.
Salut Roméo. Ça va bien. Et toi, comment vas-tu?
Nghĩ thử thách lớn nhất là mình đạt được cái cúp thế giới lần thứ hai.
For our PGC champions, the
Hoặc là những thành tích của mình nó sẽ bắt buộc phải tốt hơn, chứ không là những người hâm mộ người ta kỳ vọng quá lớn mà mình thất bại thì nó sẽ khá là buồn.
네, 이제 한번 세계대회 한번 꼭 나가보고 싶다라는 마음으로 팀이 결성됐거든요. 그래서 이왕 온 거 좀 재밌고 즐겁게 하자는 마음으로 왔기 때문에 좀 즐길 것 같습니다.
我觉得我自己心态方面就是还是相对以前稍微好了一点，差了。然后团队的话，偏向就是相对于以前心态肯定还是会有所好转。我们队伍对本次 PGC 目标就是全力以赴吧，争取拿到冠军。
We have good understanding between us, and I think we will try to do our best performance.
발전을 했다라고 느껴지는 그런 한 해였던 것 같고, 이제 PGC를 앞두고 좀 많이 기대되는 그런 부분인 것 같습니다.
Like for me, I left my family when I was 19, and I feel like if I am not going to be taking care of my parents, if I'm not going to live with them and be around them, then I need to make them proud and I need to work hard.
Я б хотів би, щоб нас запам'ятали як найсильнішу команду у файтах.
แข่งในประเทศไทยรู้สึกมีกำลังใจครับรู้สึกดีครับที่พวกเขาได้เห็นความสามารถของเราจริงๆครับแล้วก็เห็นด้วยครับที่พวกเราเป็นทีมม้ามืดผมอยากได้ winner chicken dinner ให้มากที่สุดครับเพราะว่าอยากจะเห็นทุกคนลุกขึ้นมาดีใจพร้อมกันกับพวกเราครับสังกัดใหม่ที่ได้ย้ายเข้ามาเป็นในประเทศเพราะว่าเราเชียร์มาตั้งแต่เด็กๆไม่มีแรงกดดันแล้วครับสนิทกันมากแล้วก็รู้จักเป็นพี่น้องกันก็อยากให้ผู้ชมได้เชียร์ทีมด้วยความสนุกครับ
After PGS 7 and 8, before WCs, I would say we changed a lot since we got Corexy, the team structure, team roles, and I would say that is probably the biggest change that we've done this year. So yeah, I'm happy that we did it.
If we win PGC, I would say it sounds like we passed the game. Nothing left to win. For sure, we want to win this PGC hard, make us want to win this event even more.
Hello, PUBG fans, and welcome to PGC 2025. Matchroom here, joined by the ever insightful Paper Thin, taking you through today's action. Paper, how's Thailand treating you so far?
Oh, always a treat. This is just one of the best countries on the planet for esports, hands down. The fans here, absolutely insane, absolutely incredible. What a welcoming our teams got to come onto the stage here in Bangkok, and it's just a lovely city. The weather's been amazing, and the games promise to be absolute bangers from start to finish here. This group stage going to be oh so intense.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Group A that we're starting with today, and it's a pretty brutal group. We've got the Expendables and Twisted Minds, and a plethora of other teams that are just going to be hunting down everything. This is going to be pretty crazy just right off the get-go.
Oh, for sure, Matt. I thought, you know, looking at these groups, that to me, if you were to pick a group of death, this would have been my choice. This is just a unbelievably stacked lobby that you've got going on here. I mean, you have Twisted Minds, you have the Freaks, so many really strong teams. A lot of good EMEA teams going to be in here today, getting to look at a couple teams that we haven't maybe gotten a look at on the global stage, like the Amiga. So this is going to be a really exciting day in a lot of different ways.
And also, it's just day one, right? So that means that sometimes we can start a bit slow, but also
we are going to be starting this off on Miramar, which can be a bit more brutal in the later stages and really start to stack up some points, and we might see somebody just starting to get a lot of momentum behind them right off the start here.
Exactly. I mean, and it's all about that top 5 spot, right? Like, that's what you need to go directly to the grand final. So a lot of teams definitely going to be, you know, if they come out hot, they're going to feel really good about being one of those top 5. It is 18 games, though, so it's a little bit longer than normal for group stage, and, you know, there's a lot of opportunities here for teams to make comebacks, even if they have a bad day. Again, I think this is one of those situations where you will be allowed one not-so-good day and still have hope of qualifying directly to the grand finals.
I don't know in our group. I feel like it's going to be pretty unrelenting. There's so many squads that are going to be in the hunt for stuff. I mean, we've got the Freaks we haven't even had a chance to really deep dive in. Arena, who's been on a tear in and of themselves.
Yep.
Gen G, who's been on their own come up. There's going to be a lot of back and forth, and I feel like we might end up a bit top heavy in the first couple of spots, but then after that, it's going to be, and people in the hunt to qualify, it's just going to be so back and forth.
No doubt. I mean, and let's not forget that our defending PGC champions are in here today. The Expendables, obviously, they are group stage nightmares, and then they can turn up when they need to. At a finals, you've got teams like...
Did you do an Expendables player on your fantasy team today? Do you believe in the group stage?
You know, the only reason I didn't is because I couldn't make the math work.
Yeah, I mean, Tanvu is pretty expensive.
He's really expensive, but he deserves it. He's the best player in the world right now, in my opinion. I mean, he's absolutely cracked. So this is a really difficult lobby to play in. It's fantasy itself is very tricky to predict because of how crazy top to bottom everything is. We haven't even talked about some teams like T1 that are in here who were at last PGC winning up until the very last day. So this is going to be crazy stacked.
And we haven't really seen T1 here since the last series of events.
Right.
So it's going to be very intriguing. We also have the underdogs whenever we're looking at it. 4 Angry Men, Furia that we can be looking at, Namiga that you talked about just a second ago. Al-Qadsia falls in that same category. There's like a couple of these squads that we have seen pop off. Like Al-Qadsia, we've seen them get a very great start, but kind of fizzle out in the later stages. But maybe they've corrected that. We'll have to see. Gen G, though, is it Gen G's time is my question to you.
Man, I don't know. I have hope now for this team. I will absolutely say that this Gen G team has shown me that they have
Pour qui j'ai voté les Twisted Messi.
That's the biggest thing for them is they are willing to change up their gameplay to
Pour moi, c'est la meilleure équipe.
lobbies. They're
Mais bon.
you know, domestically, they're not really that strong. I mean, nobody's touching the Freaks domestically. They're just absolutely destroying in the PWS. But Gen G has shown that when it comes to these international stages, they know how to take some fights. They know how to open up space to find
On
these
verra bien
parties.
si
They
c'est
like
qui
to
est.
play pretty split, and they've gotten pretty good at it. And then they've gotten much better, much more disciplined about knowing when they have to collapse, when they have to group up as more of a 3-4-man squad and then take the fights.
We haven't even had a chance to talk about the looming threat inside of this lobby in 17.
Yeah.
17, I mean, it's been a bit quiet last PGSs. I mean, still good performance, but not like what we saw in the earlier series, right, where they actually won one. I'm very curious to see how they're going to come out of that and what they've learned just over the past couple of series, and if they're going to come back swinging hard or if it's going to be a bit slower, because we know they're the team that always drops center, so they have the path to go wherever they want. It's just been a lot of hard shifts and circles early. Feel like it's made it very hard for 17 to navigate.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, they're a team that is obviously going to control a lot of the center parts of the maps early because of their drop spots, because of how good they are at defending those in, you know, the pre-match stuff.
Enough of the pre-match stuff in general. It is time for PGC.
Allez, parti pour Miramar.
Oh, I love it. I am so thrilled to have another PGC here in Thailand. Of course, last time we had a PGC here, it was a Korean team that won. It was Danawa.
Oh, okay. I know.
I'm just saying.
Miramar, Taigo, Rondo et Rangel. Voilà.
Here I am calling you ever insightful.
Yeah.
But it's all the love of Korea.
Yeah, that's all the insight I need. They're pretty good at this game. So.
I mean, that's pretty true. All right, Plain Path, starting off pretty much due center down to the south, and ending up pretty much a bit, I guess, east of due north, and so everything should be fine.
This is, yeah, very fair Plain Path to start, so no shenanigans just yet. I mean, of course, First Circle could make me eat those words, but just going to look at, there were a few alt drops here that could have come into play as potential unintentional hot drops, if I could put it that one way. Now FN I'm a little concerned with because they have a couple teams like Gen G, like JDG that are sending players out a little bit extended from their main drops, and then this one right here. Aha! I was wondering about this. T1 loves Chumacera, and Sonic as a coach does not like giving this spot up. And JDG, let's see what they can do. This is a chance here for them. Look at that.
Type off the start gets a knock. JDG already running out of position. This is a quick turnaround for T1. Very well planned.
Yeah, this is really nice. You get that high ground drop, and you've got that early positioning to find those angles down on top of him. And JDG just taking the vehicles away and trying to claim those as a prize, but they will lose a player for it. And
oh no, JDG, this is the
not
wrong
good.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
Roth, we just saw him screaming as he was coming, doing the entrance a moment ago. He is going to be at least shoo them away, but the hype for Type continues as he gets the first kill of PGC.
Yeah, my boy Type, he is something else. He is a really special talent, a very young player.
And now it's 17.
This is horrible. I mean, in a way, you're actually kind of sad because you're center of the circle for JDG, because everybody wants these high value compounds.
There's just nowhere to go. 17's going to take one. We saw FN Poach.
Ils ont pas de chance, eux.
Pretty close to another member. The entire lobby judging JDG right now in that drop.
Yeah. I like what you did there, by the way.
Thank you.
They're
subtle
nice.
sometimes.
That one was subtle, but it was good. It was on the point. But this is just a continuation of some of the problems we saw for JDG in Malaysia. Yeah. You're still smiling.
Well, I like it. I'm in a good mood, man.
That was good. No, I liked it. It took me like half a second, and I was like, oh, yeah, JDG, Judge. Very good. But this is a problem for this team, like, where they're willing to fight for these hot drops, and they haven't been going well. I mean, you remember against Al-Qadsia in Malaysia, they were struggling in those. Now they're struggling against T1, and, you know, these knock-on effects of having to bail out on the fight early.
And it's not done. They're headed right into E-Arena.
Yeah. This is actually an awful first circle for them.
Do they even have a gun or anything yet? I mean, this is terrible.
Well,
they have some.
They've got to have something, yeah. With the util that Cold is sitting on there, they've got to have stuff. And I don't think
not much.
Yeah, but I don't think they have chips. So even though they've got control of a revive station here, I don't anticipate that they're going to be able to get those revives to come through anytime soon, or if ever, probably not.
So a concern that I have that we haven't a chance to really look at is right on the edge of this circle. We've got Power Grid and Twisted Minds with high ground at the start, watching rotations. We know that Twisted Minds is great about information gathering, specifically on Miramar, and using high ground control positions to really push themselves in later stages. I am concerned in this group, starting on Miramar in a position where Twisted is already going to have a lot of good avenues of control.
They're just so unbelievably good at taking the information that they get from those high ground positions. Look at this, the VSS.
Oh no.
Man, I love that gun.
I do too.
It's so good, dude. I'm just telling you, running around with everybody with VSSs on your team is hilarious, but Type there just finds the headshots with it.
Pas de chance,
Close range, not too hard for a player of his caliber. But going back to Twisted real quick, now they do have a team rolling up behind them. It's actually Nemiga. Not too far away from them. That could turn into, depending on what Nemiga wants to do, either a fight or maybe, you know, Twisted gets a pick off on the drive-bys. They're not super close. We'll see.
There is also the Sandstorm that's right on top of them for the time being. Two members for Twisted are going to be able to spot a very close range pathing on Nemiga, so see how that goes. JDG at least do get a crate, so you lost 2, but at least get yourself a Mark 14 to work with. That's not the worst, and there you go, Batulins spots out Leosh.
Yeah, and this is kind of a knock-on effect of having those high ground positions early. Batulins knocked though. The response coming through. Levante gonna take him down. Let's see what Twisted has in response. See if they can bail out their IGL here, but lose out in the open.
Ooh, just narrowly getting the rock. Notice example. Down to the south, wrapping
Batulin qui se fait tomber.
Looks like they might be eyeing a bit more west. There could be some pathing for them to work for over there. If this takes on too long, 4 Angry Men is pathing close to this and might hear and choose to third party, but we'll have to see. This is right on the edge of the safe zone, so you never know. Some teams like to go a bit deeper, but if an opportunity presents itself to kind of pounce on Twisted in a weakened state, you got to take it.
For sure. Now as Twisted, you're able to fend off this attack, at least seemingly, and you have the opportunity to go for the revive. So I assume that pretty quickly here. Somebody's going to be looking to either go to the one in Picado or
Et bonjour à ceux qui rejoignent le
with
stream.
that high ground info, they should be able to scout one of those out and then make that attempt. It's just a matter of, is there going to be any more pressure on them while they go for that? 4 a.m. going to be scooting into the east of this, so they've actually kind of maybe found an avenue to cut off that Picado revive. So this kind of might throw a little bit of a wrench into Twisted's plans.
Did Namiga's Gidrox actually manage to get the chip? Because it looks like he's headed over to one of the towers, but that's going to put him pretty close to Furia. This is maybe a potential for a problem. A couple of shots from Furia are now going to go after him. See Sharper in there rotate right now. Pretty clean. Looks like they're going for high ground in the western area. It's going to put him a little close to Alcazia.
Yeah, Sharper. They're already in the circle. They're on the kind of far western side of things. They do have Gike, who is back with us on the western edge of their position. So a couple of these EMEA teams, getting involved with stuff early. See if Gike does kind of dust up with Sharper a little bit. DNF going to be taking their time coming into this one pretty late. So they're going to have to play edge. They're going to have to play south to north, it looks like, which, again, on Miramar, I'm always a fan of that strategy. I think that if you're on the edge, that's the better edge to be on.
Especially whenever we look down into the southwest, right? Because there's a lot of verticality whenever we look in the more western sections of it. So doing a longer wrap down the south, not the worst. We've got the Freaks and Orchid not yet inside the circle, as well as Furia up to the north. Almost everybody else is pretty good. T1 still in control of those high grounds around Chumacera. Alcazia is going to be getting pretty close to them. 17 that we saw also just to the northeast. To the south, it's going to be FN Pochon as well as Arena. So not too much movement in the center of the circle for the time being.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you mentioned the verticality. Just to go back real quick to kind of why I think some teams really like those southern, like coastal rotations on Miramar. It's because of the verticality, because Miramar has so much surface area that actually going uphill isn't nearly as bad as some of the other maps because you have a lot more cover to work with, and especially on this part of the map,
it depends on the path.
It does.
Going east-west, it does suck pretty bad.
That's
if you're
exactly
coming in
it.
from the south or north.
That's exactly it, Matt, and that's why you want to come from the south. So there's opportunities there, even if you're on the edge of a circle. Yeah, Twisted actually going over to the Brickyard here. This one's a little bit of a trickier position to do stuff from. Alcazia has a little bit of oversight down into this, so going to need a little bit of cover fire.
Oh.
I'm a little bit worried about that Bronco.
Yeah, but okay. Alcazia, remember that we did see one of their members also
around
T1 a moment ago. They're very separated. We've seen the squad lean into this, a very wide four-man split to try to control a territory. It works in the earlier stages whenever everybody's a bit more passive, but whenever you start having teams like Twisted that would be a bit more desperate in their approaches, having to go for these reses and whatnot, might also mean that they could notice D's all by himself and opt to go right at his face.
Exactly. I think D there choosing discretion in that battle. Probably sussed out that might be Twisted based on the kill feed. It's a good shot from Duck Juice. Getting a little bit of damage here, defending PGC champions. They are usually in the early part of the game sending a player or two out to do a little bit of poking and prodding into the lines of their opponents to see if they can get a freebie, catch teams off guard. This time around, damage done, but no knock just yet.
I mean, there's the joke in the fact that it's almost always Duck Juice, right? He's like that old, he's essentially like Duck Hunt, right? He's always kind of hunting around on the outside. People start taking shots at him, and he's like, hey guys, I found somebody. And the rest of the squad can kind of form into plan around it. The thing about it with Duck Juice, though, is he is so crazy good at surviving in these situations. He kind of becomes his own little one-man army and can hold back a squad and force a contain move from the other team into an entirely different direction.
Yeah, I mean, Duck Juice certainly not, the top fragger on that squad, but he is extremely disciplined. And oh my God.
Okay.
Ooh. This is great for the Freaks.
Keeping some of the drumstick in, but we've got the water still cutting down into the south. That means Arena in a great spot. T1, who's controlling Chumacera, pretty good as well. Alcazia is going to be regrouping. Batulins and the rest of the squad now regroup from Twisted. Going to have some options going to work with. Namiko going to be very far out, as well as Orchid. Look at the containment over into the east, and most notably to the north, where we're going to be 17 Gaming making some moves, and the Expendables down into the east making some moves of their own.
I want to give a little bit of credit here to the Expendables because of the way they had completely kind of sandwiched Orchid. They were able to make this rotation ahead of Orchid, so they're going to put themselves in a much better position. It's another knock-on effect of the way they play the game. Alcazia chasing down Sharper, or Sapuli, trying to see what he can do to dissuade them, and indeed Alcazia is going to go up the hill, as that is where the rest of the team already, or one of the other players is going to be. So here we go for them. Going to be not too bad in terms of a position in this circle. Should be relatively safe.
Well, they also benefit because E-Arena, who was taking some shots at them, kind of caught up taking shots now at Sharper instead, who's gotten to a way closer position. So E-Arena wanting to defend that a lot more. GK is going to be down in the south. E-Arena is running a 2-2 split, and they've got the remnants of JDG pretty close to them, so E-Arena doesn't want to go too far out of this. They just want to control. Sharper's got one member down to almost nothing. Thunders does go down. It's going to be Opons that gets the knock.
Yeah, not sure if he got stuck on some terrain or bumped into the tree on the way through, but yeah, you get in a position where you give these players easy targets, and they're going to capitalize.
17's making a run of their own along that same path that we saw Sharper at a moment ago. Twisted's going to be on the other side of this hill. Everything's starting to get pretty contained over here. Gen G got very close to JDG, who's kind of forcing them away. Just these two members trying to fend up, but it is going to be enough that forces Gen G down into the southeast, much closer to the Expendables and the Freaks.
Okay. Gen G, this is not a good spot. That's what I'm going to say. It is a tough position to work with. Having just the shack and a little bit of hill control can be pretty tricky.
Well, what sucks is the fact that I don't think that they realize there's only two members for JDG in the position just to the west of them.
Yeah.
So they don't know that that path is a bit more open if they want to play it aggressive. And we've been seeing Gen G play very aggressive in the earlier stages.
Sure.
I guess it's just game one syndrome, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they might have gone back to the tape and felt like they pushed a little too hard in the early parts of the games.
Just a little, yeah.
Yeah.
But it was fun.
That would have been my kind of, if I was VOD reviewing them, and I was, see, this is, the Clory's there, found the knock into him, but that would be something that I would have said, you know, let's be a little bit more choosy in the early part of the game. This dust storm is helping them mightily. That's allowing them to get these cars into position to try to go for the res, to protect being there. Looks like it's going to be, well, okay, I think.
This has gotten really awkward for a lot of reasons. Sharper has wrapped around, and they're pretty contained on their point for the time being. But Gen G, with the shots that were coming out from the Expendables, Orchid now knows where they're at, and Four Angry Men now knows where the Expendables are. And the Expendables are just a defensive line in the hillside looking down into the lower sections, and this has made it really hard for a couple of these other teams to really navigate finding a foothold inside the circle.
Yep, and there is some kind of flat open stuff on the south side of the circle, and because of the valleys created by the mountains, it's tough to find gaps to rotate through. Circle is going to go up to the north. Pretty likely that was going to happen. It was either going to do that or kind of center on the Freaks. Drive-by damage, but no knocks found yet. Oh,
there's a lot of people about to start taking shots at this, though, is the problem. Namiga kind of squeaking through that field that you were talking about, open into the east. Do navigate it and do manage to at least get somewhere. Gen G pats in. They're going after JDG, but it is going to be Cold that gets the knock on a flame. Other members for Gen G jump out. They now know who they're lined up against. They should know that they have the numbers advantage. They just don't have all the information on how to breach in, so they're just going to charge.
Yeah, they pay the price, though. That MP5 up close and personal for December the 12th. Now you've got Nurens getting involved. All of a sudden, Gen G just down to Tosi.
The duo for JDG coming up big, but E-Arena on the outside trying to see what they can steal. Tosi does get the knock on December 12th, at least finding some retaliation back, but this has gotten really awkward really fast for Gen G.
Yeah, and they're gone. They're done. They're the first team out of this one. That just
Gen G
for them. That first knock, they set up for a grenade barrage.
Ils ont aussi bon, hein?
Got Nurens tickling them from behind, but just a nice hold there from December the 12th and Cold. That's great work. That's some great salvage points for a team that looked like it was going to be a disastrous game to start.
So the circle did pop and is leaning into that Chumacera line. We still have T1 up on top of everything, E-Arena and the other high ground points. Fury is going to be navigating on the outskirts of the circle, very close to Twisted. On the other side of Twisted, inside the safe zone, is going to be two members for 17. So this is very hard to deal with. There's almost a upper ground peninsula that's been set up over here that Twisted knows that they need to navigate. And with Fury back behind him, it could be its own brewing situation. Freaks, though, seem like they realize the vulnerabilities of this position. Only have Cold here. How much more can he do? I mean, you got to give respect. The duo for JDG does at least find some points in a very bad start to a game.
I agree.
Les 3 points de JDG.
About the best they could have done without things in the early part of the game. The Freaks there, very good timing. That's some good IGLing. And there we go. Gizera strikes. It's Batulins again. The first to get knocked here for Twisted.
I mean, he just draws the bullets to him. He's a good IGL. He's a tank as well. Lets the other guys on the side do all the DPS. But Twisted, what do you do to respond? Lou is very isolated away from this, pretty close to, I mean, the defended line. But, I mean, Gizera's just got to fight his way in. Not too much more he can go from. Do they go after this? Because now 17 is also holding the other side, realizing that Twisted is very vulnerable in this spot.
Yeah, I think everybody here wants to get involved in this fight. They'd love to just knock Twisted down a peg. 17, of course, this is a good opportunity them to claim some points on an edge position. Heal's going to start coming through. Batu is up and running. It's only phase 3, so he has plenty of time there to get that first aid to go. Lou hiding behind here, catches Posa on the rotation. Going to be able to relay that over that, hey, we've got some teams coming in from our south. I'm going to keep eyes on them, keep you guys protected. Let's try and make a move.
Well, that's big because he also fed that information over, knowing the fact that it's probably Fury members that were taking shots a moment ago. The Expendables trying to keep their defensive line back and forth between the two, but somehow neither goes down. At range, Calores finishes it off, though.
Unbelievable. Delwyn there ran out of bullets, so he was in an awkward spot. Just couldn't quite get it done. That's why the Expendables love to fan out a little bit. They're so good at setting up these angles to back each other up. You know, with these crossfires, the ability to kind of catch cars as they're driving by. Speaking of catching cars as they're driving by, circle shifted up to the northeast towards Chumacera. And that's where 4AM wants to make their moves. The Freaks trying to punish that as much as they can. They get damage, but no knocks.
This is going to be hard. 4 Angry Men does manage to make it into the circle, but you can see it's going to be the Expendables very close to them. This is going to be low ground. We keep going in that Chumacera line, so up on top of it's going to be T1 and the Expendables both. In the lower sections is going to be these rotates that are coming out. 17 going to go ahead and opt into going for the circle instead. Twisted's going to hold defensive line against where we see Furia trying to come from and at least get some retaliation back onto them. 17's going to try to jump around, but that's going to be pretty close to T1 and Alcazia both.
Got to give Twisted some credit. They're doing the best they can to turn the tables onto Furia. Went for a cheeky play, and Twisted's recovering and finding some damage. Here we have Rex for FN Pochun, the absolute just beast. He has been fragging out of his mind. Has an ace, has a Mark 12. Takes a little bit of damage from Calores from afar while he's getting involved with Orchid. Might have to cede over that point to them. Yep, Boostic is going to claim, or be claimed by Delwyn. And it's just kind of a game here for FN to do a lot of damage to the Expendables to try to keep them at bay.
And really, that's holding back a lot of the different movement that's going on inside the
Ah
circle.
bah tu dis, mais qui s'est encore fait buter.
Fury
Oh là là.
kind of caught off over here after dealing
Ah bah ils
with
sont
what's going on.
éliminés.
Twisted does go down. Gizera
Ah bah ça commence bien.
finishes it off, but we are now into phase number 4, about halfway
Twisted
through,
qui se
and
fait
we still
éliminer.
have the Freaks that look like they're
Ça
high
commence
after
bien.
going E-Arena. Furia that goes down to blue zone. They don't have a really good path in the circle, and GK that's now wrapped away from the firefight that was going on with the Freaks and directly into where the Expendables are going to be set up at.
Yeah, Salute trying to get eyes on the arena players to set up this hit. They have to make a push through this compound. There's no real other option for them. They were hoping, I think, maybe that arena would get a little bit more distracted. Delwyn out on the edge. My God, he is so good today.
Expendables are starting this one off strong. Delwyn, Duck Juice, both going to go ahead and finish off Diffex. Now GK, no good options to work with. Even if they were to retreat from this fight, they still have to deal with 4 Angry Men. Lou's going to be over there. Looks like Spiro's going to go ahead and come in, provide some support back behind this one. The Freaks are going to use the distraction of what's going to be going on with the firefight with the Expendables to kind of sneak their way in. So now it's just going to be on how much can really brute force affect GK and get them into the circle.
Well, GK is just eating too much blue. This is taking way too long to materialize, and they're going to lose Spyro because of it to 4AM. The Freaks, again, trying to use this timing to see what they can get done, but they're sandwiched between 4AM and E-Arena on the high ground. That grenade almost gets DL knocked. He's okay for now. Salute actually goes down to the blue, was trying to make a maneuver around the outside edge to find a flank. Not going to happen.
Everything still keeps going Chumacera, so everybody to the south just got to fight. They've got to make their way through. GK is going to go down. The Expendables now a bit more loose. They still have to deal with FN Pochon. A couple of shots going to be going, but Breakers actually catches a Molotov from himself. It goes down. Freaks still under duress, has to deal with E-Arena in the high ground position on one side of them and 4 Angry Men on the other. Namiga has managed to put themselves in a gatekeep on all these squads, so has a big opportunity here.
Yeah, Jacob just trying to punish as best as he can, but it's actually DL who's going to get the better end of that, keeping them at bay. That opens up an opportunity here to try to make a move, but the grenade's right next to them. Oh my God.
Sneaks it around, but okay, it's now time to deal with 4 Angry Men. They run right through the crossfire. They're holding it together, but the vehicle is just taking too much damage. Lou manages to get a ton of damage out, but having manages to get the knock back. Long's holding the new angle onto this, and it's going to be FN Pochon now getting involved, taking shots at what's going to be going on with 4 Angry Men.
Longs might have sussed out where Guman is hiding down here. The grenade's good, the shots are good. 4 AM keep DNF from getting any further into this one. Nice hold there between them and E Arena, but they're kind of squaring up against each other with Nemiga ahead.
It's just a new set of threats. FN Pochon Zenith getting close to Nemiga. That's going to be an entirely new angle that's going to be extremely vulnerable. It's going to be Zenith that takes down Levante. E Arena has to fight their way uphill into this one, but they also have 4 angry men right down below them. They can't afford any mistakes in these shots, and they are lining them all up.
Oh, Lyrics, that was some fancy shooting there with the AUG. Shen trying to find a way out of this, but the blue not giving him the opportunity to rotate any further down. Breakers here, maybe providing a little bit of help to Shen momentarily, at least enough to use the med kit. As FN has really fanned out on that eastern side. They've got a lot of control. T1 controlling the other end of things. Shen, though, still filthy with it. Actually, Breakers got the knock, but Shen goes down.
A lot of kills coming up for E Arena right now, but 2 members down. They're right on the edge of the blue zone. They've got to start going. Nemiga could still hold the angle, but it looks like Pochon's holding this other side, slowing everything down. On top of everything, it's still T1 just raining bullets down on top of Al-Qadsia, Sharper, as well as the remnants of 17 with just 7-7 up.
Yeah, I mean, starting from the beginning of this game, this has been where T1 controlled territory, where they controlled space, knocked JDG out of Chumacera, went right to the high ground here. They're putting it to good use. Oh, Zenith hits a banger headshot with an SKS. Type now looking for more, catches some damage of his own. Rello gets a kill on the Jedi.
T1 just has so much control over the circle. They've got vision on every single squad, and everybody is just having to hunker down and get into these isolated firefights. The circle continues to go after T1, and there is just going to be complete dominance on this hillside. How does T1 want to play this, and how are they going to focus fire are the real questions that everybody in this lobby is trying to figure out.
Yeah, I'd like to see FN here try to do a little bit of damage to these teams, force them towards T1, and then make a rotation the other way. Go north. I think that could really work out well for them. Al-Qadsia is falling into 7th place, so some placement points there for them. Not the banger start that we saw for them the first time in Malaysia, but not too bad at all in terms of just a difficult position to be in underneath this high ground.
T1, Type, how has he lined up the nade? The bounce goes a bit too far, but does force them away from cover. Notice on the side angle of this, good setups already coming up from raining. So many angles that T1 has to work with. They've even managed to see E-End on the other side of the hill start trying to scout out any of the snakes over there.
Yeah, this has taken a long time here for FN to really do anything about E Arena. So that's opened up the opportunity for T1 to change their direction of attack, change their attention, and that's caused Nemiga huge problems. Raining's now got the angle here. Try to find the flush. Should be able to get it indeed. Claims another point here. 8 kills to start for T1. T1 angry they didn't make it to Malaysia.
And you can feel it. FN Pochon, E Arena, do you line up against each other, or do you just take it to T1 in their high ground positions from 2 different angles? This hillside being the line of demarcation between the 2 squads for the time being, but Zenith does manage to get some high ground and get some vision in after E Arena's position. Looks like E Arena is just trying to see if they can scoot their way in. They don't have a lot of knowledge. E Arena's been fighting for a long time while T1 has had control over this high ground, and T1 is kind of on the hunt for all of these little snakes around them, so there is an opportunity for a clean firefight between Pochon and E Arena if they jump on it now.
Oh no, too late though. Type's already got himself shifted into position where he can maybe backstab E Arena if that fight you're talking about does kick off. This just is taking too long, so T1 is able to use that opportunity to get some information, and now Type is going to put that Mini to good use, finds a ton of damage, but Opans goes right for the heels. FN trying to capitalize.
Oh, they want it. FN Pochon being the catalyst on, they're charging after E Arena. E Arena has no options, not even inside the circle yet. Opans is going to be the guy that has to make a big play, and he does get the knock on Breakers, but Zenith gets a knock on Opans back. E Arena has a literal uphill fight ahead of them while multiple angles from FN Pochon are just picking them apart, doing the damage, and there's nowhere to go. Zenith continuing just to rain down on top of E Arena, and E Arena has to retreat from the angle.
Yeah, Zenith there knows not to overstay his welcome. Took a bunch of damage, throws some grenades to see if he can get a little bit luckier. Star-Lord's going to back him up. Now the stuns are coming out here. Rex getting into position. His grenade will finish off Lyrics. E-End has hello my bad, so Nemiga goes down. My God, Rex.
They just won't stop. FN Pochon just annihilates E Arena, just continues to choke them out until finally there is nowhere for them to go. but that did mean they had to surrender a lot of the circle, and T1 swoops in and takes it.
That is just nasty stuff there from Rex. Hit some brilliant shots with the M4, but T1 now going to try to take full circle control here. They can leave a player on the high ground behind them, get into Namika's position. There's some level 3 stuff floating around, so there's going to be a FAMAS collected there for Heather. And for FN Pochon, you have this hill in phase 7 circle, but phase 8 likely going to leave, so T1 just needs to worry about those 2 solos. They know about it. They're kind of aware of it. EN, whoa! A little close to the sun there, my friend.
T1 has their 3 members facing directly into FN Pochon, realizing where the threat is on one side. Type being the guy back behind this after all the snakes, as we still have 1 member for Sharper and 1 member for 17 still alive. So this hillside being the kind of the core point that everybody's dancing around. Just that little bit of damage from T1, though, did force FN Pochon away, and Sharper, now with their solo creeping along the angle, might be able to backstab as well into FN Pochon's position.
Yeah, T1 used some frags there to try to get the knock on a Starlord, but couldn't get them to go far enough. So instead, they're just going to have to retreat back to their safety positions. Type is able to sniff one out. That's going to be 7-7 down, at least salvaging some points for 17 Gaming. Sharper, Earth, yeah, he's living up to his name. Down on the earth, crawling around.
Earthapalooza right now. He is just loving the ground and hoping the fact that nobody sees him. He has an opportunity to actually be a big part of this firefight if he can survive for just long enough. It's going to pin. Raining is on the other side of the shack, and he's trying to use that for some cover. But sneaky plays on the top of this hill where people just keep peeking back and forth between them. Earth does take some shots, and that's going to reveal him. Type takes him down, and Type continues to hold his high ground and just makes it punishing.
Yeah, and a good grenade there to do some damage into Starlord. T1 now starting to tighten the noose here on top of FN Pochon. Zenith catches a scrape of damage. I mean, FN is going to need some outrageously good knocks, but T1 wants to press.
I love this. Use the advantage, just steps in, does get knocked. Starlord holds the line. Ian has to be careful. Realize he's got a vulnerable line of his own. Goes back and forth between the 2, but now 2 members down for T1, while FN only lost 1.
Yo, Starlord there with the barrel.
Right.
Oh my God,
Oh
Rex!
no!
FN Pochon turning it back around. Type's the only one up, and he's nowhere near here.
Dude, Starlord, the old man still got it. My goodness, he held the line there for FN Pochon, and then Rex is stepping up to the plate. Of course, Type, look, if there's anybody can do it, sure, Type can, but he has a lot of work to do.
Oh, he's already down so low on life. Not inside the circle. On the outside of it. They got a lot of kills, but this is going to have to be a brutal set of plays coming up from Type. They already know where he is. Every single peek he's going for is just getting punished. His armor and helmet already in tatters. Rex on the hunt.
Yeah, Rex thinking about the grenade, but the first aid does get there just in time. That's an uphill grenade. Still gets all the way up the hill. My God. Takes a bunch of damage. He should be dead.
There's just nowhere to go. The nade going up there made it to where he had to walk right into the firing line, and FN Pochon turns it back around and gets a big victory.
That is a statement from FN Pochon because they were taking some fights. That was a confident team I was seeing in that game. And they have come into PGC ready to rock and roll. And it wasn't just Rex this time. Starlord was going big.
But T1 with so many kills, they were so hungry in that. And you have to admit, their strategy on how they approached the fight with FN Pochon was really good. It's just the peak battles did not go their way.
I think they overcommitted a little bit too soon there. Could have let the blue eventually kind of force FN Pochon's hand where they hold that low ground, set up some cover, and then just wait them out. But got a little over eager, and FN was happy to deal with them.
Also respect, we had one of the members for 17 survive into the later stages, stealing away some very vital placement points. That is a good start for a lot of our squads and a very good start for Korea.
No doubt. Oh, man, yeah. It's hard to do it much better than that. I mean, yeah, the Freaks and Gen G went out early, but you had T1, you had FN Pochon standing tall.
That is enough. We got to start getting everything ready for game on number 2.
South Korea starts off powerful. F1 Pochon takes the win, the first game here of PGC 2025. However, it was not without its potential pitfalls here. I thought T1 kind of threw that away a little bit here. Toffee's joining me to talk about this one.
Let's call a spade, okay? These two teams come from the same region. It felt like a ton, almost disrespect. Like T1 thought, hey, it's just FN Pochon.
We can just push it.
We can just push this for 3. We got an anchor in the back. They got smashed. I think you heard Paper yell it, the old man still got some juice. Star-Lord stepped up and got a double when he had to. But I do stand by. T1, too aggressive, too fast. Not enough respect for those guys.
Too many 1v1s given. Too many
one after another.
Yeah, and you just can't have type try and kind of clean that up in the end. That said, though, it's a strong south hold here from FM Pochon. There was going to be some extreme pressure coming their way from T1. It just wasn't all orchestrated to a T. Looking back at this game and how it all sits here, though, for T1, a little bit fortunate about this circle shifting north to be able to include these hills in Chiwasera because they had an absolute field day shooting at the rest of the line.
Yeah, absolutely. They got great circles. They played off of it really well. They're going to walk away with a bunch of points. Our two Korean teams walking away with a really happy game 1. Also, a big shout to Sharper, hometown favorites getting into 3rd place.
Held in there.
Pretty exciting for them.
Yeah, definitely held in there. And all that considered, I do think that a lot of people looked at them as one of the teams that would bottom out in this group. I'm not going to pull any punches here because they came in as 9th seed from APAC, only getting through because Full Sense was able to actually take that spot in another deviation way with Myth and also being able to take a PGS spot. So a lot of eyes on them to kind of fold, but to start things off didn't happen.
No, and I think part of that is, again, is their hometown team. There's a bunch of fans here in the
stadium wearing
their jerseys for this team. And whether or not you want to buy into it, that is encouraging. That gasses you up. That gets you ready to play. So they came in today knowing they had the backing of the entire stadium.
They've been a long-time organization. We've even seen them across all of PUBG United here, as Sharper there will take quite a lot of points, to say the least. That said, though, FM Pochon, 20 points for them for our first game. And when you're starting off a group stage like this, look at Cheese. Look how happy he is up there. Hey, whoa.
Pro player Cheese now after EWC, for the record. Keep in mind, all the way back to EWC, the roster was put together. We had the accident with Rex that got him moved off for a day of play. Cheese had to step in. That said, this team has been an up and down roller coaster since they formed it to come out game 1, PGC 2025, and put the W on the board when I would argue they had T1 against them. They were stacked and should have lost that, I think. To come away with the win has to be a huge confidence boost for 4 guys that need it.
That's at 17 points for the T1 in the end, as they got themselves 11 kills, so they will top out that kill number at the very top. But Irina as well, looking very strong. I will say, a great showing for Thailand to start things off here with their home crowd.
Absolutely, and why not when you got the stadium cheering for you? Irina only 3 placement points, yet coming away with 8 kills. This is the sort of new white rabbit we've been seeing lately, where they recover, they find points, and they're willing to scrap every single time. I've loved watching them play. Another team that we just saw Orchid there on the screen used to be Slam G.
Yes.
Kind of an interesting start. Did they get in conflict early on? Is this like I'm scheduling with what to expect from them at this event.
A little bit of a difficult entry point on the circle like this, right? If you've got these kinds of valleys, these kinds of hills to be able to try and eventually weave your way through with all the high ground locations taken, for a team like Orchid, they're best playing from a strong central spot. They can play edge, but a strong central spot, staying as 4 and being able to survive.
I was also blown away. Start of the game, Twisted Minds, our favorite to win this event, ends up going out very, very early as they got in a tangle with Furia in the blue. Let's see what happens in 2 if they change that up and avoid those sort of entanglements.
I think Batulians was knocked about 6 times in this game.
He was like a zombie, just kept coming back.
Let's not see that anymore. But anyway, it is time to get into game number 2 here at PGC 2025. So far, South Korea starts off fantastic with FM Pochon and T1 topping out the leaderboards.
Going for the peak up on top with FN Pochon. And then are we going to see JDG try to go after this one again?
Yep.
They're fighting for the high ground. They want it right after T1's performance in that last game.
Yeah, T1, it's all going to come down to who can get those guns first. That is not ideal for Heather. Ian, though, has a much better gun, but Suze has an even better one.
That's a good way to start it. So a couple of peaks between the two. December 12th down on one side. Heather got the shotty, though. Lines it in and makes it look easy.
There was a punch out there for somebody on T1. Yeah, that's so tough with a Car 98. You got to get pretty lucky with that. But you got the Tommy gun from behind, and it's going to be JDG who smokes T1 out.
From the high of highs to the low of lows, PUBG just do be like that sometimes.
No doubt. It's, it's tough for T1. You feel like you probably should have won that last game. You should be sitting on top of that leaderboard, feeling a little more comfortable. Instead, you're going to go out very, very early. JDG this time around says, we don't want to give up that high ground. We're going to contest it, and they profit.
There's an Amiga player all the way up around where we see Campo Militar with GK up there as well. Interesting.
Yeah, alt drops had to come into play. So, again, this is one of the things when I was looking at some of the drop spots coming into this, that there's a few parts of this map that are oddly contested if the plane paths aren't the best. This one wasn't horrible, but a couple teams decided to go up north, and yeah, it's actually going to be Geeke who just wipes the floor with Namiga.
I mean, hey, free points present themselves. You take them as fast as possible. This is going to put the Freaks right down to the south near Cantera, so they're going to have themselves Minas Generales to work with. And right on the edge of the zone, just to the south of them, is going to be the Expendables. Outside that, really, we've just got a pretty common drop from most of these other squads to deal with. Four Angry Men kind of running Hacienda up into the north, and Twisted's going to be holding down their high ground around Power Grid, looking out, and pretty much has control of a full path all the way to the north of the circle.
Yeah, mega early rotation here for Lil Ghost. He just has Car 98 and an ace. And a few grenades to work with, only one first aid. So he's going to try to get in towards central position early to try to claim something for 17 Gaming. This is a tough circle to navigate because of the way
Et T1, ils sont déjà fait éliminer.
Coming from that southern edge.
Il y a deux équipes qui sont déjà fait éliminer.
In a similar manner. Twisted I'm not as worried about because they have that high ground control near the San Martin Mountains. So they generally do pretty good. Your man of the match will be Rex, who was absolutely filthy. 788 damage. That M4, he was hitting some nice shots with it.
I mean, that was... I'm still just astounded by the way that last game played out. And respect to them. They were... You talked about... They were in a lot of skirmishes for a really long period of time, and they were playing the lower sections moving into Chumacera. We often talk about how difficult it is to navigate that area. And they absolutely killed it. But we've got ourselves an interview with Batulins and Twisted Minds.
Firstly, not something new for us. Like, yeah, we're already, let's say, playing long in this game, and everyone knows us, and it just shows that we are still on the top, and we can be proud of ourselves. For sure, we want to win this PGC hard. Overall, when you won every single possible trophy in this game, and there's only one left, of course you want to win. So, yep, hopefully it's going to be the year, finally.
I love Batulins for a lot of reasons, but one of them is his mindset. The way he approaches the game, like, you see, okay, you guys are the biggest threat. How do you guys see that? And instead of being like, oh, it sucks because people are going to cut off our rotations or this or that, instead, there's like a brighter way to see it, and I love the way he approaches just the mindset and the mental of the game.
Hey, he's got the right attitude. He always has. He's got that winning attitude. He wants to just take everything. He wants to be the best that's ever done it. And I think right now you can argue they already are, and they want to cement that legacy for themselves, no doubt. As Alcazia making some counter moves against E-Arena. They cut him off a little bit here. This is out by El Pozo, by the way. This is way outside of the current circle. They're really trying to just either set up a trap, try to catch E-Arena scooting around the very edge of the map maybe, or just keep them pinned down. This is quite an interesting little call here from Alcazia.
It's the potential for free points if you do it right. So I'm not necessarily opposed, because we also do have this going almost all the way up in next to the wall. So this is a very northern circle where Oasis is still in play and a ton of other stuff. So if you're going to try to cut off this path and you take out E-Arena, Alcazia could have a lot of options just to hold whatever in the north that they want.
Yeah. I mean, and I think another part of this, something that Roth talks to us about behind the scenes as we get a quick replay of that JDG fight, is getting these younger players, getting these new players, D and Cowboy, more comfortable on these stages. PGS was a great, stepping stone for them to sort of understand what it's like playing at a LAN, how to kind of manage your emotions, manage the nerves. And now you're at PGC, which is an even bigger one, so there's even more of that in play. I think you could say that for them, getting involved in some fights early is actually good because that's going to relieve some of that pressure. That's going to get you in the flow of the game.
Yeah, even if it goes wrong, you're already at least, a lot of the players talk about this, is sometimes it feels like you're not really playing the game until you get into those first couple of firefights. Yeah. You're just kind of moving and getting into a point. And there's a bit of nervousness on a stage that can continue to brew and eat away and almost make you worse at the firefight than potentially losing a member early, because now you're already involved and you know that there's risk and there's stakes on the line instead of just waiting for the looming nervousness of the firefight that's brewing somewhere in your future.
Exactly. You really can't understand those nerves until you've experienced them for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, sure, there are players who are like just immune to it. I don't know how, but
I mean, everybody's had to do that thing in class, right? Where you had to like get up in front of the whole class and do like a public speech or do something like that. It's that same type of mindset. Once you get up on stage, usually the nerves go away, right? You're up there, you're talking to class, you remember everything. Yeah, you're still going to be nervous, but it's not as bad as the wait until you actually have to step up there.
That's true. That's really true. It is the moments before that can often be the most difficult to kind of manage with how you're kind of keeping yourself under control.
But sometimes things go like T1's way, and okay, so you land immediately fight and it doesn't go your way.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about this T1 team is, throughout their history since they reformed, they've been very, especially since Sonic joined the team, content to fight for those drop spots. We've seen it time and time again, and it was one of the things that eventually kind of bit them in the butt at PGC last year, where they were messing with 4AM, and then 4AM still makes it in and then starts messing with them. So things like that have knock-on effects, but Sonic is a very stubborn coach.
Just a little.
Just a little, but he's got the pedigree to back it up. I mean, he's already got a PGC title.
I love him. He falls into the category of I will not mince words. I'm just going to be very direct with what I think happened in a specific situation. Speaking of very direct, E-Arena realized Al-Qadsiya and their pathing went very far north, and they said, oh, well, I guess let's just cut east, and they're finding no threats around them, so this is going to be a very easy rotate from what could have been a harder northern rotate.
Yeah, so for Al-Qadsiya, with that little bit of an attempted rotation trap that they set up, it offers them the free rotation towards the north, but E-Arena also gets a free rotation to the west, so just kind of potato there. Which one do you prefer? Likely going to be kind of based on how the circle shifts next. A lot of different areas that the circle can still go, though, so very hard to predict at this stage.
Whenever we're looking at the western side, there's a lot of up and down. We've got some different plateaus that are going to be set up around there with very deep valleys where the roads cut through it. San Martin itself going to be kind of the inline of that. Water treatment, we see a lot of circles into there historically, and we've got the God compounds that are around that in the valley that cuts just to the south. Then the further north we go, it starts to flatten out more and more until we hit that Oasis Campo Meltar area where it is just flatlands with a couple of hills to work from.
Yeah, the northeastern shifts are the hardest to deal with in this circle for sure, in a way. Other than if it just ends on a God compound, then then the team who gets it just kind of usually wins. So that can also be a little bit weird. But if it goes northeast, that's where teams are going to have to really fight on the edges and try to just work for the points in that regard. This is a bit of a pre-setup here for Twisted Minds.
Well, Twisted was having to take shots at E-Arena because they spotted out the glider ahead of them. Now I'm curious if they're actually going to do anything with this emergency pickup or if they're a bit too nervous, because that's the vulnerability of it, right? If you get spotted and you go for that initial yoink, you are so vulnerable there. So Circuit pops directly on top of Twisted. I don't think it matters anymore. They're going to be perfectly fine where they're at.
Nope, they can just sit. The funny thing about this, I want to give Twisted some credit here. I don't see enough teams do this.
Eeks.
Okay, hold on. Hold my thought.
They're going to be rolling right into the side of this rotation. They at least get ahead of just the cluster that's going to be back behind them. 4 Angry Men Shin on no life. He's trying to regroup, but I think he's managed to make it safely over here for the time being. It's just going to be, oh man, this is going to be very clustered into the north and to the east because we still have Orchid. Jinji going to be coming up back behind them. Geek's actually opted to wrap all the way around very far to the north. And then Pochon going to be making a cut right across the fields right next to Furia as well as 4 Angry Men, who's in the process of regrouping.
All right, well, Let's see if another fight breaks out. I want to talk about how Twisted timed that emergency pickup so that the circle would pop right before the helicopter got to pick it up. And I don't see enough teams do that. That's something that's so smart to do because it gives you that ability to not have to risk putting a player or two onto that pickup already.
But it also makes a little bit of a mind game, too. You have to be very careful with it whenever you look at some of these circles because you can't, like, there's a cooldown after an emergency pickup is called. If multiple teams call emergency pickups, then your timing just goes all awry. So it's very interesting to see how teams opt into doing it. And Twisted just timed it perfectly with nobody else going for anything there.
Yeah, you know, I just love the way they think about the game. Every little detail is considered by Twisted Minds, and that's why they're the best. Furia, Gazira, he's okay-ish. It looks like but the problem is there's actually a trailing player in FN. Breaker's back there. Not sure if he's going to be able to get there in time to do anything about this. He doesn't seem keen to make a move. Maybe didn't really hear much of this going on.
Bolt choice Posa to get right on top of the car while the smokes are going down. But it looks like he's going to take a lot of damage for it. There are two vehicles there. I don't know how the tires on the other one look, but this is a lot of problems. Jedi wants it. Is the nade going to get close enough? Vehicles already getting away. Okay. Gazira is slowly bleeding out. He's going to get taken down. That's going to be Earth yet again. Coming up big for his squad. Rex on the hunt. Wants Posa bad. Goes for the shots until Posa tries to go for the seat swap, but no. It's going to be Furia eliminated.
Oh, FN is playing so opportunistic. I love their patience. They're waiting out on the edge, looking for their moments to strike. They see the damage in the kill feed, and they just get in the car and go at it to see what they can get. And they at least find a couple more points, up to 22 now, 2 in this game. Gike, after winning that early battle up in Campo Militar, sits on top of Al-Qadzia. Gonna hear that vehicle starting to move, but I think Cowboy actually should be A-okay. Gonna be cutting angles off from Gike there, so probably gonna be getting to safety.
This is the way you have to play the 4-man split, is any threat that gets like close enough to you, sure, maybe you can get a knock, maybe you could do this. Instead, you just have to retreat. Interestingly enough, Roth is moving more aggressively after E-Arena inside of a vehicle while this is going on. I think he's just trying to scout out how they can use this hillside because the 2-2 split between the two members of Al-Qadzia, or the two, I guess, sub-squads of Al-Qadzia should have some pretty decent vision over each other. As Duck Juice, very far down to the south, this is going to be the Expendables who are trying to path their way around and should be restable. He's just right on the edge of the zone all by his lonesome over here.
Can somebody show me what happened to Duck Juice here? I'm like trying to see on the map. Maybe there's somebody out in the blue that we can't see on the map feed, but that is miles away from anybody else.
Yeah, and JDG shouldn't have a good angle.
It must have been JDG.
I blame motorcycles anytime I see that.
JDG is the only team that has an angle on that. It had to be them.
Do they even have an angle? I think that the hillsides block out both sides. I mean, he might have crested the top of the hill and then get back down.
Yeah, every once in a while you can get some decent looks there.
Good call out by the circle point right there, saying that Al-Qadzia's high ground is going to be very, very strong inside the circle. San Martin's got to have a lot of friends in it. We've got Delwin already there for the Expendables, 17 as well as Genji all sending into the same point. Genji trying to regroup, but Xiao Wu realizing the fact that he's got a friend in Tosi very close, doing a couple of jiggle peeks between the two. How brave does he want to be?
Tosi wise there as DNF was trying to make a wide wrap and FN was still waiting and they're still fragging.
Okay, how much more of this do you want? I mean, Heaven's coming in with, like, not a lot of work with. Nate's going to roll right down next to him. He's going to go down. Salute at range at least does get the knock on a Star-Lord, but FN Pochon just playing brutal PUBG right now.
If you could get breakers and angle onto Salute, that could really relieve the pressure here for FN Pochon. As Blue does arrive, Star-Lord looking to be rezzed. Rex going to have to make that counter move for now. Haven't seen Breakers been able to get any shots to ring out. 17 not going to get anywhere. Orca right through the window. Oh, what a grenade from Xiao Wu.
17. Good counter knock on that one. Flame is going to go down. It's just Xiao Wu and the rest of the squad coming up big. Rex on the other side of it does go down. Salute finally popping off in the firefight.
Two of the best in Korea there dueling, and the drop shot for Salute is what gets Rex to fall. So here we go, another move being made. Salute very weak, the Blue into phase 3.
Breakers back behind this, could backstab any moment. Do the Freaks have any idea? Just Salute and DL. They need to make sure that they play this as slow as possible to allow Breakers to get into the spot to take the shots. He doesn't feel good about it yet. He wants to get closer, creeping up. He has to be careful from DL's position. If he goes too aggressive on this, he puts himself in a vulnerable spot, but catches one, spots out the second, gets a ton of damage on DL, but he doesn't go down quite yet.
Oh, DL, nothing much to do from that position. This is just brilliant maneuvering from FN. They've got 6 kills. Yeah, you lose Rex, but guess what? There's a station right there.
I mean, the whole lobby right now just saying, effing Pochon. They're just killing
You're on
everybody.
it today. You're on it today. I got to give you that. You are spot on with the jokes.
Gotta make my money somehow. Zenith, get your reses up. They do have a path into the circle. It's gonna be close to water treatment and Sharper though. And Jedi, he's been holding that line for a long time, not letting anybody come after him.
Well, I mean, Sharper didn't get involved in that fight. The blue probably dissuading them from wanting to reach too deep into it. As FN goes for the res. I don't know what you're gonna do with that revive when it actually comes in, because it's gonna be late into the phases for the blue, and then there's going to be nothing that's really open in terms of where you could drop. So we'll see. Rex is already actually up and in. It just happened, so he's going to go into San Martin and just roll the dice. But 17's there, the Expendables are there. I don't imagine he's going to be able to do much.
Just land on the outskirts and see if he can walk his way in back behind. I don't know if anybody on 17 is spotted. It looks like we saw maybe a little ghost eye this direction. But no, he's kind of caught up dealing with the Expendables right now. Everybody from 17 having to hunker down. Tanvu up on top, trying to farm up some damage.
Meanwhile, FN is just trying to use that info that Rex can give them from the parachuting to try to find a way into this next circle. So he is getting shot at, though. Thunders, well, it's just a buggy. Who cares?
It's fine. He landed where he wanted to be at. The rest, Sharper should be able to regroup. Outskirts firefights we could be looking at is going to be Al-Qadzia and Geek, depending on how Geek opts into moving. They're kind of being held out by a three-man line from Al-Qadzia for the time being. 4 Angry Men, curious to see how they're going to handle this. Evan Pochon has opted very aggressively in back behind 4 Angry Men.
Well, they could have a pretty decent timing because 4AM was taking some damage. Breakers, the problem is, oh my god, yeah, any damage they take is going to result in some pretty quick knocks. Longs, though, going to pay the price. Nobody gets the credit just yet.
A couple of jukes between is now it is going to be Geek on a similar situation on the outside of this. Geek is getting very close to Sharper, but they've got a dip that they can play on one side of Al-Qadzia. Quizzy's going to be very far out on this one, but now 4 Angry Men having to path away from FN Pochon, going to be pretty close to Sharper.
Well, they're going to drive underneath the hill and just probably drive into their demise. It's JDG up there. That shack has to be the stopping point. Yeah, you just can't go any further safely. You might lose Shen here. Yup.
Okay. I mean, at least I think it made it into the shack, so if there's a moment of reprieve, they could maybe get the res off, but Lou just keeps getting tapped. There is no safe angle in this shack. JDG is mad after that first game. They managed to get vengeance back on T1. They've got the circle, and they want to let no one into it.
Yeah, this is a great position for them to be in, potentially. Still opportunities maybe for somebody to crash them. These shanty towns are notorious for being relatively easy to breach compared to a lot of the other compounds on the map. So we'll have to wait and see. Geek has Al-Qadzia over towards their west. Sharper underneath them to the southeast. Twist of Mind, slow and steady, wins the race. Again, some of the early parts of the game haven't gone the way they'd like, so it's gonna kind of take a bit of a reset, a bit of a pause, try to find that late game positioning where they are oh so lethal.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot to hold for the time being, but they're probably going to be forced out of it. So curious to see how Twist is going to react to the circles and how it's going to move forward. Al-Qadzia is trying to use the high ground that they have on one side, but it's going to be Orchid that's taking shots. D on the low ground trying to defend, and the circle moves right into the open areas where E-Arena's got a compound and JDG does as well. This is going to be really hard for these squads to deal with.
Yeah, this is tough because that knock has opened up space for 17 to start pushing forward. The smokes are through, another knock comes down. Xiaobei gonna be the one to lead on point, has 4 frags too. This is so scary for Twisted.
There's a little bit of a cubby that they were playing, so it's just gonna be perfect to drop down right into those nades, hold them in position. It's the example, realizing the threat's so close now. They want to see if they can get at least into a better retaliation point, but Arena on one side. The only benefit is Sharper really doesn't have an angle just quite yet. As they creep any further forward, that could be vulnerable to it. But just nade upon nade, landing right on top of Twisted. And 17 just can't manage to fish with Dynamite and get the knock that they want.
Well, they do find one on the Perfectix, though. Eventually, another knock coming through. Grenade there, so close to getting Lou and the flush. Not going to happen this time around. A lot of util expended here by 17 on this fight.
Twisted's weathering it enough for right now. Finally getting in shooting range. 7-7 doesn't want to overpush this yet. A lot of damage has happened onto Twisted. So it's just a matter of finding the right angles. Jiawu starting to find it, does get the knock onto example, but Tulin's got a nade up, gonna throw it through the windows, see how it connects, but 7-7 just doing a good job on peeking around, but does it spot out Lou? Lou gets a knock back on one side and just starts trying to massacre 17.
Lou with a huge triple. What a transfer there. Clory's trying to defend on the other side. This is Lil Ghost, who's playing anchor, goes for the up close and personal grenade, and he gets the knock. Unbelievable.
And suddenly, just like that, 17, who thought they had momentum, just gets pulled apart. Expendables have to find a path into a circle in a very vulnerable angle where it's going to be JDG holding, but Twisted somehow alive, has Zenith on one side and does manage to get the shots in onto him. And FN Pochon continues to stack up kill upon kill.
5 kills for Zenith. What a showing he is putting up for FN Pochon. Grenades out right towards Al-Qadsia, but not on the mark from Orchid. Team finds a new org after being Slam G in Malaysia. Now they are Orchid. We know what they can do. We know how good they can frag. Let's see if they can box Al-Qadsia and Sharper in a way out.
Yeah, this is Al-Qadsia was a bit slow on pushing to this point because they didn't know how Sharper was going to hold the angles. Orchid just kind of jumps in and hopes that they can hold the position for now, but that puts them right in between two different squads. Sharper on one side, who doesn't have to make a big move, and Al-Qadsia, who definitely does. Everything else in the lower ground not going to have as much vision up on this high point just quite yet. So Al-Qadsia has to just firefight their way down, but do they even know Sharper is waiting to backstab and just jack in the box on one side of them?
Yeah, I mean, you can see Al-Qadsia here wants to try to eliminate as many angles from other teams as possible to take a fair fight, but you got to go up against Boostic.
Oh, and he's holding the angle well right now. Orchid doing what they can to try to stop it out. Cowboy goes down, but at range, Boostic is going to go down to Suze, and now it's going to be on the guys just stepping in. They do get the knock, but Sharper's just going to try to pounce this as fast as possible. They run in after it, but is that enough damage to really get anything out of it? Orchid's responding quite well and quite efficiently, but finally the utility connects.
Yeah, that's great throwing of that frag. The mollies were just a bit short. Stuns are coming through now. Sharper not done with this just yet. Magore trying to back him off, but they are just pressing forward.
Just well timed from Sharper. They knew the moment that they needed to pounce on this. Sharper finding a lot of points, sitting in 4th overall now. Finishing this fight fast would feel really good as the circle did shift away from this hillside, and they have just a smidgen of the hill to play after this. Thunder's got to be careful. He's walking into a very vulnerable angle.
Yeah, Thunders though knows the player weak. Looks for another, and he's got it.
Good
Beautiful.
Shots. Good shots. Where do you go next, though, Sharper, as everything is quiet in the low ground? 4 angry men in their shack ahead of you, and you've just got a small section of that hillside that you can still play.
Yeah, this is not easy for Sharper now, but that's still a very clean fight, and that gives the Thai fans something to cheer about. As the Expendables trying to harass JDG as much as they can. If they can find a knock, man oh man, they would have a good opportunity to maybe go for something. There is a Lynx floating around in there for Cold. Seeing how good he can be with some of those bolt actions.
So JDG is holding a split on both sides. And this has gotten a bit awkward for them because it's going to make it really hard to reinforce. JDG is starting to realize that, trying to see if they can reset and get angles of defense. Sharper knows that they have a path down in. They're just going to send directly on this line. JDG has to make sure they defend. 4 angry men taking some shots on one side of it, and yes, it's going to be Cold that runs across, realizing the vulnerability. Sharper just going to be jumping out and reads it perfectly. Sharper jumps out, but here comes the Expendable.
It's the C4 from Delwyn, but it's close enough to clean up a few of those players, and here comes the rest of them. The timing here could not have been better for the Expendables.
They love it. They're just walking in, mopping it all up. They're finding everything to work with. E-Arena's realized the fight's happening away from them. They don't have any angles to deal with anything that's happening in this. Sharper down to just 1. Taking shots, Duck Juice eats a ton, but Sharper goes down.
What a play from the Expendables. 11 kills here on our second game of PGC. The defending champions really thought that out so nicely, and that knock from Sharper could not have happened at a better time. And they saw that, and they're like, no, Sharper's going to crash. Let's C4 this first.
And that does mean that there was a lot of casualties for the Expendables. 2 members up, just 1 up for JDG. E-Arena has 4 members, but they don't really have too much that they can work around because it's going to be 4 angry men still in their shack, has some containment angles that they're going to be playing from. It's just going to be Jacob's hillside that they get some vision from, but Indy Peak is a bit vulnerable to that shack just on the front door.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
Oh, the circle.
Yeah, so everybody here in the shantytown has to make a move. December the 12th has a little bit of one of the buildings still in. I expect that that may be kind of how the Expendables want to approach this. Just try to cut off December the 12th as best as they can. Smokes come through. They want to make sure E-Arena as well has a tough time third-partying their maneuver. Here come more and more smokes. They need to get across the street. They need to get into that other side. That was a little bit of a close one there for Tanvu, but that's okay. Has a Lynx himself. Scoop that up, I assume, somewhere off of those dead bodies. There's dead bodies aplenty down there.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the Expendables already up into second. They've got a way to knock on the door, takes the shot, and Duck Juice finishes off December 12th, making it look pretty simple and easy. E-Arena, though, what are you going to do? You still have some of your hillside, you still have some of your compound, but 4 Angry Men in their shack is still a big problem.
You would expect that this should be an E-Arena win coming from a lot of good angles, a lot of good positioning. Now that hill looks like a little bit of it is in for Jacob, so he's got safety on that side from 4 a.m. The only concern I have is the Expendables. We know what they can do when it comes down to these odd man situations where they've got the disadvantage and they can still turn it around and get wins. So that's something you got to be considering, and E-Arena seems to be so far. You've got a couple players watching that the Expendables position. And by the way, the Expendables have a ton of utils still, even after throwing everything in the kitchen sink just to get across the street.
Well, I mean, they managed to pick up, what, 3 different squads worth of stuff over there for just 2 members, so they should be fitting pretty well. The issue is they're just right on the edge of the zone, and everybody's kind of in a stalemate position. Nobody can move. 4 Angry Men, yeah, they have the circle. Yeah, they have the control angles, but there's just 2 of them, and every time they go for a peek, they get punished by the 4 members of E-Arena.
Yeah, so it's just kind of a wait and see game. Everybody should be able to get into the circle safely. 4-7. So 8, this depends on if it just kind of centers up around that road, how much damage E-Arena can do, how long they can wait out 4 a.m. And the Expendables, Tanvu with a Lynx is not something I'd want to see in that position.
Yeah, so we're just in the standoff, right? Circle is about to reveal how it's going to go into phase number 8 and what we're going to be fighting for at the in-game sections. Everybody praying for a little bit of love, but it's going to be 4 Angry Men that gets some. Nurens is actually creeping forward. Good defensive line, setting up, taking shots into 4 Angry Men has allowed Nurens to get in to at least get like a bit of a dip to play. It's the Expendables that are going to be the odd team out in movement, going to be vulnerable to the hillside that E-Arena is going to be playing. But again, paper, rock, scissors setup means the fact that any E-Arena peak on that hillside is going to get punished by 4 Angry Men.
Yep. It's just wait and see. You know, as E-Arena, you want to get close enough to the circle that 4 a.m. is forced to make a move where you don't really have to give up too much of your positioning, of your cover as E-Arena, and that seems to be somewhat what they've done. I think Nurens might have about the same distance from the edge of the circle that 4 a.m. has from their spot, but that Murado, the gold one, not looking so hot, so going to be tough to use that, I would think. Still a few smokes for 4 a.m. to throw out. Tanvu backing it up with the buggy. A lot of vehicles, a lot to work with here for the Expendables. They just want to make sure that maybe 4 a.m.'s down and out, and yeah, no way you're repeaking that.
This is just so hard for the Expendables. There is no path. There is no cover. It's just whatever they can make for themselves. And as they're starting to get into vehicles, they're being more noisy. Jacob's going a bit more bold in his peaks onto their line. And those smokes are going to start dissipating at some stage. And E-Arena already has defensive setup waiting for the Expendables. And the Expendables know it. They're just trying to bait out whatever utility, whatever nades they can. See if maybe they can get some type of fortification. Just a vehicle fort is about the best that they can do. And oh no, Duck Juice has been spotted, but does use the car to juke away.
It's just enough time to get out of there. And they're going to see if they can catch him going for the first aid. Tanvu going to try to strike.
Oh, but the cover with the rocks and the car is just too much. Tanvu has to land a nade onto E-Arena. And while this is going on, 4 Angry Men's getting a bit more aggressive in their stances towards E-Arena as well. And E-Arena is starting to realize they've got to defend up. Nades landing close to the Expendables, but not connecting yet. The bullets are, though, and that's making a big problem. Duck Juice doesn't have a lot to work with, but somehow they're starting to fight. Lou does spot out Jacob. Jacob manages to take down Tanvu, though.
All right, E-Arena getting pushed to the brink here. Duck Juice still alive. First aid being popped. Should be good to go. 4 a.m. now, flexing their muscles a little bit in this circle.
Shin's crept forward, very close to the road now. Duck Juice just being a thorn in the side. Nade gets very close to E-Arena. They have to start creeping away. They've lost a lot of vision. The Expendables finally do go down. E-Arena has to be cautious. It is a 2v2 and a rock for 4 Angry Men to work with.
Yeah, they just took too much damage while all this was going on. Opans wants to get this res, wants to give them an extra player advantage if possible. Puts the folding shield up to see if he can get Nurens back behind it. You can see that that's the opportunity, that's the timing, and it's perfect from Xiaolu.
Good throw. 4 Angry Men now have this ridge to work from, peeking on multiple sides. I think they just spotted one. Yep, hits the shots. 4 Angry Men in complete control, where they were disadvantaged, lined up against a shack just a moment ago. Lyrics on the other side, right up against the blue zone. How is he going to play it? He doesn't have a lot of cover, and he knows he's walking into a firing line. Shots come out, and 4 Angry Men take it.
Oh, they're thrilled about that. That was such a difficult game for them to manage. Had to go to that shack after losing players early and just lock that down, and that is precarious to say the least, and they still come through with the chicken dinner. That is a special game for them.
Oh, and E-Arena, you know that one hurts, man. You had 4 members up, everybody else was weakened, split around you, but just the way that the terrain and circles fell, and the Expendables refusing to die, man, they would not go down easy.
Now they're just the definition of tenacious. Are the Expendables. They are so wily, so difficult to deal with in those late games because of how good individually they all are.
Well, and they just play in such a dynamic fashion. They know the moment that they get an advantage, and they just run in and try to exploit it. That finishes up our Miramar, but we still got 4 more fun games lined up for you. Be back in just a sec.
An amazing start for 4 Angry Men here to get Miramar done. That said as well, an amazing start for Thailand. Amazing start for the East. This has been a triumph on Miramar as I'm joined by Toffees here, but 4 Angry Men walks away with the second victory of the day.
Thailand has been absolutely dominating in the first 2 games of the day, but I will also say we saw T1 and JDG again do their hot drop. They swapped spots this time around, and apparently whoever wins that hot drop gets to be in the top 4 of the match. So it worked out for JDG there, but they did die on a crash in the end game, and I think it came down to an interesting game because there were these big static sections where it was almost tedious to be or play, I would assume, at some points, and then hard crashes, 3 or 4-way fights, and then another sort of tedious slowdown where everyone figured out what's the next move.
But to the point where I feel like the rest of the lobby understood that JDG posed a huge threat in a compound like that, right? I was thinking to myself, this should be a pretty decent game for them, all things considered. And I'm always advocating for the idea of, like, if you do feel like you can actually make something happen in the game, you're going to need to hit this hard and maybe also have other threats posed by other teams on the other side of the circle whilst doing that. And that's exactly what happened here for a team like JDG, who got obliterated on the crash by
They did. They had a 3-1 split. The other team seemed to recognize that. They came in, they took advantage of that situation. And then E-Arena, who really just scored that entire north side. I thought this was their game as well. And I think they just got caught up too much in dealing with the Expendables, who, to their credit, was very hard to get rid of. Those guys just kept sticking around.
There was a moment for E-Arena where I was thinking to myself, what? They're just chilling on that side of the circle, and just allowing everything to happen on the west. It's understandably so. And at the same time, I will admit, 4 AM, they are the color of Miramar on the map feed. So it was been a little bit hard for me to track where they were going. But I admit, hey, they've made it work. And this is a 4 AM that we have been so critical of. Of course, there's been some adjustments here and there in the roster and how things have gone down. But they look so revitalized compared to where we were at the beginning of 2025.
Yeah, I think when we talk about 4 AM, for me, that is. We saw sort of at the beginning of the show, we even talked about their evolution over the last couple of events. That is a team that has been trying to find the right fix for a while.
Yeah.
I think God V has started taking a step back and said, you guys do you, and it seems like that roster's kind of finding their footing now.
No, definitely, but it will be the Expendables actually taking the majority of the points here for this one, with 17 going in their way, or at least the lion's share, I should say. F and Pochon again, another 10 points. And they came into this game beating out the likes of a rotation from DM Freaks. Are they suddenly the best team in Korea?
Well, it seems that way. And then Sharper Esports over there in 5th place has another massive game coming out in game 2. So 2 teams that I don't write off. I don't say that, every team that is here deserves to be here.
I might have.
Fair. I mean, but this rightly, understandably so.
Yeah.
Both these teams stepping up and putting up big points. Total leaderboard says FM Ponchon gets to stay at the top, and not by a little bit. 30 after 2 games is pretty good.
Well, I'll eat my hat, right? I'm okay with that. In the previous segment, I was saying a lot of people are looking at Sharper Esports as maybe a bottom 3 team for a group like this.
Yep.
This has been a spectacular start for them. And it's not even off the back of just like a fortunate positioning or something like that.
Yeah.
The north side fights that they took against these teams, they are feeling it here in this arena.
I think they're coming in confident. They got the backing of the arena, and I think also there's not a lot to lose at this point. They're out here saying no one has expectations for us. Let's go play our own way. Let's play a little bit aggressive. And I do think what I'm seeing from them has a smacks of group stage. I'm not sure if when we get out of group stage, if this is going to continue in the finals, if they can keep playing the same game. But for now, who cares? It's fun to watch.
And how much of it leans on Miramar as well. I do kind of like watching their games from the past. I think they're actually a really good Miramar team.
They are.
So this is a decent spout for them to have as a launching pad almost into our wild card maps, into Erangel, and see how things go down. But I'm expecting a bit more of a fight back from the likes of EMEA, the likes of the Americas.
I hope so, because EMEA in particular, we said at the start of the show, this is a little EMEA heavy on the highlight reels, boys.
Yeah.
They have been a little bit slow to start here right now. I don't know. You know what's going on?
Not yet, not yet. We'll find out on the other side of this break. We're going to that break right now, and when we return, it's the wild card maps here. It's Tego Rondo coming up in just a few.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
These satellites, we built them to master the climate. They told us this was to stabilize the environment. I thought we were helping people, but it was a lie. It was a device for their entertainment. Their grand plan was to push the battle to the breaking point, to make the battlegrounds a brutal, unadulterated slaughter for their entertainment. But something went wrong, and the satellites are going to start shattering over Erangel. I don't know how long we'll have, but the weather will turn feral, beyond control. Erangel won't be the same again.
And at long last, I got the one I'd been waiting for. With steady hands, I crafted amazing furniture in no time. Down the wide, open road, I raced faster than everyone else. For the very first time, I baked the perfect pie. In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Four angry men, four very happy men right now after the way that last game went, but four very sad men on Irina's side.
Yeah, for sure. That one got a little bit dicey for them because of the ability of the Expendables to just claw their way through that endgame. And that's all a knock-on effect of claiming so much from all those dead bodies. They just had util for days.
Well, and just the Expendables' ability to be so freaking annoying in these later stages, even just down to 2 members. There is no quit in that squad, and they will find a way to squeak out a point here or there in the weirdest and hardest of situations.
Yep. No, that's the Expendables in a nutshell, man. They're so fun to watch.
This is how they played group stage last year when they won.
That's true.
Remember the backstabs on the people and finding all these funny little angles to find the points here and there?
What they do, man.
Yep.
They're so smart about the way that they approach every aspect of the game, and they do it so much differently than a lot of other teams.
It's just, again, the way that they respond is so fast. But we're also getting into game number 3 so fast. Let's go ahead and kick this one off over onto Tago.
Yep, time to Tago. As we get into the wild card maps in the middle, and just looking at some of the stats here so far, topping the charts are Rex and Zenith from FN Pochon. A lot of kills between them. Zenith has 8 kills in 2 games. That's pretty good, considering he had 5 in that last one, or whatever it was, 6 maybe, but a lot. And yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to see them kind of coming in with a good game plan, looking for those opportunities on the edges of the circles, not looking for kind of early fights this time around. They're not finding themselves in those. That was a big pain point for them during PGS 10. Something that, you know, talking to Cheese behind the scenes about how he was frustrated with how they couldn't seem to avoid that. And a little bit of a maybe situation here.
Yeah, this is one of those maybe jockeying for a compound or a vehicle. We'll have to see. Gen G might be going for a bit longer of a drop. Looks like their parachutes are a bit more set, whereas Alcadzia is doing the turn to fall a bit closer. So I think that should be fine. T1, who had a great game 1 and a very early out in game number 2, finds themselves with no hot drop on him as, yep, Gen G's is just going to continue to head into the horizon.
I'm worried about Alcadzia.
And rewarded for it as the circle is going to be their center of it already.
For sure. The issue I have here is that Alcadzia is trying to figure out what the hell they're doing. They're not going Palace. They're not contesting JDG. So they're having to try to go way split out around Buksansa. And that's maybe going to be tricky considering Nemiga is having the exact same thought. Maybe just steal a vehicle and go. That's something there for Al-Qadsia, but you know, Genji kind of still fine.
Al-Qadsia already has vehicles, so they can really just shift out from this and go further south if they want. They know that nobody's going to be over there. Nemiga's a bit over into the east as it is going to be Furia taking some early shots at a rotating 17, or I guess a vehicle recovery from 17. As it is going to be 2 members from Furia now going to be regrouping with the others a bit further down south. DK already in the circle, Twisted in the circle up to the north. Going to be pretty close to where 17 is going to be regrouping at. Gen.G as well as Al-Qadsia still doing that jockeying for weird spot around center right now.
Yeah, this caught Gen.G off guard. They're not able to really get the vehicles, and Al-Qadsia is, I think, kind of a last minute. It feels like a last minute decision here from Al-Qadsia, or something that they never showed in scrims that they had in the back pocket. Very tricky for Gen.G to deal with if they're not really mentally prepared for it.
Well, they've got to be careful because now Cowboy's gone very far south, and that puts him next to Nemiga and a new set of problems. As Al-Qadsia, while they've executed well, they managed to get a lot of vehicles. The downside to it is Gen.G's center circle, and they do have some footpath options out at this point if it leans to the south.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, it's not the end of the world for sure, and circles not yet. And circles tend to magnet towards Buksansa sometimes, so they could be okay. Just have to wait and see. But yeah, look, it's not really ideal for anybody in that area. It's kind of, again, the heavily northern shifted plane path that forced the hand of Al-Qadsia. And, you know, Nemiga was already going down towards Ohyang. Kangnung is going to be 4AM's territory. So everything just sort of snowballed.
I mean, you kind of hit it on the head, right? As Buksan circles tend to end here is the kind of a focal point where we're going to be dancing around. But Al-Qadsia has regrouped into 2-2s, so they're pretty fine. DK looks like they're going to be playing to the south of Furia. Furia is continuing a trend a bit further south, so might like get close to PWD. We'll have to see. But we've got ourselves a lot to look at today, most notably the way that FN Pochan and Rex have been playing.
All right, so now we are with Rex from FN Pochan right here. Let's talk about the issue that happened in the first game. So here, Rex, I would like to ask you about that you just secured the first chicken with 10 kills after the intense final fight. So what was the mindset going into that last moment?
네, 첫 번째 매치 치열한 교전 끝에 10킬을 가져가면서 치킨을 드셨는데요. 그때 어떤 생각이셨나요?
일단 첫 번째 매치에 치킨을 먹으면 좋겠다 생각을 하고 있었는데 그게 생각대로 되어서 되게 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
I was really hoping to get a chicken dinner in the first round, and it went as I hoped. So I was really happy about that.
All right, thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, game's still on, so please stay tuned.
Rex just being an absolute top predator right now. I mean, we just go ahead and put a T in front of it because the dude is just he's just scary on this map.
Yeah, man. He has been so fearsome for this team, and it's just such a great pickup for FN Pochan, and he's the one that's leading the way usually in the fragging department. This time Zenith, who again, one of these journeymen of Korean PUBG, is having a real glow up with FN, a guy who's been on teams like La Vega and others where they're always kind of in the middle of the pack historically in the PWS, and he's always been a solid player, a really good rifler, but he hasn't really had those big stage moments where he's gotten into many, you know, PGCs or PGSs or PN, you know, whatever you want to call them. And, oh, hold on.
Oh, Long's going to spot out Earth, get the knock on him. Longs goes down. It's going to be a Jedi that gets him. This is going to be a skirmish that's kind of set along the sides as it's been awkward over here into the east. Shin's got to be careful. He's got a friend way closer than he thought, and Thunders. Luz gets the knockback onto Thunder, so it's just back and forth between these two. Neither one really securing, I guess, any control in the situation.
Yeah, this is, I think, both teams wanting these crate drops. And, you know, 4AM has to feel like, hey, these are closer to us.
Nemiga is running in right back behind this to third party, realizing that there's points on the table. I don't know if 4 Angry Men realizes this. They're very vulnerable from behind.
And that's a great shout there, Matt, as Nemiga should be claiming a lot of this. Oh, my bad. Oh, strikes, and this is so bad. Oh, but okay, Hello My Bad does get knocked. Oh, woof, that was slick there from Xiaowu. He is feeling it.
I mean, the problem is there's just too many threats around. There's nothing you can do. 4 Angry Men goes down as the trend continues of whoever wins the game immediately goes out early in the next.
Well, it just is PUBG, isn't it? It always feels like that's the case, but yeah, I mean, for Sharper, a lot of confidence after that last game where they had some really nice fights, where they're able to pick up some points, but trying to get out of this. Gedrox almost gets a little bit of damage in there, but should be safety now for Jedi.
Well, you say that, but then there's T1. Ian's already going to spot this.
Oh, no.
Heather and the rest of the squad, they're going to be regrouping at the worst time for Sharper. They spot it. They start taking the shots, but Sharper's still alive. Still just trying to get through. Can they at least get to the compound? I think they're managing to get free now finally and should be able to res, but of course, if they continue going too far, it's going to put him next to FN Pochon.
Just keeps getting worse.
Just stop. Just stop somewhere.
Just get in the city, man.
Just anywhere. They didn't shoot you in the city, man.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, they're driving right in the middle of FN. They might actually dodge FN. Unbelievable, the timing there. So fortunate for Sharper. JDG, a team that probably kicking themselves a bit, but they got just outplayed. You know, that knock that they suffered against Sharper opened the door for the Expendables to send the C4. And that what looked like a good round. Ooh, nice headshot from Diffex. There's a response, though, from December the 12th. Has to crouch down, try to cover off that angle. Heard the bullet whizzing by his head and said, maybe not. Oh, look at this.
Oh, no, the Expendables with a BRDM. That is bad news for a lot of people as they use it so, I guess, peculiar. They just kind of roam around and see who starts shooting and goes, okay, guys, I'm going to isolate, and pretty much just sets up cover for the other members to charge like a duo or something else like that. They just see it as a giant roaming shield to allow them to do another firefight.
They have some of the best communication in PUBG esports in terms of exactly what you're talking about, Matt, because they use one player, whoever it is, to find people, and then they start moving around them. They'll slowly encircle them, slowly look to collapse. And if they can't collapse, it still opens up better opportunities for them to make rotations ahead of the opponent that's near them. So it's all according to plan. And yeah, Gizera is like, please don't see me. Please don't run me over. I would appreciate that you don't do that. And Clory's, I don't know if he saw him or not, but I think it's pretty likely.
I mean, the Expendables tend to scout with who's shooting at them, so it's no shots yet, but Furia tends to play a bit more passive in the earlier sections, so they might be fine to just kind of let the Expendables go on their merry way. There's nobody to the west of this position, and this is actually pretty centered, right? There's a full section of the map over next to Hosan that nobody is touching. Uh-oh, Clory's starting to slow down. That means he's starting to spot things.
That's just it. And Gizera has to be aware, and he's just hoping that, you know, he can.
Or maybe not. Maybe he's just chilling.
Well, you never know with the Expendables. look at Dolan. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I think they spotted this out, so now they start maybe sending out the flankers, or Dolan's going into Hosan. Maybe he's just like, I could use a little more loot. I'm not sure.
This is the way you fight the Expendables. If you just don't shoot them,
they don't know what to do.
They don't know what to do. They're like, there's nobody around us. Obviously, somebody would shoot at us. This is the way we play the game. A very open circle with a northern hardship terminal going to be in play. PWD is going to spot out, take a couple of shots on one section to rotate in front of him, but this is going to be really weird with terminal in this hillside and play. A lot of these teams to the south and east are going to have collapse points that are going to be really hard to play from.
I'm pretty curious about 17 Gaming in this position. They're closest to the center of the circle, so they have some options. Looks like they want to fan out around the mountain that's south of terminal. Use that as their starting point for the rest of this game. T1's just like, yo, I bet the north side's pretty wide open. Let's make that wide wrap and try to find that early aggressive positioning, try to get ahead of anybody else, because we were in the best spot to make this move. The only other team that maybe could get there ahead of them would be FN if things got slowed up somehow with 17 for T1.
Interesting timing on JDG as Jinji, I think, heard this. But it looks like Jinji was trying to regroup a bit more, realizing that they're vulnerable from two different angles. Irina's approaching on a different side, and now they're having to hold off two different squads, and Tosi is just going to be extremely isolated, but he's going to go down, and that's a big problem because Irina, if they get a knock, they know that this is very easily taken. Orca up on top, he just has to hide from this. He's got some support, but the other two members for Jinji came down to reinforce this and left Tosi all by himself at the worst time.
This has been a no good, very bad game for Genji in a lot of different ways, and it just keeps escalating as Namiga thought about rotating in towards FN, but FN, again, just really on point in this event so far. This is kind of weird for EA because are you even going to register that somebody would do this? Get up on here and prone down. I don't know. I can't remember ever seeing any. Okay, Opons. Yeah, that's a free knock. I don't know if you get the flush. It's tricky.
But maybe he can use it for bait. Now starting to get more harassed. He has a retreat angle that he can work with due to the way the other duo is set up back behind him. But it's not going to protect too much from nades. He's got to be very careful. He wanted to see if he could get the flush and go for the Hail Mary nade, but it doesn't connect. Being around the other side of it, looks like he's trying to fish for the same thing.
Yeah, Gen G now just has to take this fight. They've got even numbers. They've got a 3v3, a 1-for-1 for Orchid and the Freaks. As long as the pans are in there, that car's taking some damage though. Gumin trying to figure out where that's coming from. Heaven rolling on in. There's a drive-by there to make sure they claim that point. DL's up in the sky.
Roaming around. Got to be careful though, because GK is going to be approaching onto this pretty quickly. Gen G starting to surrender territory. Looks like they're starting to regroup pretty heftily along that hillside for the time being. As JDG has the option to take over most of Bukasa, but hasn't really gone after it yet. E-Arena in this awkward spot, they don't feel very comfortable with it either, so it looks like everything's just gotten awkward. Oh, PWD just does it to DL.
They just sent him into the nether realm there. He just disappeared off the map. That's what you get for going through that glider like that. This spread formation that Geeke has is really punishing. A BRDM, though, for Gumin. So that gives them a little bit of extra comfort to get out of that situation at the very least. I don't know if they are going to have any hope of getting that chip. I kind of doubt it. Not too sure, though. They are driving into Hosan, so maybe they did get it, and I just didn't really register it.
I mean, the glider landed right next to him, so I don't maybe. See the way the circle's set, and we do go more towards Terminal yet again. 17 in a good point right now with their 2-2 split. T1 in their northern wrap, also pretty favorable, as well as FN Pochon already having Terminal to work with. Down to the southeast, though, good lord. This is going to be Alcadzia, Twisted Minds. JDG already on the run, going to be pretty close to Furia. Gen G still in their trapped position around Boonsa. Finally a little bit more open, but it's going to be E-Arena as well as Namiga having to deal with Sharper on the outside.
E-Arena doesn't lose a player in that fight against Gen G. They're not able to get a flush. JDG passing, a couple different teams taking shots. It looks like it's actually okay for now. The real question is do they drive it too far, going to 17 or something, but doesn't look to be the case.
I mean, just easy shots on the side. Namiga played this very, very slow. Sharper's just going to be walking right into an entrenched trap, and there's not much they can do. Yeah, the last one up in this area. Remember, we did see one of the members for Namiga just get dropped in, and he's going to be right on top of Twisted Minds, but they're going to be in a rotate, so he might be able to regroup, but he's having to move away from the circle, and I think that they wanted to use him to kind of like get a foothold while they went for this longer fight out in the blue.
Yeah, another nice kill there for Hello My Bad. Love the name. Absolutely one of my favorite names. Right up there with Y Kikamukau.
Oh, yeah, they're both so good, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, Y Kikamukau, still the GOAT name. What else can you say? That's just...
Bob Songhead?
Yeah, Bob Songhead also good. But it's still not Y Kikamukau.
Well, it's also not Roth, as Roth's going to have a lot of friends that really want to see him out of this area. Nade's going to land close. Follow-up's going to go ahead and connect. Roth's going to go down. Alcadzia's got a lot of problems. 17 on one side, Twisted on the other.
God, that's nasty stuff. The follow-up from 17. They're really on point with some of that util. Posa should have this player dead to rights, I think. Hello? Posa?
Posa. Oh, the exchange happens. It is going to be Heaven that gets knocked onto Posa, and it's going to be Gizera that takes down Heaven. So now it's just gotten really awkward. Human, though, has a way to deal with it down Posa and maybe get a res. Posa going to slow down the pacing enough to make it maybe a little bit more weird to go for this res. It's going to be a little bit more of a regroup coming up from Furia.
Well, you can see Kawazine wants to try to prevent this. See if he can sneak in towards Gumin. Gumin's going to maybe think he's safe. Little does he know, grenade is there. Should be good for the flush at the very least. There you go. So Gumin has to get back in that BRDM and leave his fallen comrades. Gen G, though, hits the backside of Alcadzia here. He's got Twisted a little bit off to the side.
To go for it. Morello's trying to time this right. He knows he has the way to turn a fight on a push, but doesn't want to overplay his hand just yet. Trying to trust the other members of his squad. Twisted still eyeing this approach as well. Alcadzia's got a lot of friends, and Orca just keeps creeping closer and closer. D having to hold one angle, and you can see everybody stepping around. Gen G realizing right along the zone wall they're going to be in the blue, and they can't stay out there too long. Alcadzia has one member holding the other line of it, and Orc is still just trying to dance around and find out the safest way to approach it. Oh my bad. He's going to spot out Perfectix and slow down, maybe Twisted just a bit.
Now, this is awful for Gen G. They're getting slaughtered. D, good up for the kill onto Orca. Cowboy close. Bean says, okay, how about a shotgun? Let's try something a little bit different. Stops to go for the first aid. Oh, but he's probably just dead here.
Yeah, shotgun versus this. Irello takes himself down, but, I mean, finishes it, gets it done. Example is pretty close to this, and this is now made very weird for Twisted because Example got very close to this firefight, and Namiga has run right up on top of Batulins.
Yeah, I saw that Hollow My Bad had an AWM and got a knock with it. And it looks like they're just firing on all cinders here. Gedrox takes down Batulins. Twisted Minds trying to take a couple different fights. Meanwhile, the Freaks see what they can do. Fuming with that Panzer. Oh my God, it did a ton of damage.
The curve on that was almost perfect to just barely clear the wall. Human's got to retreat. DL's already gone down. 17's got authority in the fight. Now Freak's in a lot of trouble, but they still have to clean this up as fast as possible. Alcadzia's eyeing making path in a similar location. Fury might path into this as well. Salute's caught out really far away from the rest of the squad, so he's just down by his lonesome over here. He's got Fury in front of him and just kind of stuck.
Yeah, that bolt a real annoyance potentially. Kawazine looking for the angle. Can't quite get it. Just a little bit off with these sprays, and he's going to pay the price.
I mean, Salute just retreats to the cover. Just a good line, peeks back around. Fury is just going to get slowed down more and more, and they just kind of have to relent. They have to let this one go. They have to have eyes on the circle, and that's going to put them close to 17 and what was going on with the other side of the Freaks.
Yeah, T1 now getting involved in this Namiga Twisted Minds fight. Getting a little bit of info from Heather off to the side, setting up here for the frontliners. Type an EN to do some damage. Goodness, those grenades are right on the money.
Oh, T1. We've seen them exploit high ground. They've got it yet again. Leosh, the last one up for Namiga, and there is not a lot that he can really do over here. Alcadzia's retreat from, but it's going to be 17 at least slowing them down, taking shots onto Alcadzia and forcing them to fend up. So now it's just a matter of how bad does T1 want another point.
T1 putting pressure down on top of Namiga has opened up space for FN Pochon to make a wrap up towards Terminal. So they've gotten themselves into the safe zone. Heather actually finds D. So everything kind of going T1's way here on this eastern edge.
Oh, nades are going to force him away from cover. The last member for Namiga just has to retreat. Does at least get a new little kind of dip to play from, and it's not vulnerable to Alcadzia and their run that they have to now make in the circle. Salute also going to be tailing in back behind Alcadzia. He's at least going to get himself back in the circle. I thought that might be near impossible. Lou's going to be outside as well as new circle pops, and it's going to be E-Arena and FN Pochon with a long wrap being very rewarded.
It's a long-range kill there for Cowboy onto E-End, and that, I don't think Cowboy heard Salute arrive behind him. I don't think he has any clue that Salute is there, so he might get stabbed in the back. Gizera with that bolt action still. Salute being very, very quiet, waiting for his moment, but there was a vehicle there for Cowboy, so he escaped. 17 has some inkling about maybe they could pick up some points off of players rotating in their direction, but
oh, Alcadzia, this is nowhere to go. But I mean, you've now got Salute on one side of you, T1 on the other, and 17's little ghost looks like he's already moving into gatekeep. Just going to be Rello the last one up and just trapped.
Yeah, I mean, if T1 can handle these solos efficiently, they might be able to keep 4 up, take control of that eastern side of the new circle. JDG, hello?
Nurins! Nurins does him dirty.
That's unfair.
Can he do it again? He's so low on life. Can't quite get the flush onto it. JDG finally finishes it, but man, oh man, Nurins steals some points.
That's just, seems like JDG has advantages and then loses them so quickly. Rello got one knock, but Raining was there for the trade, so not disaster.
Me parle que de voter pour les Twisted.
Not keen to really get heavy into T1's territory. Just gonna slow roll this.
Maybe. It looks like they're just going to over-peak the hillside, and they're going to use the BRDM to see how much more of it they can kind of sneak away. 7-7's already regrouping. It's just time to make something happen. Little Ghost just rolling right in the middle, getting all the information on where the line for T1 is set. How are we going to see them try to exploit this? And it looks like it's going to be high ground advantage. 17 inside track on the circle. Gatekeeping out now, T1.
Yeah, that was all just bait. And now EN, oh my gosh, that's so close to EN's position. The grenades hit him as well. He is very, very weak. Xiao Wu lines up with one. Looks like it could be good, doesn't matter.
17 is playing with no fear of their own grenades in the BRDM, just kind of roaming around, and EN finally gets a knock, but it's just T1 coming apart, it seems. Evan Pochon looks like they might try to pounce onto this third party, maybe even a fourth party as the Krakens approaching from Furia.
I think there was a grenade in hand there for Raining. Yep, there was. Didn't get the own knock onto it, but good grenades there. Catching Heather's back with the FAMAS, trying to do something. Grenades are everywhere here as T1 is crumbling.
I mean, 17 had a lot of momentum in this firefight, but Evan Pochon waited it out, pounced at a good time, and Kraken looks like he's just trying to steal whatever he can over here.
Yeah, and he's got a P90, so he's going to be able to get a little bit. He got Xiao Bei, he got Xiao Wu. 17 had an opportunity, went for it, but it just took so long. FN still hitting good shots. Zenith on the money, but Kraken actually goes down to the blue, so no point there for FN Pochon.
I mean, good salvage, though, coming up from Kraken, realizing there was an opportunity to get a couple more points as the solo before he goes down. The Expendables still alive and active. Here's a firefight. Looks like they were thinking about going for it. Heather's still alive for T1, has to deal with Evan Pochon. The circle has shifted to the west, so that means that Geek's got it to the north. Delwyn's already got himself a foothold down to the southwest, and then it's going to be Orchid that's got control of the compound as Heather does spot out Zenith and take him down.
Well, Zenith, I think, was assuming that Heather might have gone a little bit further. Doesn't matter. Clories shuts that idea down. T1, not a terrible game at all, though. 6 kills, get into top 5. You'll take that. And some T1 fans here even showing their support with some signs. As, yeah, they still have this BRDM, so the Expendables have been quiet in this one compared to normal, but I think certainly part of that is teams just don't want to mess with them, especially when they've got a power weapon, or in this case, a power vehicle in the BRDM. So plenty of open space, but you got to go a little bit downhill here, so it gets a little bit tricky. It's quite wide open as you crest that side.
This is going to be a very interesting circle. The Expendables have some high ground for the time being, but unless they get some circle love, it's going to be pretty open. Geek's got 2 members in the circle, but whenever we look at the center, and most notably to the east and the northeast from it, there's not a lot of good playables. There's like a shack that's over there that can kind of be, I guess you could charge for if you really just got desperate. Orchid does have the compound, but they don't have a lot of members. Delwyn, I think, is just trying to keep an eye on that. So that means that there's only 3 members of the Expendables roaming around in the high ground section, while there's 3 members for FN Pochon kind of thinking about coming into the east, while Geek does have 4 members up to the north. They don't have as much real control over the circle just due to the terrain that they're working around.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in for FN. I don't know if they're just going to crash into Geek. I mean, they were looking for opportunities to maybe find a third party or find some open space. Nothing's been given over to them because of these wide splits that Geek's taken. Flores as well sees these players drive and hits some good shots on the breakers. He's so weak.
Oh, just trying to squeeze it through, and they want the compound. They just jump right down into it, and it is going to be breakers that does knock Rex, but they do at least get into the compound, so sneaks it in, does get into a point, but Geek spots it, and it looks like they want to see if they can crest up that hill, get some kills of their own, but good smoke off.
I don't know how they managed to math that out, that compound was open. In the back of my mind, I'm like, they can't see it. They're not going to really have any clue, but I guess no shooting. They figured, well, we don't have any better options here. We can't find our third parties. We can't find a way to sweep our edges. Let's just send it and see what we can get done. Now Geek and the Expendables are kind of fighting, trying to get in towards this compound to see if they can cut off Orchid and FN.
This game right now is a Geek and Expendables sandwich with we got Pochon and the breakers in the middle, and Orchid just kind of got their compound that they're holding down as well. So this is turned pretty awkward. The circle does go pretty centered, and that means that Geek Squizzy's going to have a good point to play from. The Expendables still just kind of roaming around, seeing if they can find a spot that they can call home, but nothing feels good just yet.
No, you're right. It's uncomfortable. The Expendables are, again, fanning out around this compound, but they might change directions. There's a few doodads here and there for the Expendables to work with on the eastern edge. A little bit of a hillside maybe, but Quizzy's there already. He might be under pressure momentarily. Clory's so close. Quizzy does have the shack at the very least. They want to do some damage potentially to this BRDM, knock it out for the rest of the game.
Haha, you fool. You have now taken shots at the Expendables. They have a plan, and everybody suddenly moves to the east. hey, guys, there's somebody in the shack that we can maybe kill. Quizzy's starting to read, okay, BRDM, probably some vehicles to follow. The rest of GK is now starting to shift more into the east, and that's opened up the compounds where Orchid and FN Pochon are at to be way more open than they were just a second ago.
And that repair kit, so valuable there for the Expendables. It is keeping this BRDM running and giving them the ability to get this info. Quizzy wisely backed off. Again, Diffix wants to try to pop as much damage into that BRDM as possible, but still, the Expendables have maintained their control now over this eastern edge, and GK kind of spread out, trying to hold a couple different sides.
It's just like you're talking about. Look, Delwyn's instantly there. The shots onto the BRDM were just enough to suddenly exploit. Quizzy is down, and suddenly GK is almost entirely out of the circle. They're wrapping around trying to figure out where they want to go next. Chlori's just usurped the center point. Tanvu is going to be there as well. I think that Delwyn is now spied out where GK is at, and GK, who thought that they had a good counterpoint to play from, suddenly finds themselves on the outside, running away from the Expendables. They're just headed straight over into this compound, and Chlori's is already roaming over here, getting more information on where they're going to be set at.
He's just an absolute madman. Breakers is going down. Rex 2, Lurix with an M249. Doing a ton of damage. The frags are out now. Star-Lord stuck near a shack. And GK trying to see if they can feast, see if they can claim a couple of extra points for themselves off of this. But actually, they all go to Orchid.
Just good play coming out from Orchid, realizing the firefight was happening away from them so they could take care of the threat that was close. GK does kind of sneak in and steal that spot, so they've got at least a building that they can play as well as a hill. But I would say over half of the circle now belongs to the Expendables as we're in phase number 7. And now the GK has a threat close with Orchid on top of all of it.
This looks like now the Expendables game. You would think that this team, a team of their caliber, certainly has the ability to close this one out. But Diffix prone on the edge of the next blue. Chlori's, I don't think can quite see him from there. Maybe the backpack just not quite sticking out enough. Diffix should be able to hear those footsteps. He actually does, and backing off just a little bit, afraid of a counter move maybe, or worried that maybe the backpack just got spotted.
Duck Juice is roaming down into Diffx's angle. Doesn't look like he wants to push too hard. I mean, the Expendables know that they have circle control. There's no real need to chase down anything. Boostic, seeing if he can be a bit more bold into the circle itself. That does put Orchid in a more vulnerable position to GK, who's got some really good angles from their building that they're playing from for the time being. Duck Juice hearing those shots, does keep kind of creeping over into Diffx's angle as Diffx is prepped up a nade. Don't think that he has the perfect read onto Duck Juice's position, but gets some damage out of it.
Yeah. Delwyn, he's going to be that guy who keeps that other flank clean, as everybody else sits here and just does damage. It's actually Lurix again.
Chlori's is like, no, mine.
Yeah, Chlori's, he's just like, okay, that's fine. You got an M249, that's cool. You're doing good stuff with it, but these are my points, bro. Boostic, he is the danger man. He can pop off at any given moment. We know that.
It's going to be so hard, though. I mean, the Expendables have so many great lines on any approach out of this. Like, there's a couple of, like, hills that lead up into the higher ground that the Expendables are already holding where the end games are most likely going to be at. And it's just so hard. I mean, look at this. The way that this is set, Delwyn's got a line right on one angle for it. The other members for GK on how they want to try to creep up is going to have to deal with Duck Juice and Chlori's. Tanvu is just kind of roaming between the two, waiting to see which team steps out first. And this is just a good read from the Expendables to close down two different avenues of approach.
Yep. It's going to take some kind of just crazy stuff. A couple big knocks. Maybe Orchid can find one. But instead, GK turns their attention. That grenade hits both players. Orchid onto low health, trying to cling to life in these smokes. And Boostic goes down actually to the blue. So all just Lurix. There's no way Boostic's getting in.
This is a good read by GK. They're going to go ahead and go after Orchid, get the points, go ahead and secure themselves second place before they have to deal with the Expendables. The Expendables playing this slow. They know that they've got control. They don't need to overstep it, but of course Delwyn's going to sneak in. Spout out Lurix. Doesn't get the knock on to him, but that is going to start to pop this off a lot more. Tanvu, playing it bold, just runs down. He's going to go ahead and get the knock. Delwyn on the other side starting to run out the blue. They don't want to have any of these points surrendered over, but it is going to be a knock that goes over to the blue zone, but it is going to be Tanvu and the Expendables that take the game.
They're just so good, and you give them a BRDM, and it feels like they are unstoppable with it. And that repair kit that Chlori's has, just phenomenal work by him all game, scouting stuff out, keeping the Expendables safe, keeping them in the game, making masterful moves around their opponents to secure these wins. Man, they're just such a pleasure to watch.
It's always down to the timing. They know the perfect moment. Whenever that nade went out, they assume that the damage it hit, instantly pounces on a new angle, and runs in through the smokes to start trying to chase down because they want to pick up as many points as possible. They understand their win conditions every single time.
But they're just like Twisted Minds in some ways. They're very understanding and smart about how they approach the game.
I mean, beautiful plays. We still got 3 more to go, so let's go ahead and throw it over to Toffees, and Kalar is on the desk.
The defending world champions make a statement. Game number 3 goes to them here for PGC 2025, and not too much surprise about that. When you see the execution coming out from the Expendables, it looks like they're going to rise to the occasion here and try and defend that title.
The Expendables come to group stages and dominate. It is not going to change now. These guys came out aggressive. They feel comfortable. They didn't have a long way to travel to come to this event. They're the defending PGC champions. All of this sets the recipe for victory. And as we get to game 3, they step up and do it.
Yeah, I was saying that maybe we'll get a little bit of fight back from the Western world, and we did a little bit from GK and Team Orchid, but then it didn't matter because the Expendables looked fantastic in dismantling them at the end.
But even with EK and Team Orchid making the step up for the West, it's not the teams that I expected to show up here on day 1 and be the big bangers for the West. It's been a bit of an upset here, and as we get to the final stages, again, Expendables comes out with the win, but I can't help but notice FM Ponchon is there again.
Yep, they are looking terrifying at the top, which makes me think if Rex continues on this trajectory for the day, he'd end up being the MVP for the day.
He is a king, and I wish we were giving Porsches away every day because guys be playing out of their minds. But I think that these in particular, FM Pochon is. PUBG is the best. I like that. Shout out. That said, though, I think that what we're seeing right now is some of our staple teams, our system teams, like Twisted Minds, are playing a little slower at the start of this. 18 games, they just won't want to be in the bottom 3. They're managing things. They're being very careful. Teams like Expendables are never going to follow those rules. They're going to do what they want, when they want, how they want.
And this is a follow-up for the Expendables once again. As much as they didn't get the win in the
Hey,
previous
Twisted,
game,
ils sont
they still
derniers.
got 17 points, and now rolling into
Le
a
game,
victory here with 15 on the board. They are definitely coming for a second title, which is exciting because every single year we've come to PGC, or we've come to the equivalent of the World Championship, we've never truly had that proper opportunity for a team to actually go for the back-to-back, be it a Na'Vi kind of disbanding, be it a Danawa kind of disbanding. You know what I mean? So this could be the time.
As much as, yeah, you're right. As much as we thought maybe that change up of Na'Vi and Uba might be the exalted hope that we would for a repeat, it wasn't. These guys could, though, and honestly, I didn't think that coming into the start of the year. If I'm going to call a spade,
I agree.
I thought the win, Liquid, I thought let off the gas at the end of that last PGC. They sort of were able to catch it at the end, and I was like, I don't know if this is a team that can dominate here in the entire year, and they have consistently improved as we've come closer and closer to PGC.
That said, as much as there are 2 great games, they are not number 1. FM Pochon will currently sit in that position by that 1 point, but what a great start they have had. They deserve their flowers here, considering how consistent they have been across these first 3 games.
Deeply consistent. Absolutely deserved. The worry for me, though, is the Expendables have just been coming up nice and fast. They're like, all right, you guys get to be in the lead for a few games. But we took that personally. T1 also making some really big moves here at 26. 2 Korean teams up there at the top. And right now it is just all about sort of Thailand and Korea have been putting in some really good moves in this early tournament.
Quite interesting Tago and how it actually all set out as well, because by 22 minutes, there was 5 teams alive. It took 8 minutes for 2 teams to go down during all that. It was crazy.
And I think what we're going to see is we saw it kind of happen in Miramar as well, where we saw these big moments of absolute chaos and then everybody taking a breath and going, all right, calm down, let's figure this one out. Like in that game, I think you pointed out when we were hanging out in the green room, 17 had the BRDM, and we saw Furia, we saw FM Pochon, we saw a bunch of teams just in this absolute chaos. And so I think that's going to be the story of today. finding a way out of those chaos moments and walking away into the quiet endgame.
The group has set itself up weirdly because, as you look here, a lot of 17 fans in the audience. However, that was such a chaotic, weird fight from 17 that it was a bit of desperation mode coming out from them. We need to see more strength from them here if they're able to challenge those top spots. But thank you very much, Toppies. It's time to head over to Rondo here. Game number 4 for Group A, PGC 2025.
Let's get ready to Rondo as it is time to get it on. This is going to be a pivotal game as we've been seeing repeat, I guess, top couple of teams make it in these later stages time and time again. Top of our leaderboard starting to get a bit spicy. A lot of teams going to be on the hunt for points.
Yeah, so much of these early parts of these global events is coming down to, you know, just how well can you read the lobby, and teams like FN Pochon have great reads. You know, even though they're an edge team, they're finding their moments really, really beautifully. Like, they're not overcommitting to stuff generally. They're being really patient with the timings.
I love this plane, by the way.
The plane is sick.
It is very pretty.
Let's just enjoy it.
Oh, instead we get Tanvu. That's fine. You're pretty too, Tanvu.
Yeah, he's all right, but he's no plane.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. That is a sick plane.
It is. What is Al-Qadsia doing is my question. Okay, this time just going for the split above test track, so they're not messing with anybody. Do we have any other fights that are manifesting themselves on this map? Maybe Heather and Rex trying to go for the same vehicle. I think that's about it.
We've got a lot of squads very far north around Nanchuan, as it's going to be Orchid, Furia, and JDG. So see how that brews out. Twisted going to have pretty much everything around the test track that they want to work with. 400 men are going to be a bit more to their east. They'll be fine. Circle just goes right on top of Twisted. It's been a very quiet day for Twisted so far. Maybe this is some juice. Kind of kick them off.
Yeah, for sure. If it ends near test track, you know, that's certainly something Twisted wouldn't mind, I assume. Sometimes, you know, there's weird stuff that happens to them. Like, I think it was the Freaks crashed them there and had some Panzers, and things went real bad for them real fast when we had a test track circle at weird. PGS.
They're an information-based team, right? So you get this weird spot where if suddenly you don't have to go and grab the gliders and you don't grab the high ground because you're already in such a good spot, Twisted's not really playing Twisted style. They're instead just kind of playing a more passive defensive style and waiting to see who comes at them. So it's interesting to see whenever they just get a lot of circle favor in a row, how it affects them. But at the same time, Twisted presently sitting in 15th place with 5 points so far. I think that they would love for anybody to kind of roam into their area so that way they could potentially get some kills.
Oh, for sure. They'd be very happy to take some freebies if they're given to them. We'll see. I'm kind of Kraken out in Narnia here. He's looking to go way up. Trying to catch Orchid off guard, I have to assume. Has a Panzer. Maybe there's a rotation path here they saw in Orchid's VODs that they think they might be able to punish, or if there's the glider. There is the glider. As we saw, I think it was Twisted who punished that to FaZe at PGS. As we look at our top 4 teams, a lot going on there with kills. 5 for a couple of the top ones. Looks like Tanvu is going to end up being our man of the match there. Based on the damage numbers, indeed. Guy is just so good.
The BRDM was the man of the match in the last one. Okay,
you're not wrong.
It took so much damage, just took so much out. So, I mean, but the same, Tanvu, again, we already established you're pretty. We love you. We got tons of stuff we want to hear from you.
Chiến thuật là bọn em sẽ chơi theo phong cách là chiến thuật nhiều hơn. Ngày xưa thì tụi em đa số là thiên về cái xử lý cá nhân và tay to. Bây giờ thì em sẽ thiên về chiến thuật 4 người và teamwork nhiều hơn. Nhiều khoảnh khắc thì em nghĩ là có rất là nhiều khoảnh khắc, bởi vì những cái giải đấu BGS ấy thì bọn em không có cái sự tập trung nhất định. Kiểu mỗi người sẽ có một suy nghĩ khác nhau, nó sẽ không cùng một mục tiêu ấy. Thì em nghĩ là cái BGC này tụi em sẽ khác đi mà nó sẽ chứng minh được điều đó.
Interesting insights off of that. Having different ideas on how they wanted to approach the game, it seems, and they are very unified right now, but I would have never guessed it based off the way the Expendables have been playing so synergistically.
Yeah, I can see that. It has to be a very difficult style to manage, the way they play.
True.
And I think that's probably, it relies so much on everybody being laser focused on what they have planned and prepped ahead of time, and what, you know, the information that they're seeing, what that means and what they're supposed to do off of that can be tricky, especially when you're getting 2-3 different players who are seeing 2-3 different angles of a fight or, you know, a team, and might have very different opinions on what's the best avenue of approach into either do we take the fight, do we just rotate trap them, blah, blah, blah. That's kind of, I imagine, something they had to have a long talk about, and so far you're absolutely right, Matt. They have looked really dialed in here for PGC.
Well, we're pretty dialed in on a Furia Orchid fight, as both squads are kind of lined up against each other. Seems like they both know something's going to happen, but nothing happening just quite yet.
They had to
La lutte, c'est un peu long.
And so instead, we're in a bit of a standoff.
Mais il y a deux teams
Two
l'une à
members
côté de l'autre.
from Furia are a bit further back at the time. They do have a hillside that's creating some potential vision problems, but Zakraken playing so isolated further north, it doesn't look like they read him. You saw where Orchid had their markers down. I think that they spotted out the more southern member, but haven't seen Zakraken yet.
They know that that glider is the end game there for Furia,
But
so
yeah,
that's
factory fight.
really what they're kind of checking out. Gen G just sending it.
Sure, why not? I mean, Gen G 16th, this is how you start it, right? Whenever they started their runs, it's a bit desperate, so instead, you see what you can steal away from it, and nothing to lose. That means that you're pretty much everybody's enemy at that stage. Gen G is just going to kind of bully their way in, and 4 Angry Men, they're trying to set up some type of defense, but I don't think that they were expecting anybody to come in this hot and heavy this fast.
I think you're exactly right, because 4AM is split. They sent a couple players out to the northeast of Neox Factory, hoping that, you know, they wouldn't have to worry about something like this. But Gen G, I don't know how far they're going to press. You don't want to give Shen opportunities. When he's got a barrel up close and personal like that, that's scary, scary, scary.
Salut à ceux qui arrivent sur le stream.
Around, grabbing a little bit of extra stuff. They do have the flare gun there for Flame as well. So usually in PUBG esports, those of you at home might be thinking, why doesn't he just call in the crate? Well, you'd actually much rather have the PRDM. So
oh, yeah.
You'd much rather have it in esports.
In Orchid, they just had the idea of, okay, let's just not even have anything to do with this. They're just going to roam away from it. They're going to go west instead. Furia's going to be up to the north all by themselves. Teams that haven't really moved yet are going to be JDG. Multiple members for T1 are going to be regrouping. Evan Pochon's going to be meeting up with Breakers down in the south, and Sharper going to be entering the circle pretty close to Donching in a little while. DK's got to be careful. They're getting pretty close to E Arena as well as the Expendables both.
All right. This is a known quantity in terms of Rondo circles. Everybody pretty aware of this terrain and what goes on around here. We all know.
What do you mean nobody knows how the west of Test Track is played?
Never. How would you? I mean, it's such a rare thing to see in this map.
It's interesting, though, because I'm guessing based off of heat maps and the way things are going, not a lot of teams are playing west. Instead, it's more of a northern and eastern lay for most of our squads, expecting it to go more that direction.
Yeah, so if you look at the heat maps, you're going to find that very rarely do the circles end in the Neox Factor or the test track. They're usually around the outer edge of it. So that can be southwest, southeast, northeast, northwest. One of those 4 corners is generally what's going to happen, but there's a little bit more northwest and that's again why I think you're, maybe going to see some teams go up in that direction. But east also very possible. It could have hard shift, like way east. It could go in towards Mayron. So that's very possible too.
Many dots. Very many dots down right now as you can see it looks like T1's trying to map out something ahead of them, or is that JDG? It was red and red, so always hard to tell. Looks like JDG might be just trying to play that hillside and wrap around. Evan Pochon has a, I guess, more direct option in their hands as they're just going to roam right into T1 and hope that somebody peeks.
This is scary. What are they doing, Rex? How in the world did you not take any damage?
Oh, hey, good peeks around. Zenith, though, gets the better end of Type. Type does get down Star-Lord, though. Evan Pochon coming in hot and heavy, has to be careful. Here comes the rest of T1 for reinforcements. He's going to get the Panzer, get the knock on the door, but you can see Evan Pochon having to try to see if they can finish this out as fast as possible to get at least the kill on Heather. They do secure it, and Ian goes down as well. T1 in a ton of trouble, just raining, and he is now gone.
This team is just so good today. It's crazy. Zenith picks up 3 more kills. How in the world does that happen? Oh, Delwyn driven at. Sharper there sends Jedi down. They both take a hell of a lot of damage. That grenade up and over. Jedi and Delwyn both able to escape the knock status. Delwyn trying to buy a little bit of time here. Tanvu coming through. Earth for Sharper as well. So both teams mirroring each other in the reinforcement department.
Zapali going to be timing this just a bit ahead of the reinforcements for the Expendables. There's a bit of the flat top that can still be played if we see the Expendables need to be playing for time. Thunder's also coming in to regroup. The rest of the Expendables just going to be back behind this one. Glorious comes in just a bit further from the north. Circle pops and it does lean more west. Freaks look like they've already got good positioning for it. Tanvu spots out a couple of the movements from Sharper. Everything's kind of stalled back out. It's all onto Delwyn to slow down the pace, and he has done it perfectly.
Yeah, Freaks just need to play pure defense. They are in a great spot in this circle in a lot of different ways. This one still a bit of a standoff. Thunders, he's got to be dealt with. And then the Expendables can focus a little bit more on bailing Delwyn out. That's kind of the concern for me. But Escaluzia up on the hills, he's going to be playing the oversight job for Sharper Esports. Stun up. They're going to push up and realize, looks like he bailed.
Going to know exactly where he's at. Shots from the other building are going to make it a little bit scarier to go look around the top of the flat top itself. Thunders does hear those shots. Looks like he's trying to position around, and Delwyn just kind of being sneaky. If we see anybody from Sharper jump down or go more aggressive after this, he is going to backstab them in a terrible way.
Well, speaking of backstabs, Genji eventually able to find one onto 4 AM there. Getting into that Neox factory.
Ça se passe bien, moi j'aime bien.
Delwyn holds the
la team pour laquelle j'ai voté.
He should, yeah. Wait for the second one. Beautiful.
Easier shots on that second.
Elle est avant-dernière, mais bon.
Delwyn rewarded for the patience. Big Sharper has to figure out how they're going to respond. Now Thunders does go for some shots and gets knocks on to Colores, but Thunders down to 2. Sneaks away.
That's nice work from Thunders. Good timing there to at least buy the rest of his team some extra opportunities to maybe get this res. Escaluzia driving downhill. Oh boy. Again, him and Delwyn lighting each other up, but no knock.
Okay, creeping back between the two of them. Thunder's position has made it very hard for the rest of the Expendables to support Delwyn. He's just kind of on a solo mission to see how much damage he can do. Wants to secure the kills. That is going to reveal his position when he takes the shots. A lot of big windows and a lot of vulnerabilities. Going to make it a bit scary, but Melissa just kind of chilling there right now.
Oh, Diffix just stole it.
In too much. Delwyn already hears it. Oh, Diffix!
Diffix!
Just doing all the work right now. And Delwyn's like, thanks, I guess. Yeah. I wanted that point, but sure. Oh, no. And that's going to be Earth now down.
Oh, boy. Now Thunder's alone. Let's see if he can bring the Thunder.
Is he really alone, or does he have a whole bunch of friends that just want to come over and say hi?
Well, friends is a strong word there, Matt. I'm not so sure that he's going to feel that way.
The Expendables guys are really nice. They just want
They are.
They always want to just chill and hang out.
They just want to have fun.
Yeah, no. Thunder just wants to have fun of his own. He's a bit antisocial right now. Oh, gets spun out.
Encore au taf, la Scratchy.
In front of Geek as well. Glorious is going to take it, and Sharper had a great idea, but the patience from the Expendables pays off in the end.
I mean, again, just so well thought out in all these situations. Delwyn in particular there, just playing his life so incredibly well. Never got knocked, and that was a big deal. Breakers, speaking of big deals, right next to JDG, and he sees them. The timing here might be awful. They might just drive away. He could have had such a juicy grenade, but they're peeling out.
Just throws it in frustration at the tail end of the rock. You never know. Maybe somebody was left behind. JDG running. Pop. Twisted's going to have some sight lines on this. Alcazia going to have a really nice high ground advantage to work with. Amigo looks like they're trying to get one of their own over into the east. Fear's going to be wrapping it back behind it. Twisted's going to have a plethora of targets that are going to be in front of them. Freak's going to be playing a bit further to the west of that. It's going to go for a compound a bit further up onto the hill, as it's going to be very weird for Orchid, FN Pochon, Geek, the Expendables all having to wrap in. Genji's just roaming right in between 4 Angry Men and 17 both.
Yeah, so this circle,
okay.
Kind of curious where this one's going to end up. Maybe a little bit more west still, but a lot of teams thinking maybe north. And Spaceman has, oh goodness, that was right next to him, but he doesn't take any damage. Bean gets Suze. Spaceman trying to dodge, but yeah, he's just surrounded.
All right, this has just gotten messy for
les Genji se réveillent.
Genji didn't have any real options other than just running in after this, and They're now getting caught out by the other members from JDG. Crossfire position coming out from Twisted as
Bah, les
well.
Twisted qui prennent.
Everybody's just getting some type of piece of Gen G and JDG both.
Yeah, you just give the test track to Twisted, and they're going to have so many angles into fights around it. And they are too clean. They have done a ton of damage. But
Ont pris un petit point.
Gen G smokes, little cover. They might be able to get these reses in and keep kicking in this one.
Gen G is that little engine that could, man. They do not give up. They will throw down 50 smokes and find a way to rest themselves. I mean, they are center circle. If they can survive for long enough and kind of balance this one back out, they should be okay for a while.
Oh, here you go, the opening there. Type got Star-Lord, but Zenith, quick peek around the corner. Rex saw the player move, sussed it out. And the rest of FN Pochon just swinging in, but Zenith, he was the real threat. And he has been just rifling out of his mind today.
Pour quelle équipe? Et Twisted Messi. Ceux qui sont 15e.
Well, that was an interesting set of timings coming in on that firefight as well that just worked out. You know, it was just car into car into car. The way that the timings for the firefight all broke down led to a lot of
Bon, là, ils sont pas très en forme. Hein.
Microsecond firefights to where you only had maybe 2 to 3 seconds to really secure yourself into a better position, and each squad just kept trying to play for it. Really interesting is BWD, crash landing, but any landing that you can walk away from and jump in the car with Spyro is a good one.
Exactly. Not too bad at all for Geeky there in terms of, well, they've got 4 players alive. The real issue is, what do they do here? Yeah. 17 in the extremities of Neox Factory. You got 4 AM. You got Twisted. Oh boy, they're just sending it in.
Right on. 7-7 just being patient with it. I mean, 17 does know that E-Arena is going to be pretty close to them, so I guess that they want to play this a bit slower. Little Ghost just kind of trapped now. No real good options to work with. Hey, this is just what you're going to do. You're kind of caught out. The other members for 17 can't reinforce the way that they wanted to.
No wonder they had the confidence to send it in here. There was a BRDM for Quizzy. That gives them so much more freedom, as we've seen time and time again, to make these maneuvers, to be more confident, to push into something that you normally might not be able to, and catch 17 completely by surprise, who, you know, you would think in that defensive position should be favored in the fight, but it's getting turned on its head.
Circles popped pretty much due center as, Quizzy finds a way to get himself a kill there. Going to continue roaming forward. E-Arena still has 3 members tailing in back behind this one as Geek's just going to continue their reign of terror over here as Xiaobei, I don't think that you want to stay there for too much longer. You want to get out of that spot.
Hello, my bad. Gets away just barely from the Expendables. Lil Ghost gets detected by Jacob, trying to spin him out as Quizzy. But Xiaobei's car is a little faster.
Well, he's the only one that's left. He doesn't have any options. He's just got to run in, and he's roaming right into the same area that E-Arena's regrouped at. E-Arena, who's such a problem for 17 just a moment ago. The other members for GK just kind of playing it back, finally going, hey, Quizzy, you're like, I don't know, 300 or 400 meters ahead of us. Do you want to come back? He's like, no, there's E-Arena members to run over here. I'm on a hunt.
Guys, come on, we can do this. We've got the BRDM. We're invincible, I swear. And D spotting. Hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. Well, now they're going to. As soon as the Expendables try to kick off the fight against Nemiga, they get rocked in the back, and Duck Juice.
Well, that's an interesting shot because Duck Juice taking those shots now opens up more focus onto him for Delwyn to kind of get out of the blue zone and maybe get a bit closer to Duck Juice. And yeah, that's all it was. It was just Duck Juice taking shots to distract Nemiga for a moment to allow Delwyn to get out of the blue. That is, I love the way that they're capable of using their aggression as a distraction on so many levels.
No, you're right. They've got so much chaos around them, though. No matter how good they are, this one might be tricky. Clories gets lit up. EA fighting off screen. Clories onto 1 HP essentially. D does get Gedrox. It's going to be him taken down. Everybody dying up on these hills.
I mean, there's just no real options. You have to go for the firefights now. The Expendables are down in the lower section of it. Nemiga's got the high ground. Got to be careful, though. If Nemiga steps too far forward, Al-Qadsiya could have some vision. Cowboy's going to be back behind the tail end of what's going to be going on with Tanvu and Duck Juice both. Is not a lot of options. Just the valley ahead of him, and Nemiga using these hills to such perfection.
Yeah, they're playing this really, really nice. Duck Juice tried to get ahead of that grenade, but hello, my bad, on point. Roth trying to do something, but not going to be given the opportunity. Nemiga is going to clean out the Expendables, but still Alcadzia, with all 4 up, has a pretty good opportunity to keep doing stuff. Rello's going to be in the next circle, so if they can get to him, they need to do so soon, potentially, if our observers are predicting the future with Furia going into that compound.
Furia tends to play a bit more passive, but you never know. They might go
Dans la merde, les Twisted.
down into the southeast.
Sont pas en zone.
Twisted, 4 Angry Men, GK, and E-Arena all up on top of each other. Namiga still just trying to carve a path of their own right next to Alcadzia. Alcadzia doesn't have the cleanest sight lines down that hillside just due to how steep it is. So Twisted, on the hunt for the circle, has a lot of threats. They can't really run directly in because they've got Orchid that's going to be in front of them. And of course, Gen G and their Shack of Destiny that they fought so hard to get earlier are going to be in the center of it all.
Oh, what a knock there. Example, such a good DMR. And you give him a mini, and he has been wrecking with it. That is, to say the least. I've seen so many knocks in the kill feed from him this game. 4 Angry Men scrambling for these revives. Grenades are going to be out. I think they should be, if they're far enough, should be good.
Oh, that's a good throw.
Oh, the timing.
Enough to get the entire knock on it, though. So, 4 Angry Men, eyes focused back over to GK. Have to be careful because Twisted's still on the chase. Twisted wants those points. They want control over this angle. E-Arena playing the other side has kind of held back GK, not letting him go anywhere. 4 Angry Men get eliminated. GK down to just 1 in Spyro, and no real.
Ils sortent une grosse game, ils peuvent remonter dans le tableau.
Great stuff from Twisted Minds. Have that first knock. They're right on the money with those grenades, and they're just leapfrogging back and forth, taking turns. Example hits the back of Spyro, and he is backing off.
Ils en sont capables.
That is a tough spot to be in now, as you also have E-Arena above you.
Yeah, E-Arena just going to use.
Là, ils remontent à la 13e place.
Get into a better spot. Twisted has some hard choices. They can go on the hunt after Spyro, which they can maybe just fish him out.
Pour info, je sais pas si tu as déjà suivi les tournois.
So long as Spyro
Il n'y a que les 8 premiers qui prennent des points et après c'est un point par kill.
There you go. The nade finally connects. Example's going to be the one to pick it up. Twisted, where do you go next?
FN sandwiched here a bit, but they've gotten some big knocks onto Furia, buying themselves a little bit of time. The Freaks are using this opportunity to get into FN's backline. Rex was flushed out just a bit ago, so you're losing that big fragger for FN Pochan, but with the way Zenith has been playing, still firepower available for them. As FN, actually, the Freaks don't want to continue into this fight. Maybe feel like it's a little bit uncomfortable. Let FN do what they got to do. They're going to go right
En fait, je crois que c'est le premier, il prend 10 points plus les points de kill.
This is going to be really interesting. They've managed to time this
one
out really well. Genji has a good firing line onto the Freaks, but the Freaks just roam down here at the exact right moment to steal away a good position. Now the high ground from Evan Pochan is going to be drawn in their eyes over into Orchid's direction instead.
Yeah, actually, Breaker's got that knock onto Lurix. Wasn't even anybody
C'est 10 points pour le premier plus les points de kill. Et après les autres, ils prennent les points de kill et des points. Mais c'est un point pour le 8e.
Guman letting loose with a grenade, even though he is on very low health. Still no res found for Orchid. Oh, it bounces off the front of the car. Doesn't matter. Actually find the knock anyway. Ardix, good for that one.
Gen G just supervising this firefight, and it's all going to be onto the Freaks. They've just got to push their way, firefight it out. Nade's going to be rolling down right on top of Orchid, but Orchid's got a very good defensive line set up, multiple different angles that trying to hold from. Twisted's going to go ahead and run over here, get themselves this hillside. It's going to be looking right up into Alcadzia's tail end and force Alcadzia onto a potential new angle.
Still Xiao Bei alive for 17. Salute starting to do some work. Heaven gets lit up on the side of the smoke. Can't get any further forward. So now you need Salute to go big, but it's actually Tosi from Gen G. They've turned their attention down. Look at the angle they have into this.
I mean, they are just raining down bullets on top of the Freaks. Orchid being very rewarded for it, just trying to survive, but they still need to have to worry about the blue zones coming up back behind them. Human Heaven, the last one's up for the Freaks. They're going to be right close to Orchid. Orchid with 3 members still up. They want a chance to get their other member back up, but they can't really do it until they finish this firefight. Do they have the time to get Boostic back up and running?
Freaks get absolutely nothing out of that. That is disaster for them. They should have at least found a couple kills, and they could not. Perfectix gets the knock on a Cowboy. I saw a C4 in the feed from Alcadzia earlier. I think it was D who had one. Curious to see a replay on that later. Zenith up close and personal. FN hasn't really moved. They waited Furia out. Furia went down. Now they might have a very strong America squad, another one to contest with.
Alcadzia's got the high ground, but FN Pochan wants it.
Puis les mecs à la réalisation, ils sont bons.
At the top of the leaderboard, Rello at least gets a knock on Star-Lord, but Zenith so quickly follows it up. Just 2 members up for FN Pochon right now, and does D have an angle or an idea on how to go with it? Cowboy still being down, it's kind of stalled out Roth. Don't forget the fact that Twisted's taking shots on the other side of Al-Qadsia.
Zenith just playing with so much confidence right now. The timing there is so good. Shotgun in hand, though. Couldn't find the knock either way, and Zenith tried to outguess D, and D knocks him down.
D manages to rally. Big moment. Breaker's going to be on the hunt after him. Gen G still holding down their shack. Has to deal with Orchid. They were doing some assistance and allowing Orchid to stay alive a little while ago, but it is absolutely popping off. Everybody that gets into a new angle is just going to get instantly punished. JDG up on the higher ground angles where we saw Breakers and FN Pochon pushing from a moment ago, looking right down into Orchid.
Tosi's got to go big here. If you could find some way to get a grenade to go, to get one of these reses prevented, but he just doesn't have enough, and they're going too far. They're bouncing too far. So Orchid gets all 4 back up. It looks like Lurex should be stuck, I assume, here. See the player right on top of him, tries to shoot the molly out of the air. Can't quite track it down.
That almost would have been bad. You know, the fact that these all keep going so far. There you go. You managed to get it that time.
C'est possible ça?
Keep yourself alive and in control. JDG.
Le mec, il a fait péter la fumée en l'air.
17 as well as Namiga's position. Well, I say that they're 2 solos and where they're hiding
On
out.
peut faire ça.
Twisted still having multiple members up on that other front is going to be big. Orca. How can you manage to get through this one? There is no easy path. Finally do manage to take it down. It's going to be Boostic that manages to do it, but Tosi, in revenge, takes down Boostic.
C'est la première fois que je vois ça.
So difficult there. You just needed those grenades to connect, but Tosi couldn't get him. And he might have been able to find a few extra points for Gen G, who desperately needs them. Them and the Freaks down in the bottom here, 15th and 16th. Not able to keep pace with Pochon and T1, who have been lighting it up for Korea. Lurex creeps underneath JDG.
I mean, Orchid knows where JDG is. They've been punishing for a while. These couple of shots that were going to reveal that they're pretty vulnerable. December 12th just going to step over the angle, drop a couple of bullets on top of them, but Blue Zone's going to start making the spicy. Good nade from December 12th. And take down Lurex. Rest of Orchid still no decent path into the circle, being held off on one side by Twisted and JDG on the other. Arctics is taking a couple of shots, but JDG has to be careful. They're roaming right down into the circle.
Et les Twisted là.
Actually, no, they're roaming right down into Orchid instead.
Ils se réveillent.
They just want to cut this one off.
Ils ont entendu que j'étais pas content.
About Evan Pochon's Breakers back behind it all.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Breakers to scoop up a few more points. As we do have 10 kills there for Twisted Minds. Example is going absolutely nuclear in this one. He has been just constantly in the feed. 6 kills for him, 2 for Perfectix, 2 for Lou. And Twisted Minds should win this game by all rights. It is difficult to imagine that like their percentage chance to win this game isn't like 90.
I mean, also well played from Orchid. These guys have been having to fight through some very open terrain firefights for a long time, survive, dealing with third parties. They are creeping into the circle, and there's not going to be a lot of cover to be had in front of them. The only benefit is Twisted doesn't have the best sight lines. It's really going to be Breakers on the high ground that they have to worry about. But 2 members from Twisted Minds are taking shots at Breakers. That's going to make it a lot easier, but Arctics is just going to finish it off himself.
Yeah, Breakers there doing what he could, trying to find extra points, but they're still.
Et ce qui est bien, c'est que le tableau que tu as à gauche, c'est en temps réel.
In 4 maps for FN Pochon.
Tu as le classement en temps réel.
Led by Zenith, who has been out of his mind. Roth still up by the Doritos.
Avant, il fallait attendre la fin de la partie pour savoir. Maintenant, ils arrivent à mettre en temps réel.
He's in a nice spot to maybe get a second place at the very least out of this. Orchid, what can you do? Seeing a reload there of the smoke grenade launcher. And that is about their only smoke grenades, I have to assume. They don't have any others of the regular variety in hand.
I mean, they've had to burn so much utility just to get into this stage. The only thing that's really working for them right now is the fact that Twisted still caught up. They were taking shots at Al-Qadsia a long time ago, several circles ago. And so Roth is just staying alive, being annoying. So Twisted still has to keep holding this angle, still keeping multiple members over here. But I mean, it's not really stopped out anything that Twisted wants to accomplish just yet.
Nope, you're absolutely right. They're not really bothered. They're unfettered in their lane.
2 damage already, for example.
He's just, I mean, he was able to turret from the top of that test track for eternity. that is just him farming damage. Twisted go-go, they're go-going all right. They're go-going right into a chicken dinner, it looks like.
So many
so
many weakened players, for example, to go for. Roth's going to go down in the blue zone. That's going to open up more for Twisted to work from. I think that they know where Levante is in some fashion. Orchid on the other side of this, now going to have to deal with the brute force that Twisted's about to provide. Multiple members up. Example just rolls in with the car. It's going to be firing lines of defense. Batulin's on the other side of it. Orchid's just on the run, trying to get into cover. Lou's going to be the one that gets the knock. Just one up on two different squads, but it is going to be Levante that spots out Example, takes him down and flushes him.
Perfectix able to deal with that. Batu knows exactly where Mogore is. That grenade could be the end. Didn't matter. They've got it done.
Finishes it, and the sleeping giant has
GG.
awoken. Twisted Minds takes the round.
Yes.
It's only a matter of time. They are just too good. Big smile there from Batu. And, you know, you see this sometimes with Twisted. They might have a slow start to a day or something like that, but then they get one chicken dinner, and all of a sudden, it's just a rocket
Ils prennent
ship
22 points, je crois.
Twisted Minds is inevitable.
Je crois qu'ils ont fait
They
12
will
kills.
eventually start getting those points.
12 ou 13 kills.
It's just a matter of at what point will it happen. Sometimes in day one, it can be a bit slow, but that said, you know, at some point, they're going to start popping off, and they're just going to start making the lobby have to respond to them.
Yep. They're just that good. They're so good. And you can't give them opportunities. You can't give them hope because they'll just squeeze and just take games.
And big shout to Orchid surviving from some very desperate situations, finding themselves in the later stages of that game.
Yeah.
Example wants that Porsche. Twisted Minds is back. The spectre of the Goliath that is Twisted Minds now rears its ugly head for the rest of the lobby and takes the victory. It is north of Test Track. It is north of a home circle for them. But it is scary when this team turns on, Toffees.
I mean, they were in the bottom three at one point in the last game when you talk about the overall leaderboard, right? That is going to change dramatically off the back of this one, and that's why you never write off the Twisted Minds. It's only 4 games in. Even if your favorite's on the bottom, they can easily make that jump with one big game. The question for me is who catches the top right now? Because even after Twisted Minds win, I think our top 2 teams are going to be 20 points ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. With still getting more points on board. Rex still doing some work in this game as you take a look over at Evan Ponchon as well. That said, though, it was actually Zenith that was able to get the lion's share of what was going on for Evan Ponchon. But by the by, north of Test Track here for some of these teams trying to make things happen. Amiga also continuing things on a little bit towards the end. Considering I think a lot of people didn't have many expectations for them in a stacked lobby like this, the previous win or die roster has been able to hold their own in the MEA quite strongly.
Yeah, I think Amiga's been making a really good showing for
Ah,
themselves.
perfect, il est
Shark's
bon.
making a good showing for themselves. Orchid's been making a good showing for themselves. I think a lot of teams have popped up here on day one. And again, this is because it's day one. Everyone's gone home after PGS 10 and made a few little adjustments. So if you're going to be a team that needs to strike early, strike fast, this is the day to do it. And I've been impressed with the teams that need to do that momentum build coming out, have managed to do it. The question that I have is that runaway is starting to feel like it's happening with those top 2 teams. FM Pochon in particular, who, by the way, apparently has T1's number. If I'm T1, I am no longer fighting these guys because, again, in that last game, they went head-to-head and they lost. T1 cannot seem to beat them.
I think if you look at the past 4 games, if you are those 2 teams, you know, even after 3 days of group stage, you're almost guaranteed to not be bottom 3.
Yeah.
Almost assuredly, right? So you know that you're going to be safe, if anything. Not maybe going to the grand final.
Est-ce qu'il 23 points?
You know, it's safe, definitely. 23 points, though, will go the way of Twisted Minds. So a very big victory for them. The biggest of the day so far. But from Pochon again, another 12. You alluded to it just before. And it bears repeating that this team looks fantastic.
They do look fantastic. The question is, do they look fantastic for group stages or do they look fantastic for all of PGC? That's what I'm hoping to see. That said, because we're playing 18 games in the group stages, because they're playing the same teams the whole time, because even after that we have the last stage, they have plenty of time to keep growing up into what I think is going to be a really strong Grand Finals team.
Potentially, especially if Rex is able to continue popping off. Zenith alongside, just being able to rack up some of those numbers. Below all of that, Alcazir as well, being able to survive for a good portion of that game, getting themselves towards that mid-table. 9th at the moment with the 23 points. We've not been able to talk about the Americas too much.
We haven't.
But they are pushing.
They are pushing, and I'm glad that they're at 9th, but at the end of the day, that's
Ils ont remonté
America's
3e en une game.
aren't looking great for us, but it will improve.
Ah, ils étaient avant-dernier, boum.
Went from the bottom 3
They were in the bottom
three. Trop fort.
to 3rd place off the back of that match, which is incredible until you look at FM Pocheon, who has somehow put up 50 points in just 4 games.
Yep. Spectacular stuff from them. The Expendables a little bit behind them.
Trop fort,
with
les
40
Expendables.
points, but it's still far and away above what we're seeing from the rest of the lobby so far. So FM Pocheon and the Expendables really coming in with a fire under them to start off this. And again, what's going to be really interesting for me is, yes, we have 2 more Iron Girls here, but as soon as all these teams have a whole day to react to how their group has set things up, that's going to maybe shake things up from day to day.
And I think that's exactly right. So you talk about this group. You got teams like Namiga as a great example. A lot of people just don't, if you don't play with them regionally, you have no idea what to expect from this team, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's what you're talking about. You go home tonight, no matter how this goes, and this group is going to be totally broken apart and dissected. Tomorrow's going to be a totally different game of play.
All right, well, it's time for a break. When we return, we have 2 more games for day number 1 of Group A for PGC 2025. That's a lot of things. We'll be back right after this.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Yep, that's me, Chai. And you're probably wondering how I ended up here. Well, it's pretty standard. So, I got a state-of-the-art robotic arm, and then had one of those old music player falling into my power unit, so everything I do is synced up to the beat type of things happen, and now everyone thinks I'm a defect, and well, I might as well fight back to the music.
So you're saying you have musical robot powers?
Yeah!
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Here we go! Vandalay Technologies isn't just coming from my arm. They're after all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Is this the guy? Oh.
That's the defect!
Oh no.
You ready for more? 1, 2, 3, 4!
We'll take down this company, one boss at a time. Just so you know, they're insane.
I got this! Pretty rock star move, Chai.
I caught the one I'd been waiting for. I crafted amazing furniture. I raced faster than everyone else. I baked the perfect pie.
Bonjour à toutes les personnes qui rejoignent le stream, que ce soit sur YouTube ou sur Twitch.
In Dinkum. Find adventure in every direction.
Twisted finds a victory in a middle map right as soon as we're going into Erangel. That is scary for this lobby.
Exactly. And this is a team that has just one thing on their mind right now, and that's winning this event. Obviously, everybody's thinking that, but with Twisted, you really start to believe that they can because of how good they've been historically, and it's that last trophy that they need in the case to really cement their legacy as well, not maybe, the best of all time.
Yeah, I mean, they're the GOATs right now, but PGC has been elusive in some fashions. The issue I'm looking at, the Expendables are starting to play really, really well. Very clean. Talked about the fact in the interview that they're starting to try to synergize a bit better, figure out the way that they're going to approach, all get on the same page. You definitely feel that. But FN Pochan, bro, where is this coming from?
No idea. I don't have great answers to it. I think, obviously, it was kind of the wreck show at PGS. Yeah. You know, once he's healthy, once he's, gets that hand squared away, he's okay. He's popping off. But now you've got Zenith playing out of his mind, and it's more.
Star-Lord?
Yeah. Dude, Star-Lord had some moments. I mean, look, if this team can keep doing this, they're going to be a threat. They might just be going directly to the grand finals.
Well, we're going to be going directly to Erangel. Let's get this plane up and in the air as we are going to the classic PUBG map.
What a way to kind of start ending the day, get that Twisted win. Feel like that is a given.
Avant-dernier match de la journée.
As they continue their march for that trophy, but a lot of other teams not going to be interested in that. A little bit northern shifted here on this angle, so going to cut off the Sosnovka paths, and that makes things a little tricky for some of these alt drops. Got to keep our eyes on the map, see if there's anybody who has some issues. I heard Roth was a little bit annoyed with Gen G for something earlier, and I think on that Tego map, maybe some of those drops got a little bit messy based on what people thought was going to happen.
Yeah, I spoke to Roth for just a half second that they were wanting to try to contest, but the timings and the way that the plane came in instead just made it kind of like stealing some vehicles, so we'll see how this brews. I find it interesting. You're talking drop rotations and everything else like that. I'm just looking at a green Erangel and imagining whenever it might be snowy.
Ooh, I can't wait for that. Of course this is happening. Of course. What year is it?
Yeah, well, it is the year of Yasnaya, apparently, as we are going to be getting some fun over there. Looks like some dust-ups for vehicles, but I think that should be fine. Here we go. Yasnaya time is 4 Angry Men. T1. T1 been fighting a lot at the start, and it doesn't look like it's going to end just quite yet.
All right. T1 gets in the doors first. They're going to have good opportunities here, potentially, but they couldn't find a gun. Xiaolu should have the knock. How are you still alive?
Type!
Oh, my God!
Type with the pistols and a Vector. Victor comes in clutch. 2 members for 4 Angry Men already down. The circle is popped, and we're staying around this corridor as well. 4 Angry Men trying all together. 4 Angry Men down. T1 finds it.
Oh, the jumping shot at the end from
Ah bah les
Heather on
autres,
the
ils ont voulu
Shen. Unreal stuff.
les contests, mais voilà.
Oh my goodness. How T1, most of their players are into the low health territory. Now, Alcazia, again, this is a team that's kind of doing weird stuff on these bad
C'est con ça, hein,
their
Fariam.
normal drops. So they're going to try
Et là,
to
ils vont perdre gavé de place. Hein.
I'm kind of curious how much T1 is going to be okay with that, but they got to get some loot. They got to get some meds. And did they even know that Alcazia is here is the question.
I mean, they might have been very caught up in the drop, but they had to, at least somebody had to spot it. Raining is going to be the guy that's going to be closest to the assault. You can see not really having a lot of loot going in his favor as far as meds go just quite yet. Alcazia just continuing to creep on different angles. Slow and steady in their approach, but they're eventually going to start finding stuff. Their footfalls should start happening here pretty soon.
Cowboy.
So creep, so sneaky.
Pump shotgun too. That's not what Raining's going to want to see if Cowboy gets close enough to put it to use. Raining being a little bit more cautious, but comes into this. No, I don't think he does either, Matt.
Oh, Cowboy's just being so patient with it. T1 just had a crazy good fight on that hot drop. But can Alcazia just catch him? Oh, Raining! He's gone far enough. I think he's actually retreating from this angle and trying to regroup with the rest of his squad. So he's now moved away from that building, and Roth's got a different angle for it, but instead, this is all slowed down. Do note that we do have D that's getting closer and closer to type down in the south as well.
Sees him cross. Wow, Raining is just right on the edge of disaster.
He's just dancing with it and has no idea.
Look at D down on the mini-map at the bottom of your screen, folks. He has gotten well past T1's lines. He is in the middle. So that's going to be really tricky. Like, if the fight kicks off, he might be the real problem. If he's undetected, he could swoop in the back of T1 and find some kills. It's just, does type figure it out or get a read on it, or who knows, maybe D kind of pulls the trigger a little too early or something if you're lucky as T1.
I mean, right now, Raining is just benefiting from having no idea how close he is to catastrophe. He's just kind of running around and doing the perfect looting that Alcazia cannot exploit.
It's so hard for me to tell right now if T1 really has any clue. Because of the way that they're moving. I don't think they do either, but they're moving in such a manner that it seems like they're at least aware that it could be a possibility, but then Heather goes into this apartment, and so that makes me think that, yeah, I don't really think they know.
And there's not a lot of information that Alcazia can really get at this point for where all the movement's happening. If Heather opts into going into the other app, then maybe something can happen. We do see the Freaks are looking like they're going to be eyeing Crossroads, and they are going to actually run into this. A very little fear. Levante's already taken some damage, but he does get the knock and the flush onto DL. It's going to be a good knock coming out from Heaven to take down Levante.
And now they just got to get rid of Hello My Bad. As Guman says, well, shotguns be good in this scenario. Timing, good enough. Oh, man, Guman almost didn't get to pull the trigger in time.
And, of course, for some reason, Star-Lord's around here. Why not? As this is a very northern circle that we're going to be looking at. It's just going to be to the west of Stolber down into the Badlands, leading into Zaverny itself. Eyes back on Yasnaya. Looks like it's still just kind of in an awkward standoffy position. Well, I can't even say standoff. Just T1 actually has one of their members that's already left.
They're getting really close to that. They wanted to try to punish the chip retrieval as JDG looks at, oh man, Heaven. That is so scary there. Got to get to the revive station. Should be able to do so. And it should be getting DL back in for the Freaks. They needed those points, man. It has been an awful day for them.
Red Zone does land pretty close to this, where we have FN Pochon as well as E Arena all kind of hanging out at. That might be some type of issues, at least to kind of keep an eye on. Twisted Minds also getting pretty close over here, as Namiga is just going to be to the north of them. JDG that we saw just a second ago taking shots into what was going on with the Freaks. 17 just going to be to the south of them. A lot of teams already opting into good positions. And
wow.
You know, just wants to do a little bit of poking and prodding. 17 in the gas station up ahead. Very crashable for Twisted if they need to, and they know it. That's why they are approaching from this eastern edge. Of course, your man of the match was example, pretty much topping the charts in just about every category possible.
Almost 1,000 damage, man.
He's something else. Always has been. Just when it comes to raw skill, talent with both the DMRs and the ARs, there's few
Ça
better.
bug par moment.
All right, bye, Heather. I mean, Alcazzi at least getting something out of this, but got an interesting situation. We want to kind of track what's going on with Atongmu.
Atongmu over here from 4 a.m. So let's talk to the WWCD of match 2 because it's really spectacular at the end. So I would like to have a quick recap about it. What do you think or what do you feel at that moment?
你们在第二次比赛中表现得非常好，想问一下，在最后一刻你当时的想法是什么？
当时看到 T 最后一个人打倒耶那个人的时候，我就觉得我们当时已经吃了，还挺开心的吃了。
So at that moment, I see the TE has beaten his rival. So I think we will secure the last chicken. So I was very happy at that moment.
Lui, il a un balai coincé dans le cul. Hein.
Thank you so much, Atongmu, and let's carry this on. And let's continue the game.
If you ever wondered what a loot box could say, now you know.
Je vais traduire en français. On a fait de la merde. On n'aurait pas dû aller là-bas.
Cracks me up so
Thank you,
much.
production. I appreciated that so much. I wanted to see it so many times.
I do. Every time.
Okay, Orchid, you're one of the few squads. Well, you're actually the only squad.
Il y a un autre truc que tu sais pas, Scratty. Tu regarderas en début de match, juste avant quand on les voit tous, là, ils ont une feuille dans les mains. Et cette feuille, en fait, il y a toutes les équipes où elles vont sauter. Donc toutes les équipes savent où elles vont. Les endroits qu'elles ont choisis pour sauter sur la carte. Donc, normalement, chacun a son coin pour looter. Après, il y en a qui prennent la décision d'aller faire des loots d'autres. Hein. Mais bon, ça finit mal.
That could be a problem, as this game kind of drags on because a split formation, you're going to have to fight.
En fait, ce que PUBG privilégie, c'est d'abord les gens se lootent et après le combat. Mais tu as le droit d'aller contest.
Wowzers type. That was crazy fast. This is Heather. Love it. Give him the jump. Give him the Michael Jordan there. Just jump up and hit him with the jump shot.
I mean, you can see 4 Angry Men just going to be like, whatever. That's just kind of one of those things you write off. Genji and Orchid do end up bumping into each other, and each has a member down. Dosi is going to be able to get the res onto Flame a lot easier than poor old Boo Stick that's just right up against the wall, though.
It's been tough. And that's Orca with a big point for Genji, who has been sluggish today.
C'est que tu les vois aussi dispersés sur la carte.
As well, down there at 8 points, still single digits into the 5th game. Crazy to imagine how good Genji has been.
Duck juice.
Hello? Did he hit the wrong button?
I don't know, but December 12th will take that one. He appreciates it. For free, the Freak's going to be roaming right next to the Expendables. That's going to be JDG in Compound. Glory's going to be taking some damage, but this is going to start getting a lot more dicey. Twist is going to spawn out. Evan Pochon's Breakers roams down in the wrong neighborhood. Rex already down very low as well. Perfectix just unloading onto him, but he does manage to make it to the rock and survive.
Yeah, that's 4-9. Oh, here comes Batulins. He knows they have Rex so weak. If he can get the grenade there. Oh, it didn't even matter. Rex peeked out and paid the price. Great stuff from Twisted. A great setup. Again, I was worried about them having to cover teams coming from that eastern side, and I shouldn't be because they're just too good. I love the M249. I am a big fan in situations like that because it just gives you so much ability to punish teams that are rotating around you.
A couple of squads you saw taking pot shots in, seeing if they can steal away something, but Batulin's just going to go ahead and play it slower. Knows the fact that poor old Rex is down. Just a matter of finding him and getting the flush whenever they want. Look, I'm in charge here. Takes it, and should be able to walk back, regroup, and Twisted also has pretty much control of the center of the circle.
Bean, please. Please.
Oh.
Give it when he goes in the door.
Je parle bien le coréen, c'est pour ça.
look, I love you
Je
for
pouvais
trying
traduire.
and bring out the multi. We're never going to be mad about it.
Nope.
Those are hard shots to hit.
They are. It's tough. It's tough. When players are moving, it's kind of hard to guess. And being there, not going to be able to figure that one out. At least lets Namiga know that Genji's somewhere in the vicinity. However, because of what's going on with Tosi behind Genji, he's going to wrap back, try to help them fortify against 17.
All right. Sharper is going to be regrouping right underneath the red zone. This is going to be down in southeast. TE, I think, was trying to see if they can keep control over No Lean. They might separate out a little bit further away. Orchid's going to be approaching in from the east on the low end of Solberg.
Ah ouais.
Alcazia could be wrapping in back behind Furia up to the north. Everything else pretty calm right now. 17's got themselves a actually kind of a four-man split, but they should be able to regroup with each other. Two members already inside the circle in good spot.
All right.
Diffex, what you got? Is that going after the
Is that our?
Spindles?
Have we seen any mortars today?
Not really. It's been very mortar quiet.
That's crazy. Usually at least somebody's popping them off on Miramar or Tego. Any map, really. This is, depending on, yeah, the Expendables are out in the open, so just got to dial in the distance. They're pretty close, though, are the Expendables, so you might be just at min-range here for that mortar. It's uphill, though. That adds a little bit of distance. Salute actually clocks in. Finds some damage on the Tanvu. Gike has to worry about that now. The Freaks there putting some shots in. This is kind of an awkward gas station to be at. Those fences don't offer the best of cover at times.
Type Eyes, Orchid making their roam right in between. Right past No Lean, so that should be fine for now, but that does put Orchid right in the sight lines of Genji to follow. Genji's very separated out, so a pretty decent firing line. Amiga's going to be after that, as well as Twisted. So Orchid, where's your pathing options? They're going to lean more into the north. The new circle does pop. E-Arena's going to be pretty close to the center, as well as Sharper on their hillside. So Orchid being rewarded for a bit bold.
I think T1 called in their res, and then they're going to move to another res station up in the Mini Yaz area, or as you call it, Nolene. And Yalu just trying to harass Orchid as they go by, but it's Sharper up there, it's E-Arena. Everywhere Orchid goes, there's guns.
Yeah, there's eventually just too big of a crossfire. Nowhere to go on that one, but Grigori is just trying to creep his way into some form of safety and cannot find it. Just a couple of feet away from where he wanted to stop.
Other rotates,
the Expendables going to be following a similar path to the north. See where they go as Heather has been called back in like you were talking about. He should be regrouping at the
Sur 20 points du premier.
There's probably some loot over there for him. JDG has to regroup. 17 has to regroup. Gen G is going to be right on the edge of the zone, not feel too good. Alcazia up on the top of Stolber is going to be our only real moving team.
Yeah, if you had the time to as well as T1, you could load up your cars potentially with some extra loot for him maybe. Just depended on how that Alcazia situation kind of all unfolded in the end. We didn't really get to see a ton of it because it slowed down. Twisted making a bit of a maneuver here.
Neuf.
They see something they like, but it's actually Earth.
Oh no!
Find some
No,
good
no!
shots of Batulins on a sliver of HP. Are they going to be able to get that res? No way!
No!
Good shots from Sharper. Two members were twisted down. They do manage to make it to the compound that's pretty centered up, so Twisted's not going to be too mad about it, especially given the fact that Example and Perfectix both still up.
Well, it's probably not exactly how you wanted it to go. Sharper there just living up to their name. Sharp shots. Cleaning out two players at Twisted.
pas leur game, hein?
They can really get settled. So I don't think there's really much they can do about that in terms of getting the reses or the blue chips. So they're just going to have to try to lock it down as two. Gen G's like, where did 17 go? Actually, Xiao Bei is driving way out into Narnia because the rest of 17 already wrapped in. All right, Diffix, here you go. I was going to say, about min-range here. JDG's actually taken the Expendables spot as they've gone further east, closer to Freaks territory up in the north.
It looks pretty good.
It's about that.
It's about the right line onto it.
Yeah, the good news here is it's a little uphill actually, so the min-range might be right on the money. If you look on the map, it's about 100, but might be about 120 because it goes uphill. Oh, still a little too far, but they went for the cars.
Personne, c'est dommage.
Yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked,
In this circle, losing cars is actually pretty big because it's pretty open over there.
That's a really good point, Matt.
So, I mean, even just having damage under the car is bad enough, but watching a US just kind of have to roll down the hill after it gets hit with a mortar sucks.
It is less than ideal. And actually, in a way, you know, it's a secondary prize. You'd love to find the knocks here as Gike, but...
Oh, but look at the distraction. They're just dropping mortar upon mortar and going to make the foot push right up into the duo. They can't. Everybody's going to be eyes in the sky to try to figure out where these mortars are coming from. and DK can just kind of run right up into their faces. Are they even going to be expecting this? I think Quizzy might have just been spotted.
Yeah, Quizzy there, backing off a bit. Oh my God! It just rocketed that US. Give it a little bit of the afterburner.
Just now got to get out of dodge.
C'est pas passé loin,
The
celle-là.
just to the east of this, JDG is going to have inside track on positioning. FN Pochon does spot out. Looks like they are going to be finish off cold, so fix that. JDG, you're running right up into the Expendables, who are very hungry, and Kalori's Tanbu both just double it up.
They're so clean with that. December the 12th is like, please, anything is something safe. This rock, maybe if I'm lucky. Can anybody see me? Anybody home?
He's lucky he managed to get there. New set of contenders going to be approaching. 17 following a similar pathing. They're going to be roaming right next to Geek K. Lots of shots, damage already going to be hitting onto him. 17 now going to be eyeing more into the Expendables line yet again.
Type goes down. Alcadzia Zarello gets the drop onto him. And now the rest of T1 feels like they don't have many opportunities except to take a fight. It's phase 4. Roth gets the worst end of that. Oh, there's a BRDM here for 17.
Oh, Gloria's already had it prepped and ready to go. Nade's going to be roaming in front of him. 17 in a lot of trouble there, but Tanbu has gone down. This is kind of rallied back between the two. Xiao Wu's trying to see if he can line into Delwyn, but Nade's on both sides. That rolls right up into 17's face. Delwyn takes a lot of damage, and he does go down, but Xiaobei goes down as well. Just going to be peaks between the two. Xiao Wu on one side, and here comes the reinforcements on the other side of it. Squad's just chasing after any kills they can find.
Xiao Wu got shot in the back and had to turn his attention away from the fight. The Expendables are going to crumble, but the Freaks are finding their moment finally. 3 kills here in this game. EN. Oh, it's actually Escaluzia from Sharper who finds that. T1 just can't make this uphill push work. Have to rethink, have to re-navigate.
The coldest of hot drops between Alcadzia and T1 kind of continues as Raining does spot out Roth, gets a knock on to him, and Alcadzia doesn't have too many different options they can play from. They're going to be running right into the north where Fury has already got containment set up.
Now, Heather does fall off screen.
Envoie du lourd, les mecs.
Seeing if they can get into Genji. Genji was
C'est pas moi en train de jouer. Hein.
with Heather a little bit there. Bean actually got the knock with the bolt, but they were looking for an opportunity to capitalize. Not going to be given it. T1 instead just kind of hedged their bet. Send one player one way, another way. Raining at least gets the point out of it. So T1 with 5 kills in this one. Going back to the 4 they got, wiping 4 AM at the very start. FN trying to just sled uphill.
Et toi, tu joues plus?
Above Geek, Zenith spots the player, goes for the grenade. Is it going to be good? Oh,
la grue.
US and bounced forward.
There's a lot of ways that could have bounced, and that was the absolute worst way for it to go. The way that the circle is now popped, not a lot of teams going to be in it. Down south, it's going to be really dicey. Arena's already going to be charging in after December 12th. Looks like Twisted's also on the chase after it. FN Pochon's Remnants still going to be dealing with PK just to the north of them. JDG's December 12th having so many friends around him. Obstinate Boulder option. Jacob's going to go ahead and get the knock and the flush onto it, and that's going to eliminate JDG.
Yeah, nice spray down there for Jacob. I thought you might be in trouble for a second. Zenith, Star-Lord, looking to go out in the blue, has the blue zone bag. Wants to see if there's any trailing members of Geek, maybe set up the flank. Genji has a lot of teams around them. This is a spicy spot. E-Arena, at the very least, a little bit distracted. Here goes Zenith from the blue, can only find 1, almost got 2.
Is it enough for Star-Lord to make something else happen with? He's just kind of out in the open. He knows he's about to get shot. He's just juking between it. Does find something. PWD now down. Star-Lord takes a lot of damage, but it is just a 1v1 between the two of them. But Cuban and the Freaks, I think they heard this. Are they trying to pounce on this as well?
They should. Star-Lord, actually, the blue gets it, so it's not a point over to Geek. I don't know if Star-Lord's actually going to get those points off that knock, though. Let's see.
If the Freaks have anything to say about it, they should be able to spot him. They get a bit more bold with it, but I don't think that they want to. They don't feel safe on this edge. They've got 4 members up. They're going to be pretty close. Salutes right next to 17.
Star-Lord got those 2 kills, so that's huge for FN. Huge.
Especially with the Expendables already down. Twisted still having 2 members up, 31, so that's where our drop-off's at. We've got a 10-point from first to second, and then about another 13 down into third, but it is dicey. T1 already going to be out, making that a tied position for the time being, but really Twisted ahead, just do placements for now. Genji's got to make their run in, and it's going to be right next to Twisted, who wants any point that they can find. But let's not forget, Namiga's just going to be to the east of this, Sharper's on the other side of it, and also E-Arena just to the north of Gen G.
Yeah, the problem for Gen G is mostly E-Arena here because they've cut off their advanced position and found angles in. I mean, look at the safety that E-Arena's going to have from that rock side. They can just punish Gen G unless they kind of overcommit to something. Opan's up close as the AUG.
Being safe with it. Oh, but it's going to be a problem. Just enough damage on one side. Twisted has to deal with what's going to be going on with Namiga back behind them. Sharper's also going to be throwing in some assistance. Gen G's going to have a new open opportunity to chase right after E-Arena. All these little dips and divots are not going to be enough. E-Arena can't find the defensive lines that they want. Jacob's got the high ground down into Gen G. That's a nice double up. E-Arena goes down and Gen G continues their march.
Man, what a push there for Gen G. That was so treacherous. The fact that they're even still alive is a big deal. They get some points out of it. Example gets knocked by Xiao Wu, 17. Kicking and screaming, not going down without a fight here. Found that BRDM again. So Xiao Wu, Xiao Bei, the dynamic duo, sitting ahead of Gen G. Gen G just running right behind them. They get out and underneath the feet, Orca.
Finds it in a big way, but it means the fact that Xiao Wu's just going to run right into BRDM. Goes for a cheeky play, jumps back out and says, nah, I'm going to go ahead and take you down just by myself. I don't need the defense that's set up behind me. Now Xiao Wu has some options ahead of him, but no easy paths into the circle. Sharper is still on a continued run, now ahead of Al-Qadzia. 8 kills. They've got eyes on the circle, but it's going to be Al-Qadzia with their 2 members still up that could keep them out.
Yeah, Xiao Wu actually should be able to just sort of drive into this circle. It's just a matter of how many teams are going to put damage into it. Speaking of BRDMs, it's actually Gizera. Furia has one of their own, so the Freaks have to be pretty cautious with 2 BRDMs in their vicinity. Mortars from downtown. I don't know if that's Sharper or Furia or what. Somebody out in, it's Sharper, out in Narnia, letting loose and just going for some prayers.
I think he's looking for Flame at this point. He's like, okay, the circle doesn't seem too happy. It's going to be Sharper, yeah. They're just kind of sending it. You never know. I think it's a bit blind. They're coming into this one. They've been caught up in a lot of firefights right on the edge. If they line this one into Fury and they go long distance, that could be big. But no, it's lined in onto Al-Qadzia, the closer range threat.
Yeah, those are really well dialed in.
Ooh. Cowboy down. Al-Qadzia only has 2 up. That means it's just 1 up and active for the time being.
I was just saying it. I'm like, those are really well placed. And no kidding. No kidding at all. Tons of kills here for Sharper. They're on the warpath.
Oh, le mortier là.
They keep going. They're looking to wipe Al-Qadzia out of this one. D trying to hold the line here, but a grenade rolling up right behind him. It's going to get him a little bit.
On l'utilise pas assez en fin de game. Et des fois.
Xiao Wu looked for something.
Oh, but Flame taking some shots at Sharper is going to slow them down. Xiao Wu is going to be kind of funneled more.
Moi, j'ai fait 1 kill avec.
He has no options. He's just kind of got to go after this because it's going to be the
Alors, sur 26 000 matchs, 1 kill avec le mortier, c'est pas terrible.
Fury is taking a lot of control over the circle.
Yeah, Freaks need to keep Furia at
On
bay,
l'utilise
put
pas
them
assez.
at arm's length, and don't overcommit to any of these fights on the eastern side. Let these other teams maybe cannibalize each other a little. You need to get this win as Freaks. You need to get some confidence going here. This is your best opportunity so far today, but Salute outdone in the damage department a little bit. However, he has the better position in the circle.
Yeah, blue zone going to be a problem. Xiao Wu really wants to deal with Al-Qadzia. This has just gotten extremely close range. Cad did manage to get the res, but Xiao Wu's just trying to rally this one together, and this has just gotten awkward for everybody involved. Going after the feet, can't manage to connect. Xiao Wu's taking a ton of damage. On the outside of this one, the Freaks can't find anything. It's going to be blue zone and shots connecting both. Al-Qadzia do manage to take down 17 Gaming.
Well, here you go. The rookie duo for Al-Qadzia holding the line there against one of the best to ever play PUBG in Xiao Wu. DL got knocked, but Salute has arrived. Gets the knock on to D. Gonna try for a little bit of a reposition. Let Heaven roll in, but look who's above him.
Sharper just steps in. Thunders finds one. Retaliation knock on the other side. Freak's got to be careful. Fury has now gotten vision. They want to steal what they can and do manage to pick up the kill on Thunders.
Yeah, the Freaks decided that they couldn't really get a better position here, so it was points on the edge instead of going for the win. Still, though, they can do more damage, no doubt about it. That's actually Gizera who's going to find Cowboy off screen. Sharper maybe in the worst position now of anybody in this one. They're pinned in. The Freaks are starting to use this hillside that they have to get ahead of them. Go for a little bit of a peek, but a couple cars there for Sharper to stay hidden for now. Circle 7 going to be closing here relatively shortly.
utility heavily favoring Furia right now. Freak's got some to work with as well, but Sharper's been on a lot of firefights, not really capable of chasing crates too fast. You're talking about Sharper in their position being very, very harsh. Gizera's now set up on the other side, outside the safe zone, just to make sure that they're just cemented in on position. Looks like Freaks might be opting instead. They're just going to see if they can broach in, maybe in a more northern wrap. There's already going to be Posa up there waiting. A shift coming up from Furia. Looks like they've read this right across the hillside. How much damage can Posa get out? Going to be good shots coming up from Furia. Solid defense. And everybody on the Freaks just goes down. Furia jumps him on the leaderboard to boot.
Kawazine with the MG3. The tier 3 gun. Perfect situation for that to be used. Sharper trying to make a move, but Kawazine again. That MG3 is singing.
Just 2 members up for Sharper. They've been on an absolute rampage. Everybody's just kind of roaming around through the middle of it. Furia's got multiple members up, but it is just Earth Zapuli, the last one up for Sharper. 9 kills, big run up, sitting in third. But Furia wants this game, and they're gonna get it.
Yeah, big smiles there for Furia. The Freaks tried to make a move late, see if they could catch Furia a bit off guard, but little did they know there was a machine gun waiting in those back lines, and it smoked them.
You now see why Freaks didn't want to push that side, because
I get it now.
Really well defended by Furia. They make it in the later stages, man. They know how to defend up and really make it hard for you to find any actions. But big game from Sharper there.
It was. They had tons of kills. I mean, fighting all over the place and winning them and getting people in transition as there were some rotates going past them. They did damage to the Twisted early to make sure they weren't really a threat going into that late game.
Even starting with a hot drop. Fun stuff coming up from T1. Just a crazy game.
Pas le classement. Ouais, et c'est les meilleurs écrans qu'il y a, les OI. Je crois que c'est les meilleurs écrans.
Forwards in this game, being able to solidify themselves in huge swathes of space and take themselves the victory on our first Erangel here for PGC 2025. It's a win for Brazil. It's a win for the Americas Toffees.
It's about time. QAD also looked pretty good in that game. So Americas, when we play from the top in an unexpected circle, things go pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, that circle location when we got to the north, where it was so close to the gas station, is not something I get to see in comp at the end game very often. Normally we shift a lot farther south at that point. So it was a fun way to watch the end game. Not a lot of cover up here. A lot of teams battling out for a very small amount of real estate.
Yeah, definitely some plan Bs, plan Cs being executed here for a circle like this one. As we watch a lot of these hillside fights, they get scrappy. And for Orca, running at a BRDM, it got really scrappy, and he was taken down there eventually.
You know, he was real confident in people.
C'est Ben qui fait ça.
He thought his teammates had his back a little bit more. But 17 said, no, not today. And they have been hard committed to the BRDM, 17. I'll say that right now. This is like the third game we've seen them trying to run that as a strategy. So we'll see if that continues. Pretty fascinating game over on the north side. I think it really just came down to a lot of unexpected shifts and teams just chasing the ball and having to sort of get fed into bad spots over and over again.
And with a circle like that toward the end, where Furia has so much control, you're expecting them to get a win from that kind of game, with all the teams in that southwest side just being dismantling one another in time as well. Sharper, though, getting themselves towards the late game. Another good game for the Taiwanese teams here to be able to rack up even more points on the day.
I can't believe they got another. I think it was second place.
15!
So a huge performance. Another 15 points for them as they go up the climb.
Ça vaut 600 balles.
Very excited to walk away with those 19s. Freaks, who traditionally start very slow on day one, actually managed to get themselves a third place. That would be nice to see. But I think the story for this game was teams who were in the chase got some points. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen the teams that needed it put up some numbers here.
I was particularly excited actually coming into PGC 2025
plus
to
tard,
see
ça marche.
how our Thai teams would do. Obviously,
Bonne
we don't
course
get
à
to
toi.
see full sense until the grand final, so my eyes had to avert elsewhere. What are they going to do? How are they going to fare? They've got the opportunity to play on home soil and probably have their training ground closer to venue than most of these teams, right? So, for Sharper, that kind of thing seems to be paying off in spades.
I mean, you cannot
Et là, ça va être la dernière game.
to have
33.
home court advantage, whether it's fans, whether it's food, whether it's weather, like these things all play into it and keep you strong. FN Pochon, however, still managing to dominate this leaderboard at 54 points after 5 games. The Expendables still at the same distance
Dernière game de la journée.
Yeah, an extra 4 there for FN Pochon, an extra 4 there for Expendables. So keeping even Stevens with one another at the moment here. But for all of those teams on the south side having to push up onto a circle like this, again, those hills are going to get the better of you. We watched as Twisted Minds start things off pretty strong at the start of that game. But then you have to send yourself alongside the hills, up on the Salba, and you can't really solidify yourself.
No, and the hard part about those rotations is you're going to lose, right? You lose one here, you lose one there, you lose another there, and eventually you just start to fall apart. QAD, we talked about them at the start of the last game, how they had moved into sort of that mid-tier. After this one, they get into the top 5. So everyone steps away from making those moves if you can get it in now.
That is big. Tambu's giving some fighting words to the rest of these guys here. As you can see, us getting ready for this game as well. We have one more for today. Everybody needs to lock in before they go home and start reviewing what is available to them. Because again, they will have one day off. We will be going to Group B tomorrow. And that will give these teams ample opportunity to try and adapt to what they've seen so far. For 17, as you said, they've gone for a lot of BRDM plays. And for everybody's concerns about BRDMs coming on in, they really haven't made it work too well here so far.
I mean, I think that people have just answered BRDMs. They understand how to break them down. They're not as scary as they used to be. Even with the change to the Panzerfaust, there's still a good way to bring down the BRDM through just good old-fashioned shoot it up a whole bunch of times. So I think the fact that we've learned how to stay away from it and outplay it has made it way less effective.
That's the thing as well, right? I think there was obviously some chatter and talk about the potential limitation of Panzerfaust being kind of added to those trunks and then being able to transport them around a little bit more difficult because the weight increase as well. But it really hasn't even been that as the answer. Everyone's just spraying at these BRDMs
I think
now.
what you've hit is it was a community answer. So people said, I don't know how to deal with the BRDM. And then universally, without discussing it, every player said, you know what? When I see one, I'm going to unload a magazine on it every single time. And that has been what has broken the BRDM strategies, because you used to be able to drive, and if I saw a BRDM, I sat back and said, well, it's not my problem. I'm just going to let them go on by. Now I say, no, I got to dump the mag so someone else can finish them for me.
Well, especially with a lot of players, actually, when you look at how much their ammo they're carrying at the moment, it almost feels like a little bit more extra a response to that. You're seeing a lot of these players
J'en profite pour aller aux toilettes.
5.56 running around, right? A little bit less on some of that util, even though it's still obviously extremely important for some of these late games. I'm getting word that we are just 1 minute out from the game here after a small technical issue, but so far so good for today.
I think with one game left to play, if you're a team like Sharper, a team that has benefited from no one really knowing you or understanding what your plan was coming into this event, you've got to make a big last game, because like you said, people go home tonight, they look at these strategies, they break them down. What Sharper did today, they can't do next time. They're going to have to replan. So now's the main to get moving, put rubber to road, and make a push.
And a team like them doesn't have as much international experience as Twisted, as all of these other guys that are constantly at PGSs to make those adaptations, right? So it might be a little bit more difficult for them, but let's get to it. It is the final game of the day here for Group A, for PGC, day number 1. Let's go to Erangel, boys.
One last meal left on the table for today, and it is Erangel that we're going to be jumping right into. Interesting situation looking at Group A, since everybody in Group A has off tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of VOD review, like the desk is talking about. They're going to be able to deep dive, prepare, move into the next time we see Group A again, because it is just the same groups all the way through this.
Well, you're going to have teams like Genji, like the Freaks. I think JDG for you maybe as well. Going to need to really figure some stuff out quick, because you can't be one of those bottom 3 teams. That is a position where you are just knocked out of the event right away. If you get bottom 3 in your group here during the group stage, you are done with your PGC run for 2025. Are we dropping Yaz here again?
Looks like we have a commitment from 4 Angry Men and T1 both. I don't see Alcadzia over there this time around, though. Nope, they dropped late, so Alcadzia is just going to opt into more of the Milta power angle. So 4 Angry Men, T1 time, baby.
Round 2. Fight.
In a few minutes.
In a few minutes.
Well,
once they get in the ground. It'll be happening here in a second, Matt. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah. It's a bit of an awkward drop for this too, because it looks like T1 is dropping a bit further. 4 Angry Men might be short dropping it. Can't quite tell. See how the landing's going to be coming in, and 4 Angry Men do land, and yeah, T1's going to stretch it just a little bit further.
Well, one player stay there. Oh, yeah.
And a Millie to balance it out.
Let's go. Millie circle time. Wouldn't be the first day of an event of PUBG Esports List. We had a Millie circle.
Crowd loved that one.
They did. FN fans loved that one.
That is true.
There's dozens of us.
Dozens, I say. Dozens. Okay, so instead of a hot drop, we've got a kind of lukewarm drop. We do know that T1's going to go after this one. Or it could also, looks like they're sending one member up to the north to see if maybe they can get something and pounce onto this one, get some kills or something. Boostic's being brave.
It seems a little more standoffish this time. 4AM not really getting any kind of wild hairs. They're just...
Well, I would imagine that 4 Angry Men, after the last one, wants to avoid any firm hot drop. They want to get their loot a bit better under control before they try to go for
a weird position, because T1's a bit ahead of them on the leaderboard. And, you know, for T1, it is also a little bit weird because you want to get up towards one of those top 5 spots, go directly to the grand finals, whereas 4AM's just trying to cling to life here and still give themselves some hope for that opportunity. Man of the match will be Kaozin. Yep.
Well played.
Yep.
Control angles. I mean, they did everything. Like, that's an awkward ending circle, too, because it was so, like, I don't know, the way that the circle lined into how the hillside just kind of increases there, and it's so vertical.
Yeah.
They just read how to play it so well, realizing how people were going to try to wrap on the low side.
Yeah. No, it was so well thought out and set up. I mean, they've got so much safety there with the BRDM, with the MG3. Like, I was watching them the whole time, and I'm like, man, you guys are so spread out. Like, maybe there's an opportunity, but, ooh, speaking of opportunities.
Yep, type. It doesn't matter the gun. It doesn't matter when it's going to happen. Type just kind of unload on somebody, dude. It is just, he's got such ridiculously good aim.
He gets half damage there. That's so good. I mean, how many first kills has he had today?
Yeah, I know.
3?
I think so.
He's such a talented young player. I mean, I can't wait to see, as he matures the next couple of years, what he's going to be able to do. He doesn't seem to be letting up. I mean, last year he was great. This year he's great. He's just got potential.
So, welcome to Crates in Georgia Pole, where JDG has decided to roam in. Namiga's trying to figure out, okay, what do we do about this? This is a weird situation just in general, especially to do whenever we get a milli-circle game. So, looks like they're trying to set up some crossfire angles, and Levante is going to find it onto Souza.
Well, this caught JDG more off guard than it did Namiga for sure. I think they're anticipating that anybody would have stuck around here this late. Maybe we're hoping to scoop up some extra loot, and instead they've got a fight on their hands. This is a team that doesn't want to be scrapping this early, I don't think. 17 going to use the E pickup, and a lot of territory still open on Sosnovka because of this plane path, Matt. You know, not many teams were anywhere near the military base island, so they're going to have their pick of a couple pretty decent spots, I think.
Interestingly, the Expendables were a very early rotator to military.
You know, that is pretty rare for them.
Yeah. Usually they like to tail in, see if they can find some firefights on the backside of this one. They talked about the fact that they wanted to play it a lot cleaner, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do. We haven't seen them be as, I guess, violent in Circle 1 or 2 as we can often see them be.
True. It's a good shout. It seems like there is a little bit of adjustment in their big picture game plan and their macro. And taking those crossroad compounds on the west side, really, really nice. Cold. Well, saw for a moment. Oh, and he gets another. Hello, my bad. Caught out in the open a little bit. Nice grenade, though, from Gadrox. That is on the money.
JDG just cannot find a way to start some of these games today. Now it's just going to be Spaceman December 12th. I guess seeing if maybe they can get the flush, get some point, get something out of this one, because this is just a horrid start. And they know that they're going to be bogged down over here for a while the longer this goes on. And they still have to get the military afterwards. Spaceman takes a face full of lead and just has to walk away, praying the fact that December 12th can come over and pick him up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think JDG should just leave.
Yeah, I think so too, but I guess they have the idea of maybe we can get some kills back, and oh, that's a sneaky angle, but you're now revealed.
You got to appreciate the attempt.
I mean, I like that angle. It's a very tricksy angle that a lot of people don't use.
Oh, yeah.
But there's just so many members up. I mean, Nemiga just has such an advantage. Well, I mean, December 12th does at least get a flush onto one of them. So there's 1 point. Spaceman's going to go down. But is the 1 point going to be worth? December 12th already down to 6 health. Now he's going to get back up. It's going to be fine, but he's completely surrounded. He's going to have to firefight his way out. And like, hell of my bad just spraying into everything. JDG is eliminated.
Well, so if you're curious at home, in theory, North George should be Nemiga's territory. South George should be JDG territory, but the plane path was a little bit awkward, and I don't know if JDG just thought they had an opportunity, like they saw a 2-2 split and thought they could capitalize. I didn't get to see it really on the map because we were watching this potential hot drop, much more focused on this. Might have to go back and watch it a little bit, but kind of a weird, awkward scenario here on Erangel. There's a lot of teams today, in general, Matt, that have been like, let's fight early game. Let's fight for some of these drop spots. I get it. It's the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, and group stage, so fighting for like positionals and drops is kind of vital, but it's its own set of problems if you can't get the other sections of your games to kind of get functional, right? You've got to keep something going out of this one, and Nemiga is presently sitting up into 8th place right now, and they were in crates first, but again, due to that awkward plane path you're talking about, at this stage, I almost feel like you got to be expecting some people to just be in your backyard every single place you go.
Yeah, and you know, usually it's like teams like the Expendables or something, but everybody's been, Alcazia's been playing a little bit wild today, so there's a whole bunch of kind of question marks that have got to be in everybody's minds, you know, especially those Group B teams that are watching this right now. You're watching today and you're like, what in the world is going on? Like, what is going on here?
And I'm not necessarily mad at JDG or think it's a terrible idea for them to go, okay, dude, it's a melee circle. We've got somebody here. Maybe we can fight it out. There's only 2 of us there. Maybe we can, like, because that's the whole thing is if JDG can't necessarily kill Nemiga, they can also slow them down enough to screw up their game to where if Nemiga makes it into, like, if they can't really get onto Erangel and they get taken out, let's say, 12th or something like that before they even get them placement points and only get the kills from the drop in the firefight, then it doesn't even feel like you lost because Nemiga doesn't want to do that again either.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm not questioning why JDG necessarily did it. I'm more just curious
Dernière game de la journée chez Erangel.
Unfolded, if that makes sense. I agree with you, though. I don't really find much fault with their decision-making there. I mean, they had 2 players alone, in theory.
Well, it didn't work, so there are some faults with it. But
yeah.
It's one of those things that we're just trying to provide a little bit of context to you guys. Like, there's a lot of different moving factors outside of a lot of times whenever we're watching, we just get a chance to talk about the firefight that happened and not the longer-term ramifications. Well, an emergency pickup might negate some of those longer-term ramifications.
This is pretty nice for Nemiga, man. Like, they're going to have Novo. Levante's in there by himself. FN had already left. They've spread out into a 2-2, 2 on the tower, 2 by the bridge on that eastern edge.
And ils sont déjà fait éliminer.
They're going to get in and probably be okay, at least for one more circle.
No, I will not leave Yasnaya until I let you know it is mine. Neither squad wants to relent, even though the blue zone is a couple of kilometers already looking like it's going to reset and move into circle number 2. Instead, we are committed into Yasnaya. This is our home.
This feels like watching, oh my God, that circle. This feels like watching like 2 deer fight. You know, like they're just like slamming into each other and they stand back and walk around and wait a little while. And eventually they'll slam into each other again.
Finally, it hurts their head a little bit, and you see them do that shake and kind of look at each other.
Yeah, it's called a concussion.
They wait a second, then they do it again. Yeah, it's pretty much what's going on in Yasnaya right now. But Evan Pochon, they've got an idea of their own, and it looks like Orchid, I think, spotted that. Lurix, I think, got some vision of what's going to be going on with Star-Lord because, boy, we saw Orchid stop and immediately turn around.
Yeah, this is kind of the part of FN's game that always leaves me a little bit nervous is Star-Lord when he's out on his own trying to do some recon and scouting, and he's not bad at it by any stretch of the imagination. It's just he's on his own, so I'm nervous. That's really the big part of that. But he's been really solid overall. The whole team has been. But this one looks a little bit, maybe a little more precarious for them, but they've been a great edge team today, so see if they can keep it up.
That's a good spot for Sharper. It's not taking at this point. A couple of decent, like, defendable points as well as pathing options to keep your vehicles up and safe. All right, I guess we're finally done up here. We found a vehicle, and now we're just going to start our roam. Okay, 4 Angry Men, you can have South Yasnaya. Instead, Nemiga, remember how we talked about that there are potential ramifications outside of just maybe winning the firefight? This is what we're looking at, is they're going to be jumping right into 17.
Oh, man. I thought they were going to go over to Novo, group up with Levante. Instead, they try to open up a landing spot for him. Hollow, my bad. Still there, but it is just not a good gamble here for Nemiga, unfortunately. And FN Rex actually got a knock on to Roth from up on this mountain. The dude is just too good. I think that's, I don't know how much damage he got in there. Couldn't quite tell, but kind of a tricky spot for Al-Qadsia, maybe, but they have a lot of room to go west, as the circle now basically can end just about anywhere on the island here. There's not much that's going to kind of force anything away from anything, so everybody just trying to center up as best as they possibly can.
Respect, Earth Zep. Louis, you managed to get the most damage inside the last game. Sharper just, I mean, finding more comfort inside that last game as well, which is odd to say given the fact that it was not a comfortable game for them. It feels like they just found more of the way that they want to synergize that together. Oh, Salute! That just lined up too pretty. Orchid thought that they found a way to get the safety, and instead, Salute just steals it all away from him.
That was disgusting. Back-to-back headshots to get those knocks. That is filthy stuff from Salute. Need more of that from the Freaks, from their star. He's got one so far, but certainly there's no hope of those reses coming for Orchid. As you can see, the Freaks are driving around. And that, you know, the funny thing is, they know there's one left. He's got an M249. If they get in that boat, he can just do it right back to him if they're not careful, but I'm sure that's got to be something they're considering.
EK a bit nervous, afraid that somebody's going to be doing a bridge camp. Not really happening. There is duck juice that's going to be at the intersection past this one, kind of where those compounds are going to be, but EK should be fine outside of the red zone on top of them, so nothing to be too concerned about. It is going to be T1 pathing in, 4 Angry Men also finding a vehicle. Lou going to be very far back behind them. Still in Yasnaya, just on the outskirts of it, as the circle does pop a bit more to the west. Going to favor DK's slower rotate. Means that Irina, Evan Pochon, we also can see Nemiga's a player over there to the east, as well as Al-Qadsia, all having to rotate.
Yeah, Millie Mountains. I love this area of the map. This is one of my favorite parts of Erangel. A lot of terrain to work with for our teams. The boat snagged.
My boat.
And yeah, it's nowhere near Arctic, so this, at least for now, is safe for the Freaks. Now, the funny thing is T1 is finally making their move, 4 a.m. behind them, and they're going to be crossing that western bridge here in just a bit, but Geekay still maintaining their bridge camp, and it's just going to be a quick hop across the channel for the Freaks, is going a little bit, looks like they want to go a little bit east, but Geekay did get a spot onto that, so they're going to be momentarily pinned down. The funny thing is once they get past Geekay's sightlines, they've got a ton of space to maneuver.
Well, what's interesting is Geekay also managed to find a crate over here. They're not really bridge camping. They're just kind of hanging out over here. 17's going to spout out breakers, of course, and get him down. It's going to make it more difficult for Evan Pochon. There's no real easy path for them. They're going to bump into a squad no matter which angle they come from. This is now going to have a stack of squads, and most notably, T1, 4 Angry Men, again over on this western bridge. Geekay, if they're slow in their looting, might actually opt into getting involved as well.
T1 sees this, and they're just going to go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 AM should just be dead here.
Oh, no. Crashes at the worst time. 4 Angry Men, you survived for so long, but in the end, Yasnaya control, I guess, kind of goes to T1. Kind of.
I'm thinking about it, I guess.
We decided Yasnaya control at the western bridge to Millie, right?
Done deal.
Sure.
Shaolu's sitting here.
I know. I don't know what's going on. He's moving, so he's still alive. He's just kind of vibing.
Hey, bro. I'm going to res you.
Look, it's my city. You can't have it.
I'm going to res you, and you're going to drop into the next opportunity that it lets you, and there's going to be players everywhere, and you're not going to be able to get anything, and you might be able to pull off the Batulans and just hide, but
yeah, that's about it.
That's about it.
And, I mean, there's a couple of places in the hillside you can land, right? Evan Pochon being, I don't know, no fear, just rolls right next to 17 and Furia both like, okay, this tree's good enough, I guess.
Gizera seems so concerned about a crash. He's just holding a shotgun in a corner, letting FN just kind of drive by. it might bait them into trying to go into that compound. Have to see. Hello, my bad.
Oh, back to the bush.
17 has to think that maybe, you know, that last Nemiga player is around here somewhere, and they might be looking for it. But Rex gets an inkling of 17th position. Sees 2. I'd back the heck off of this.
Oh, yeah. Saw it a bit too late as Star-Lord's going to go down. 7-7 spotted him, and now it's just kind of solo missions. The circle pops a bit more down to the southwest as well, so that means everybody. Look at the cluster and the rainbow of teams over in the east with so few options. You're just going to have to fight now.
Oh, here goes Hello, my bad. He got the knock there. Starts throwing in util. That's a great bounce. I think that's a booze. Oh, it went left, though. It didn't actually bounce the direction. It got the distance through a couple. Oh, he didn't guess correctly, I think, on where they were actually sticking the res. Gen.G underneath Alcadzia here over at the C block.
Two teams that are not necessarily friends with each other today either, as we're starting to get a whole bunch of mini rivalries today. Flame, though, steps around the corner, does get the knock on a Cowboy, but D gets it quick back on the other side. Orca Bean up for Gen.G, spots out, and that's a lot of damage coming out from Orca. Rillo goes down.
I'm not sure if all those bullets were just hitting fence. Looks like maybe Orca should have been doing a little bit more damage there.
Bean's on the other side of this. This is technically a pinch between the two. An awkward pinch using kind of like, I guess, the barracks as a go-between, but I don't know. This is a really hard area to push.
Yeah. Oh, the grenades just aren't quite far enough. He has the right read on about where they are. Just coming up a little bit short on this. Rello trying to hold the line on the inside. Tosi not resable. So Orca Bean continue on.
Everybody's just following footsteps. You can hear it. Every single time, like, there's a footstep that happens, the other team just kind of pinch back around. T1, you've got friends in Geekay. Remember how we talked about the Geekay might be a bit slow out here? Bean does spot out Cowboy, and now it's just down to him.
Well, I mean, Gen.G is not going to go down without a fight, but it's just a tough one. Bean.
Oh.
He didn't take any damage.
I mean, he's making it happen. This is a hard hole to push sometimes, especially as a solo. I like the fact that he checks the higher area, making sure that nobody's going to be pushing him on story 2, but this is weird now because they also have Orchid that's very close.
Dude, Rex is just running around killing people by himself. The guy's just a monster.
Bean, you better be careful. You have a squad that's thinking about doing to you what you just did to them, but he already knows.
Dude, someone call Steven Spielberg. We've got the next T-Rex ready for the Jurassic Park movies.
Oh, steps. No fear, dude. Look at this. He is just finding point after point. Gen.G, where has this been all day?
Well, he's maybe running out of luck.
He's making his own right now. No fear. He's got a read on every single person and knowing how they're coming after him. That's just really well done. Boost it, putting in some assistance. Finally, the luck wears out, and Gen.G gets eliminated.
Yeah, it's great for Orchid there. They get a bunch of points off of that. They get 3 kills, and they're coming out sitting very pretty mostly. They're only 1 player down overall, trying to drive into the next circle, but Twisted Minds has most of the rest of the military bases in the zone under control. Heaven takes down Posa. A little bit of revenge here maybe for the Freaks. Salute's getting a lot closer here. Heaven out in the open, but Kauzin can't do much about it, and Heaven says, back off, brother. This is our end of the circle.
This is a weird position to try to defend for now because you've got the valley and the hillside, but the hillside's already kind of under control of E-Arena. DK's on the other side, so there might be a pinch onto E-Arena that could be happening, and that could open up more for the Freaks to work with.
Yeah.
But there's also Zenith that's back behind the Freaks. So the Freaks are contained. They just don't know it yet, and they just have to firefight their way out. GK's PWD, though, just says, nah, I'm just going to send it center circle, rolls right back. E-Arena just doesn't even care.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the fight had kicked off with E-Arena and GK, then I think that would have been the signal for the Freaks to try to third-party that, go in a different direction. But like you said, PWD just drove right by. And the thing is he leaves Diffix out in Narnia. Spyro is out in the blue trying to find the last T1 player. So GK is mega spread out, and it's kind of not giving the Freaks the opportunity that maybe they could have had otherwise. So it's into the car, and maybe they just send it too.
You just got to go. No options. Rolling down the hillside. Looks like they've opted a bit more into the east where Fury is at.
Yeah, this is kind of a little bit awkward. The Freaks are just looking for fights on the edges, looking for those points. There's Diffex claiming Heather, so T1 does go down after quite a long while, but they'll find 3 more points and still be sitting in third currently. Not going to finish there, probably, with Twisted still in this game. Sharper as well, knocking on the door.
I'm still nervous about Zenith. He's going to pop out some point. Oh, he took the shots at Salute, but Salute spun it back around on him. Take him down. Sharper, you've been on it today. What can you find and sneak around from? Oh, no. Gike.
Nope.
They didn't want to go after the Expendables down to the south, so instead they go to the east. That's right in between E-Arena and the Freaks both.
Hard to imagine. They have an NG3 of their own this time. But hard to imagine there that those last 2 Gike players get much further in this. DN Freaks doing the damage down towards Furia. You can see they're lighting them up on the feed there. Yeah, there you go. Kawazine gone. Goodbye. Little revenge here. It's all right. MG3. Can you do anything with it, though?
I mean, high ground, Gike has it to work with, but just not a lot of angles. Runs right into the nade. Opons reads it up on the hill. That's a hard throw to hit if it was intentional. Now Diffex is going to go down to blue zone. PWD and his BRDM down in the thick of it all going to be the focus point. Let's not forget about the Expendables, though. It's been quiet for a while from them, but they've got eyes on a new target, and that is going to be E-Arena and PWD both.
The Freaks are in an awkward spot there. They have to have some good shots to keep teams from getting angles down into them. They're a little bit out in the open. The Expendables, though, angling in the direction of E-Arena. Getting danger close, sniffing, seeing, and yep, there you go. Delwyn finds the first.
This is such an awkward in-game circle that we're going to be looking at. The Expendables and PWD, the only ones that are going to be in it right now. The other members for the Expendables playing further to the north, still on the hunt after E-Arena. It looks like the Freaks are going to try to use this as an opportunity. They hop on a vehicle. They just run down the hillside in front of E-Arena. But the way this works is it's kind of like a valley that leads into another valley, and the Freaks opted to going right into the crossfire instead. They just wanted to see if they could get some more positioning out of it. They're going to run right into a nade on top of that. They just rolled right into a position that put them into a crossfire, and that's going to be a big, big problem.
Yeah, Twisted is making it rain. They've gotten up onto the radar tower. I was kind of curious if somebody was going to be able to use that building. You rarely get to see it in esports, and they are over in there, and they are profiting as the Expendables had to turn around and fight Sharper. This has relieved the Freaks momentarily. That grenade, I don't know how in the world that didn't do damage. There you go. Tanvu makes quick work of Jedi there. Escaluzia looking for an angle, looking for damage.
Yeah, this has just gotten really awkward for the Expendables because they know that there's a team back behind them. E-Arena is still kind of caught up. Salute's kind of flanked around back behind it.
Oh.
Delwyn's still trying to fend up. Does manage to take down another member of Sharper. This is the other side of it where the Freaks have tried to set up a contain onto E-Arena, and now it's just problems upon problems as vehicles are just kind of getting spattered all across the hillside. Duran's finally going to go down. That frees up the Freaks. Where are they going to go is now with that firefight going up on the higher ground, Twisted is crossed and moved into the lower ground valley section.
This has gotten a little bit weird. It's kind of become that rock, paper, scissors. Oh, and Lou actually gets a knock on a Tanvu. What does DNF want to do? They know it's the Expendables above them on the hill, but they don't want to give Twisted any opportunities to find an extra angle or a knock of their own. Twisted's Lou now looking towards Sharper Earth, sitting there, waiting it out as long as he can, but don't imagine he's going to be given any opportunity to go any further in this game, really. So the Freaks, they've got the circle, they've got a little bit of control, they got a little bit of help on the backside from Sharper to keep the Expendables off of them. Got to be careful, though, here as Heaven. You never know where the Expendables are going to be lurking.
Freaks have found about a third of their points on the day just inside of this game, so this could be a big game for them, but having to line up against the Expendables with some high ground control as well as Twisted on the other side, you've got to play this very, very clean. Duck Juice, of course, is going to be the point man closest to the Freaks. Playing it slow, seeing if anybody opts into playing aggressive is really, it's just going to be the angles that reveal themselves, and Duck Juice spots out Salute of all people.
That was clean from Duck Juice. So they got to pick up Salute and get the hell out of there because they know there's going to be a response. The grenades are already in hand for the Expendables being thought about. Oh, Heaven. Oh, my word.
The follow-ups go a bit too far, and he manages to peek back around, spot out Delwyn. And, of course, it's going to be Duck Juice again. He is defending that line so strong against anything that the Freaks want to do, and that's opened it up for Twisted in their push.
Yeah, this has just gone very awry. I just couldn't quite get the positions on the Expendables quick enough for the Freaks and the Expendables Duck Juice. Huge responses from him. Rez is through, Delwyn up, going for that first aid. It's in. Stuns are out from both sides, but Delwyn just keeps going.
No fear, steps in, but right into the line of Salute. Follows it up, gets a ton of damage onto Duck Juice as well. Calores also has to run. Salute holds the line when he has to. Guman goes on the chase after it, but it's going to be Twisted. Backs up right up next to everybody on the Freaks. This is a problem. Do they even read this coming? Salute's in a ton of trouble. He's caught out. Perfectix just runs right up into him, and there is nothing the Freaks can do.
This is just so well thought out by Twisted. The timings here couldn't be better. Salute gets knocked, and now for the Freaks, you're just one up. And I don't think that res is going to be allowed, and you know he's right behind that rock. Yeah, no way, Jose. Well done there by Twisted, and they've given themselves a great opportunity to get the win. By the way, Earth's still alive.
Yep.
Because Twisted's like, actually, we can just win the game right here, and we don't care about this solo.
Interesting set of
Hey,
situations.
Twisted.
There's now been a role reversal in position where Twisted's got a lot of control. Tombu has spotted out Earth, wants to secure it, but doesn't get the kill. The blue zone gets that last tick of damage.
c'est la blue zone qui le tue.
Directed line up. We got the guys that have been winning all of the PGSs in Twisted and the PGC champions from last year, the Expendables, in our last firefight, 4v3.
Nope. Duck Juice again. Gonna be very, very close. Duelins. Oh, they saw each other right about the same time. 1 HP there.
Oh,
Another
no.
for Tanbu.
Finds it. Big plays coming up from the Expendables. Duck Juice has just been a powerhouse, holding the line for his squad in big moments. But example, Perfectix on the other side, waiting. They know where the information is going to be coming. Tanbu wrapping very low. Center in control by Twisted right now. But Expendables roaming together. Tanbu leading the way on one side of it. They know where Lou is. They've already got a read on the other members, but the aim for Twisted is not on impeccable.
It's got to be in the back of your mind as Twisted Minds. That Rondo game at PGS earlier in Malaysia. Duck Juice just gets ripped out of the vehicle.
Tries to go for a new angle and denied. That puts us into a 2v2.
And it was Tanbu who was the hero for the Expendables. The last time these two teams found themselves in a late game scenario. He's got a little help this time from Clores. He's not on his own. But center circle, a little bit of cover here. Some util goes down for Twisted. They want some more of the emergency cover for themselves, and they will be getting it. Just got to watch out and make sure one of them doesn't land on you.
I mean, everybody's pretty much lined up next to each other. Twisted has a little bit of a wider firing angle as Expendables are having to approach pretty much up on top
Pas la
of each
première
other.
place, elle est
Twisted's using the
Twisted.
change to their
Pas que
advantage
là.
right now and can get some doubled up firing lines, and they know it. Expendables can't find any way to approach. Calori is now down 2v1. Twisted sitting on a ton of kills already in the chase. They don't want to let anybody get too far ahead of them. It is 55-49. Tanbu, the last one up for the Expendables.
Okay, there's no way he can 1v2 Twisted Minds again, right? Certainly not.
So close. Example knows where it's at. Tanbu goes for a new reposition on this one. Perfectix looks like he has an idea that could be happening. He keeps glancing on that angle. Tanbu slowing back down the pace. Doesn't like the angle of approach, but I think that Perfectix has already got a read on this. Yeah, knows exactly where Tanbu's going to be coming from. The moment he goes for a shot, it's going to be another crossfire position with not a lot for Tanbu to do except for just firefight his way out.
And there's a few stuns in the bag still for Twisted Minds. So as he has to break angles there, when the circle forces him forward, they might just be able to stun him out of it. Tanbu, I think, would love to go further down this hill. Yeah, absolutely. This is the right play.
Ouais,
Keep
ils ont la
Twisted a
zone
little
en
bit
plus.
more off balance. If you can get far enough under, they might not expect it. However, I do see Twisted being very diligent about this possibility.
Blue zone is going to start making this more problematic. Tanbu's been playing right up against the edge of it. Starting to come in. Does go for a couple of shots. Revealed position. Twisted now going to have all the information that they need. Still using the cover that's been provided. Tanbu's still just trying to use the hillside, but no angle showing itself in a way that he can exploit just yet. Looks like maybe Perfectix is trying to set up some utility. Saw a pan maybe coming out. You never know. Blind throw it. Might connect down the hillside. Gravity's a thing. Oh no! Spots out Tanbu. Tanbu was trying to be tricksy. Perfectix gets the read on it, and that's going to be Twisted Minds.
Twisted. Deuxième top 1 de la journée.
2 chicken dinners on day 1 at PGC for Twisted Minds. Buckle up, people. They mean business here. They want this one so bad. God, what an attempt from the Expendables. They got that extra man advantage, and it looked like they might be able to do something, but yeah, a little bit of frustration.
That's a squad that always looks happy.
Yeah.
Does not look happy losing to Twisted. Portents of things to maybe come as Twisted did
C'est la fin de cette journée.
But boy, they have been on a tear these last 3 games.
Yeah, man. Just, it's almost like, well, we'll see you in the grand finals. It almost feels like that already.
Oh, dude, it is going to be so back and forth. This group is going to be nuts as we keep going back and forth through this. We've got 2 more days of this. We still have Group A. There is so much to be looking forward to. Let's go ahead and throw it over the desk and get everything prepped for tomorrow.
Oui, finissent deuxième.
They've fallen short just a few times at PGC, but this time, day number 1 here for PGC 2025 Twisted Minds definitely means business. As Paper Thin says, buckle up them Porsche seatbelts, because they're coming for that. They're coming for the title.
They're coming for it, but also what a way to end day 1. The defending PGC champions head-to-head with the future PGC champions in a battle for the top of the hill.
Well, some might be hoping for that, maybe me. But yes, as we take a look back at this game, I mean, even on those final moments, though, we held it in bated breath. Tambu is the kind of guy that could quite easily 2v1 or 1v2 a situation versus Twisted.
I mean, the man is born to win, right? And that's, I think, what we love about Expendables is you never write them off. Even when they're down to 1, they're going to throw everything they have at it. And he was chess gaming the crap out of that end game, right? He was representing himself in a position, rotating to an off position. He did everything that he could to win that, but Perfectix was not going to let it happen.
And I will say, even the final spray from Twisted Minds, you can see how much respect they had knowing who they were going up against, right? Actually, just the quick peek into a slight spray, because they know if they give him an opportunity at that 1v1, he could quite easily win that.
True. I would argue this one point. I think that you're right about that respect. I don't know if it was because of Tanvu. One of the things I've noticed about Twisted Minds is that they have changed into a team that respects everybody in terms of fights. They never write a team off. They never say, I can just push this because it's them. We see that from everybody else. It's constant from the field that we see teams make kind of these like brain-dead pushes because they go, oh, those are 4 easy points. Twisted Minds never takes that mentality anymore.
And I think to what you're saying, that actually materialized in the change up to their playstyle mid-2025, where they won EWC. It's slower, it's a bit more kind of slower pace to be able to get themselves to those victories. So it's an astute read, Top. It is an astute read as we look back at some of the final moments from this game here. The Expendables, once again, I mean, we're singing the praises of Twisted Minds, but the Expendables has been on fire for a good portion of today.
They have looked really good, but again, they ended up in a 3v4 against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds ends up finishing it 2v1, so they used the most of their resources. Also, a shout out to Donowa Freaks. Again, we talked in the last game about they don't often show up in game number 1. Here we are in game 6, and they're in 3rd. So these guys saying, you know what, we're not going to just wait till the end of the group stages this time. We're going to show up early.
Yeah, Slew had a decent moment of pop-off, but again, for Korea, for South Korea, it actually wasn't DN Freaks that was the one really shining through. FM Ponchon still on up there, and I'm sure in a few moments we'll be able to hear a few words from them as well, but the crowd's been excellent throughout the day, and in just a few moments time we can hear from them as well. So a good day 1 to start things off with FM Ponchon up on number 1 as we have our interviews ready, I do believe, in a few moments' time. So
I just want to find out what is FM Pochon's plan for tomorrow. Because the fact of the matter is everyone's going to go home, everyone's going to watch them. No one has the respect that they should for this team. Will they say the same strategy when they come back in 2 days?
It's a good question because they need to hold on to it against a very ferocious set of teams. Let's hear from them right now.
ต้องบอกว่าจบไปแล้วนะคะกับทั้ง6แมตช์นะคะใน Day 1 นั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็ได้อยู่กับผู้เล่นนะคะที่ต้องบอกว่ามี outstanding performance นะคะที่เราจะมาร่วมพูดคุยกันนะคะใน final interview นั่นเองนะคะ Alright, so we're right here with Star Lord everyone, so let's make some cheers. Woo! Yeah. All right. So I would like to ask you like some simple question about your last PGS result with an idea. But today you look so incredible, and about your result that finished on top. So what made the difference today from that?
네, 저번 PGS에서는 그렇게 원하는 만큼의 성적을 내진 못했지만 이번에는 완전 훌륭한 폼을 보여주시면서 상위권으로 마무리하셨는데 혹시 어떤 점이 달라지신 걸까요?
우선 팀 합이 더 좋아진 것도 있을 뿐더러 우선 당장 우리 제니스 선수가 지금 포텐셜이 터졌기 때문에 되게 잘 되고 있는 것 같습니다.
Our teamwork is getting better compared to the last PGS, and our player Dennis, his potentials are like crazy. His form is on fire.
Alright นะคะก็คำถามแรกที่ถามไปเนาะต้องบอกว่าเมื่อประมาณ PGS นะคะresult ของ PGS ครั้งที่แล้วเนี่ยมันค่อนข้างที่จะไม่ได้เป็นตามที่คาดหวังสักเท่าไหร่เนาะแต่ว่ามาในครั้งนี้เนี่ยต้องบอกว่าผลของการแข่งขันมันค่อนข้างที่จะเห็นได้ชัดเลยว่ามีการพัฒนาที่ดีขึ้นนะคะแน่นอนเขาบอกว่าก็มีในเรื่องของการซักซ้อมนะคะแล้วก็รวมถึงต้องบอกว่า performance ที่ทุกคนเห็นในวันนี้เนี่ยก็เป็นสิ่งที่เขาตั้งใจเนาะกับทีมของเขาด้วยนั่นเองนะคะ So I would like to ask you about the preparation about your special tactic. Do you prepare anything special for this PGC? Can you show us?
네, 혹시 PGC를 위해서 어떤 특별한 전략이나 전술 같은 거 준비하신 게 있을까요?
없다고는 말 못하겠고 충분히 팀원들과 상의를 많이 해서 준비를 하고 있습니다. 다들 기대해 주시기 바라겠습니다.
We have, but we're still talking inside, like with our teammates. And please stay tuned and watch our upcoming matches. We'll show it there.
โอเคนะคะกับแท็กติกพิเศษเนาะที่ถามไปว่าสำหรับใน PGC นี้เนี่ยมีอะไรพิเศษที่เตรียมไว้ไหมเขาบอกว่าก็ติดตามกันดูนะคะสำหรับ FM โพชอนของเราว่าจะมีอะไรพิเศษที่จะให้แฟนๆได้เห็นกันบ้างนะคะ Alright, thank you so much Starlord. Let's give a big round of applause. Woohoo!
Thank you.
We're looking forward for that. Thank you so much. Bye bye. เอาล่ะก็ติดตามกันได้นะคะแน่นอนว่าเขาจะมีอะไรเซอร์ไพรส์กันอีกอยู่เรื่อยๆแล้ววันนี้เพิ่ง Day 1 เท่านั้นเองนะคะแต่ว่าต่อไปเดี๋ยวเรามาพูดคุยกันดีกว่านะคะกับผู้เล่นที่เชื่อว่าหลายคนก็เชียร์กันมากเลยนะคะกับ The Expandable Duckers Woo! Hi Hi, all right, so let's talk about today's performance.
Ils sont troisième.
To ask you if you elevate yourself.
Ils sont bien remontés quand même.
In day one. What do you think about your own performance and your team performance?
Thì muốn hỏi em là em đánh giá như thế nào về màn trình diễn của cá nhân em và của cả đội.
Vous avez le tableau final.
Đầu tiên.
Em thấy mọi người trong đội rất là tốt. Hôm nay mọi người rất tự tin, rất là liên kết giao tiếp thì rất là ổn. Còn bản thân em thì em thấy em rất là ngu. Tại vì em nhảy xe chết hai
lần. Moi je vais vous laisser là.
For the team, I think like my team played very well today. They are very confident. Everyone is doing a good job. But for myself, I think I make some stupid plays. Like I jump out of the car twice today.
Okay, but that's still good.
Allez,
right? Because everyone
je vous laisse. Et on va partir en game PUBG. Je vais couper le stream et le relancer.
วันนี้เนี่ยด้วยความที่เราเห็น performance เขาแล้วเนาะถ้า